Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancerous fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards!
I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking leave the fucking channel. Fuck, mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Fucking mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry.
Dude, Megaphonics is literally just like hitting the levels of parasocial that previously people had never heard of before. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Thirsty Thursday. Is Mitch McConnell dead? I know people are coming here for their Mitch McConnell news because you know that I've been having sex with him, and the answer is no. We're still hooking up. We're still hooking up. So no. Hello, welcome. It's Thirsty Thursday. After the election, will you bring your swag back? Sure. It is Thursday, July 9th, 2026, and it's yet another wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. And we are live and alive, coming to you from sunny, albeit stolen, Tongva territory, West Hollywood, Los Angeles, California. You've been having gay sex with him, you mean? Excuse me. I've made it clear already. We call it sex. Okay. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the stop streaming button. And wait, where did you get this? Where did you get this? This footage is just between me and Mitch.
Yeah. Damn, son.
Where did you get this? Yo, you have to stop, dude. We don't want our private affairs to be consumed for all to see. This was a private video that he sent me. It's kind of crazy that you guys got access to it. This is no longer journalism. This is a level of invasive reporting that I don't think is for the public to see. It's just me and my man, Mitch McConnell. That's really fucked up. That's really fucked up. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is an unethical breach of our private life. I will be reporting it to the authorities. Anyway, so as I was saying, We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursdays, part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And let's be real. Let's be real, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a chud-ass loser, and you already know that. I've been watching Mad Men. You know, suit guy era, obviously. And what's the best suit guy show? It's Mad Men. And it's a really great show, but it's also unbelievable. Like the way that women are treated on this show is crazy. I also watched the episode on Israel, which was interesting. I just watched the episode on Israel. The widescreen remaster is so bad. I don't think I'm watching the widescreen remaster. I think I'm watching the regular one. But in any case, it's actually crazy. I don't like the Mad Men era suits. The lapels are too slim. Boardwalk Empire had much better menswear. The 30s and 40s cuts are elite. I agree. I think Boardwalk Empire is probably the official suit one. Morocco versus France later. Who you got? Is that even a question? Come on, man. Come on. You better not be skipping that intro, Hank. What? Oh, on the show? Yeah, I skip it. Look, man, I have to always support. I have to always support the underdog. You know this already. So France, I mean, look, Morocco's team also has some unsavory characters, let's be real. And Mbappe is the man. He's the GOAT, the dictator. But it's France. Like, it's, you know, they win all the time. Right? Yes. Hakimi. Dude, you're not bringing up a new point. I know. We're talking about football. Of course, there's a rapist on the team. You know, that's just that is the quintessential football fact, pretty much. Argentina must be stopped at all costs. I agree. In any case, that's it. I played a little bit of basketball this morning, got a little bit of sun, and that's pretty much it. I didn't do anything. Always support a former colonized country over a colonized country. Yeah, like principled stance here is to side with Morocco, even though the Moroccan government also is, you know, has gotten into some unsavory shit themselves. You know, it's a unique one. You know, it's a unique one. I see myself out of some of these situations, right? In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. You didn't see what Morocco did in the AFCON? I did not. Most of the French team is colonized, not the colonizers. True. There's also that. Where are you going? What is this new meta? Kaya. Kaya has figured out how to open all of the doors in the house. And sometimes she'll just be like, all right, I'm good. Like whenever there's someone outside, whenever there's like people walking back and forth, she will just use her nose to just like slide open the sliding door. No barriers can contain her. No, there's literally, here's the thing. It's not even a joke. There's not a single door I don't think this can't open in this house unless it's locked. As a matter of fact, I had to take when she was a baby, I had to unscrew one of the locks out of my bedroom because like, if I kept her in the bedroom, one time when she was trying to open the door, she accidentally locked herself in. So I had to literally unscrew one of those locks. Yeah. There is not a single door she can't open unless they're locked. And then accidentally, sometimes she ends up locking herself, which is not great. Saw gas jump 20 cents from yesterday. We're so cooked. We're so back, you mean? Don't you feel patriotic? Don't you feel patriotic? We have to do that. We have to do that. That's normal and good. I had Great Danes that learned to bite the doorknob and turn it. Okay, you guys want to know something? I need to show you guys a TikTok video of a long lost relative of Kaya. Okay. This guy went on a delivery. Hold on. Oh God, TikTok on the desktop is so ass. It's like impossible. Oh, here it is.
What's up?
This guy went on a delivery journey on TikTok. It's got 5.6 million likes already. This is literally a relative of Kaya. I'm not even kidding.
Let's see. Don't tell me his name. So I'm gonna call you Ben. You look like a Ben. A big Ben. Yes, those are coming. I gotta sit down your package first. Excuse me, boy. Where are we going?
This is exactly like this is the exact same vibes of Kaya. I'm not even kidding. Straight up.
Back door. Right back here. On this table.
Down to the nosy like smell, down to like prodding you with the nose. Kaya does the exact same shit. And then this part is the best.
You want to get in the picture?
Immediately strikes a pose. Immediately strikes a pose. Again.
You look great. Okay, Big Ben, see if you can catch one of these.
And she can't catch shit.
Okay, my friend, the whole world is watching. Can you catch? No, but that's okay. The sun is right in your eyes. It ain't your fault. Try again. Can you catch?
This is literally
right in the nose, bro. All you had to do was open your mouth.
Wait, is she like actually related to that dog? No, but she has the exact same qualities. When I was watching this, I was like, this has to be like a relative of Kaya. Both tubby, always smiling.
Oh.
And then when she does this other thing, you'll see this.
Yes. Trying to catch like this?
And then the flip, and then the belly flip, straight up.
That did not work. All right, bud, you didn't catch any today, but that's all right.
Look at her smile. Look at her smile. Look at her smile.
Try again next time, because I've already fed you like 8 of them.
This is straight up her, bro. This is actually her. She's always on her back in the exact same way. Zuck is killing us all. Deadly bacteria found in major U.S. cities' water system traced to Mark Zuckerberg's $800 million meta data center. Protect radar. Nice. I feel like you're doing dog racism. She takes after her father. She's actually quite trim. Stop it. Be nice. Nah, she's a big girl. She girthy. She Big Bertha. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, where was I? Yeah, there ain't nothing else going on in my life. There's nothing else going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Let's just blast off and let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's get it twisted. We got a lot going on. Iran war back on the menu for all the situation monitors. Yeah, we're gonna be watching 3 men who were in a van with the victim when ICE shot someone in Texas. There's potential witnesses. Obviously, we're gonna be talking about that. Iran war's back on. Situation monitor time. NATO summit ends. Plattner drops out. Main Dempster pick replacement. ICE kills Texas man. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. the Reckless Ben Lego thing too? Are you endorsing Count Binface? Sure, why not? I mean, anybody but fucking Nigel, right? Yeah. ICE is ramping up nationwide, chat. They did 10,000 detentions in 5 days nationwide and aren't slowing down. Please show up for your neighbors. IceRR.com. Are you in a polyamorous relationship? Daily Nowd says Mitch McConnell and Margaret Qualley are reportedly dating. Yes, we are poly. Yeah. Why are esteemed reporters over at Parody Hip Hop News, Daily Nude, getting into our fucking business like this? Okay. Yes. Mitch is a whole lot of man. He's got enough for both of us. Okay. That's crazy. Guys, stop. This is nobody else's business. It's just me, Mitch, and now Margaret Qualley. You feel me? I just don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about my man doing other things out there. It's not for you guys to know about, okay? It's just between me and Mitch. His wife was asked why she left for China and hasn't come back yet, and she was like, his cardiac arrest was not a life-threatening situation. It's fine. That's what she said. I hate her. She hates what we have. It is pretty crazy. Then why was he on a date with this other random guy? Yeah, he gets around, bro. He gets around. I went out to lunch with Mitch McConnell today. It was quite irritating. He kept answering his phone to have 20-minute conversations. He didn't even touch his chicken Caesar salad. My club sandwich was pretty good, though. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. She went back to China for the housing market. What are you going to do if he's actually alive? I mean, then he can deny that we have had numerous sexual conversations on the phone. But I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. I'm going to keep it $150 with you. I don't think we have to worry about that. I'm working on a theory. You got added in the database. Madison Square Garden kept a list of gay celebrities. Yeah. If you recall, I wasn't a celebrity enough to be added into any of the surveillance lists, so we're good. What is this? Thought this girl was woke 1.0, kill all men, so I tried you're always right gimmick, but she actually was woke 2.0, anti-bioessentialism, and I gave her the ick. That is an insane. How does this have 80,000 likes, bro? And I'm blocked by this guy. In any case, Dolan was tracking random trans people. You were tracked 100p. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think I'm famous enough, dude. I'm not on Dolan's radar. Because I'm not on Dolan's radar because I'm washed. I'm not famous. Okay. Maybe after this revelation that me and Mitch McConnell are in a gay relationship, maybe that's different. But anyway, where was I? What was I doing? Oh, yeah, we blasted off. Let the people know. Let the people know we're live and alive. You're very famous to me. Thank you. Any We Are Charlie Kirk tonight? Yeah, I mean, if we carry the flame later. The judge that put the TRO blocking Reckless Ben from releasing his video until now is the same one overseeing the Tyler Robinson case? No way. Dolan was beefing with a dog, bro. You're on the list now. Was it a famous dog? Yeah, by the way, Graham Plattner privately told staff he'll formally exit Senate race Monday, but also he hasn't exited the race yet. Like, he hasn't officially released his paperwork. So, what is this? Wait, breaking news. Judges oversee multiple cases. Breaking news. Shut the fuck up. It's our little cinematic universe, okay? It's strange to us because it's our little baby cinematic universe. The fuck's wrong with you? Chill. Yeah, of course we're gonna have to talk about Abdul because or Graham Plattner because Neera Tanden and all of the other third way neoliberals are in the least subtle ways possible trying to connect Graham Plattner to Abdul El Sayed because they're disgusting little monsters. So breaking news, people hired to do a job actually doing their job. Okay, how about this for breaking news? Claviculars in Israel. What the hell is that motherfucker doing in Israel? Also, Israel's the craziest country because like they don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism at all. Clavicular was slinging Heil Hitlers with Nick Fuentes like 2 months ago, and now he's in Israel, and everyone's like, it's awesome. Obviously, owning a nightclub in Miami is, and then also having like a contract dispute is already like automatic Israeli behavior. I feel like that's, it's either that or like a falafel joint, right? So it makes sense. Like he was already spiritually going through the Israeli transformation before he ever went to Israel. So that this is like, now that he has gone to Tel Aviv, unhand me. Just kidding. Love you. Here, you got shook. Yeah, he owned a nightclub in all Moggers support Yahoo. You wouldn't know though. Yeah, I saw this fucking necklace thing. Look at this. Looks Maxer Clavicular was gifted an OpenAI Star of David necklace to commemorate his first trip to Israel. What the fuck is happening, man?
Gave me this beautiful necklace. Wow. And I don't really wear necklaces, so I think it would be beautiful for you to have it. Sure. So it's an OpenAI logo. You know OpenAI logo? Yeah. And you got a Star of David inside of it. Oh, I think it's a pretty cool necklace.
Show the camera, guys.
That's right. Look at this. Look at this.
So ChatGPT?
Yeah, basically ChatGPT, Magen David.
Oh yeah.
Let's do it. Anyone know how to put on a necklace?
I'll figure it out. I'm gonna have to make this a little bigger. So.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, let me make this a little bigger.
Perfect.
Wow, guys, look at this. What a guy. Hey, thank you so much.
Oh, 100%. My pleasure.
I'm gonna have to find something to reciprocate. All right.
Good. My friend.
I don't even know what to say about this. Okay, I'm sorry. What the fuck is happening, bro? It's so funny because like, isn't this guy homies with Nick Fuentes? What are these guys doing? Yo, is Clavicular gay for real? I think so. This is conspiracy theory shit. Some of think AI going to bring about the apocalypse because the snake in the Garden of Eden or some shit. Clav looks like he's got a twig for arms. Yeah, bro, he's detransitioning. He went male to male, and now he's going male to male to male. He's detransitioning right now. Like he got off the juice. He's no longer doing gender. He's no longer doing HRT. I just don't know what's happening here. I don't know what the machinations are behind the scenes here, like what this is about. Because I don't think Clavicular is just like a random, a random like click hound. You know what I mean? Trying to trying to consistently push the envelope and like go viral or whatever. I do feel like he's Peter Thiel's blood boy to a certain degree. I don't know. So it's just for that reason, I'm like, what is Peter Thiel cooking up right now? What's he doing? What's he cooking up? Hasan, is this in Israel? I can't tell. Yes, Clavicular is in Israel. Okay, it's true. He is in Israel. Number one. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on. I think I deserve this. You want me to Kalinskify completely? You want me to Kalinskify myself? Why do you give a shit about this guy? I don't know. Because the youth watch him. Because he's like base boosted himself into relevance through TikTok click farms and clippers. So now anyone under the age of like 20 is like, oh, he's so based. I love mogging, you know? I feel like if I did that, I'd get clowned on so hard. Bro, I started wearing suits and there's motherfuckers making conspiracies. Imagine if I went blonde, they would be like, the DNC made him go blonde so we can appeal to the Hitler youth or something. Like, I don't even want to, I don't even know what the conspiracies would look like. Okay? I don't even know what the conspiracies would say. That edit makes you look like a live-action anime character, lol. Okay. Did we cover Patrick Bet David's segment where he's talking about kid maxing? Kid maxing. That website that sells that necklace is fucking crazy. They sell beeper merch so you can rep your favorite Israeli terrorist attack. Yeah, that's not surprising. Anyway. Clav is the perfect encapsulation of irrational right-wing reactionary thinking. I think it's good you cover him. Yeah. If you choose to dye your hair, please make it only one eyebrow and nothing else. Okay, you got it. That seems good. That's what I'll do. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to obviously get started on Democrats scrambling after Graham Plattner drops out to for the out of the Senate race over the sexual assault allegations. Let's get started there. It's everyone's favorite conversation to have. Hopefully, we will eventually move on. Hopefully, there is going to come a day where we never have to talk about this ever again. Okay? That day is coming. It's just not here yet. Once there's a replacement pick, that will be fantastic. That will be phenomenal. Once there is an actual replacement, we will no longer have to worry about this. We will no longer have to talk about this, inshallah, one day. One day, my friends. But that day is not today. We could be there because no one in here gives a single fuck about it. Yeah, except it's one of the biggest fucking stories right now. Because, once again, the Senate majority hangs in the delicate balance of the decision-making of the main Democrats. So, it's not the U.S. attacking Iran now. The U.S. military is not behind the curtain. The U.S. military is not behind the current attacks in Iran, says Al Arabiya English. Explosions have been reported. Ooh, I wonder who it could be. Oh my God, is Iran going to attack Israel while Clavicular is in Israel? That would be fucking nuts. Oh my God, Clavicular is in Israel. Oh my God. While Clavicular is in Israel, Iran is going to fucking retaliate against Israel. Dubai moment. That is a very Dubai moment. And Anyway, bro, you seem refreshed as fuck today. That's because I actually did something physical in the morning before I went live. Unlike yesterday, the only physical thing I did was have gay sex with Mitch McConnell. And it sucked the life force out of me. Mitch sucked the life force out of me, dude. What is this? Consider? I mean, this one makes more sense than the long hair that's blonde. First candidate to be a true data center zealot will get 90% in an election. I know. We talk about stuff like this all the time, but I don't think Americans, I don't think either party is doing that, because the data centers are obviously very firmly on the side of entrenched power. It's still corporate interests above all else, and therefore you're not really seeing a lot of retaliation or any sort of pushback from Democrats at all.
Political meltdown in Maine that could impact control of the U.S. Senate. Overnight, Democrat Grant Plattner said he is dropping out of his state Senate race. It follows allegations of rape and physical abuse, which he denies. Democrats are scrambling to find a new nominee. Caitlin Huey Burns is in Maine. Caitlin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Vlad. Well, even in announcing that he was leaving the race, Plattner remained defiant, dismissing those allegations and arguing it was the party's system trying to force him out. But now the hard work begins as Democrats here try to pick up the pieces under a very tight deadline.
After a week of mounting allegations, vanishing support, and a showdown with state Democratic Party officials,
we are suspending campaign operations.
Graham Plattner says he intends to drop out of Maine's Senate race. The announcement comes after two women who claim they dated Plattner in the past accused him of sexual and physical abuse.
I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not.
Jenny Rassicott and Lindsay Fiffield detailed their allegations in interviews this week.
It was domestic abuse.
He violated multiple layers of consent that night.
Plattner has continuously denied these allegations.
Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign.
Maine Democrats have until July 27th to pick a new candidate to take on longtime incumbent Republican Susan Collins. There's already a crowded field of contenders, including Dr. Neerav Shah, Maine's former health director.
The pathway to flipping the Senate
This
from
is the
red
establishment
to blue
pick.
goes.
So this is the establishment pick, and in an effort to make himself seem a little bit more palatable to the Plattner heads in Maine, he immediately was like, "Yeah, I'm willing to deny aid to Israel," like immediately. Now, of course, I don't trust it at all, and I don't trust it at all. But you know, he's trying. He's definitely trying. He really wants it.
How anxious are Democrats feeling right now?
We are feeling 1,000 emotions all at once. And the one that I would say is overriding.
I do not believe that this man would actually be in favor of Medicare for all. I'm gonna be honest. Like, he is, dude. Look, corporate Democrats and establishment Democrats are gonna get a lot smarter eventually, because it's becoming undeniable that there is tremendous appetite for change, right? And for that reason, you're going to start seeing, which we saw already with Wesley Bell. Wesley Bell's ad. Did you guys see Wesley Bell's ad? Wesley Bell is the AIPAC stooge that AIPAC single-handedly bought a seat for as they unseated Cori Bush. Now, Wesley Bell's running ads talking about how he's going to be the only person who could combat ICE. Like, he actually wants to defeat ICE, all this stuff. He wants Medicare for all this stuff. Like, they're lying about. They've unlocked a new meta. For the longest time, the neoliberals that helmed the ship, used to not even dignify us with any sort of lying about this. They would just run on, we're the best option, we're better than the Republicans, we're the only electable option. Electability is the key here. and better things are not possible. Shut the fuck up and vote for us. Now, they've actually unlocked something very important in their tool belt, which is called lying, okay? Now they're using the Obama method. When you come out and you say, oh, Medicare for all, I'm with it. Israel, I would love to punish it. You know? Accountability for ICE, I'm there. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it at all. And it's important for people to recognize that and sort that kind of stuff out quickly. So yeah. Yeah, he's what is this? Search Shah and read from there for hard evidence on why Nirav isn't our guy. Why I won't rank Sean King. Polling in the governor's race has shown former Maine CDC Director Nirav Shah consistently in the lead. A Pan Atlantic research poll released on May 20th reported Shah ahead with 29, following by Angus King III with 24%, Troy Jackson with 12%, Shanna Bellows with 10%, and Hannah Pingree with 9%. However, Pan Atlantic doesn't have the best record in the polling, blah, blah, blah. From talking to Shah supporters at doors, a lot of Democrats have warm and fuzzy feelings about Shah from when he was giving daily briefings during the COVID pandemic. He became a kind of a rock star to certain liberal-leaning Mainers for his calm, smooth demeanor and dad jokes. People like him because he's smart with both a law degree and a medical degree, even though he doesn't have any clinical experience. He just also seems like a very nice person, but I have some deep concerns. As far as his positions on economic policy, Shah has described himself as a University of Chicago guy, a strong believer in free markets. Adherents of the Chicago School staunchly believe in free market capitalism and reject Keynesian intervention in the economy to make it more fair for working people. That is as right-wing as you can get. That is neoliberalism through and through. That's fucking Friedman, dude. Get out of here. There are folks in the Democratic Party for whom that's not their preferred means of economic delivery, but that's how I view the world, Shah said at one forum. Oof. Shah complained that Maine's taxes are too high and is hesitant to make tax code fair in terms of shifting some of the burden to the wealthiest taxpayers and ensuring working class people don't pay a higher rate of taxes than millionaires. Recently, the pro-Shah Super PAC 314 Action Fund released an ad funded by a PAC affiliated with Democrats for Education Reform, a New York-based school privatization group. Oh no, he's a school privatization guy. Oh no. Get your guy Edinger. This is his guy. Dude, he doesn't. I'm sorry. I don't think Edinger Mentum has done his due diligence on this stuff. Okay? I don't think he has. It's just not. There's no shot. Here's the reality. A lot of people are panicking. Myself included. That's why I was like, bring out the Toyota. Bring out the Toyota, we all said. I mean, he's a lifelong logger. He's super pro-cop. He's, he used to be homophobic. Not exactly sure where he lands on LGBTQ-related issues nowadays. But, like, I want to actually have a conversation with Troy. We're working on it. But, like, the reason why I said deploy the Troy, bust out the Toyota, is because he is probably the closest to the Plattner platform, the populist platform, and he also has an actual DSA endorsement, and he also there's got to be a reason for it, but outside of that, he's just very boring. He doesn't have the Graham Plattner speech skills, unfortunately. In any case, the other problem with the other problem with the Toyota, Mr. Toyota, is that a gubernatorial race just took place and he kind of got cooked. It's crazy. You're more critical of Troy's experience and personality than fucking Plattner. Dog, we're talking about a popularity contest. I'm already leaning into that. Hello. Just as I said, Look, chatters, I need you to understand something, okay? I have to be able to conduct analysis without you guys fucking freaking out on me every time I say some shit that you don't fully subscribe to, okay? I will always say the positive qualities of a candidate. I will always match them up against their contest, against the rest of the field. And I will also then talk about their appeal to a broader base of support. You need to let me cook a little bit. This is just how it works. This is how I've always conducted my analysis too. It's not new. It's not different. You know? This ain't new. Are you telling a subscriber they shouldn't subscribe to you? What? No, I'm always telling people they should subscribe to me. In any case, let's continue. Is Maine, man, you don't need charisma like that. Just look at people who just want policy and beat Collins. We shall see. Like I said, there's an interesting balance here of like how much of Graham Plattner's success is related to his charisma and his like oratory skills, and how much of it is related to the platform. I think it's 30-70, 70 being the platform, 30 being the charisma. Right? So that's my assessment. But we shall see. We shall see. In any case, that's the one I'm the most positive about. Troy is the one that I'm the most positive on out of all of the potential candidates, but I'm open to others as well. In any case, there is one candidate that I'm not open to, and that's obviously Shaw. Right? This is even more information than my that basically confirms my suspicions. That he is a school privatizer guy. I thought Troy was also a lobsterman. No, he's a loggerman. He's a lifelong loggerman. There's only two types of people in Maine. There's only two jobs in Maine. Okay? Lobster guy or oyster guy, same shit. Or log. He's a lumber guy. He's the second type of guy in Maine that's readily available. Yeah. So just, you either lobster with the lob or you log. There's only two genders in Maine. I'm a lumber guy. I know you really like the lumber. I know you like the lumber. There's trees all around the Maine state, and we got to cut it down. I'm a lumber guy. I like to cut the tree. What commie says? Thank you for the 20 bones. All right. We're going to chat GPT it later, and we're going to grok it. We're going to chat GPT it. We're going to see what kind of logs we can get, what kind of saws we can be using, and what kind of log we can get in Maine. All right. I'm a lumber guy. Okay. Yeah, he wants to expand this group 314 wants to expand charter schools, which is terrible. Creating school voucher programs, also terrible. Mandating more standardized tests. This is another one of the most annoying things that Democrats actually advance. It's a way to destroy what remains of the teachers' unions. It's a way to gut what remains of public school education. Josh Shapiro's a big school privatizer. I hate it. Not a fan of these guys at all. So that's another You know, that's another situation with Shah. Is focus expanding on charter schools, creating school voucher programs, mandating more standardized tests, punishing teachers, and fighting teachers' unions? Yeah. Troy Jackson and Shanna Bellows recently released a joint statement expressing disappointment that Dr. Shah is being bankrolled by millionaires whose mission is diverting your tax dollars from Maine's neighborhood public schools to private ones. The Maine Education Association endorsed Jackson and Bellows the first and second choices, and Shah as his third choice. Shah also worked as Illinois Public Health Director in a right-wing Republican governor, Bruce Ratner's administration. A dozen veterans died in a Legionnaire's outbreak at a veterans home after drinking bacteria-contaminated water. They weren't diagnosed or given antibiotics quickly enough. 11 families sued the state for negligence, and Senators Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth called on Shah to resign. The senator said the Shah deliberately withheld information of the veterans home was in violation of a health code. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Where are you going? Where are you going? She's been farting up a storm up in here. Dick Derby, more like Turby Derby. Okay. So yeah, during Bruce Rauner's re-election campaign challenge, J.B. Pritzker ran emotional ads featuring family members of veterans who died to preventable diseases. Nirav Shah also said this. Landlords have been demonized. When I watched Shah's closing remarks where he said, Maine landlords have been demonized. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. God damn, dude. Unbelievable. For too long, landlords have been demonized. That's insanity.
Landlords have been demonized. You have been seen as a source of our problems, not part of the solution to them. As governor, I pledge that that will change, and that I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you rather than in opposition with you.
Please help me make sure that man is not our governor.
Yeah, by the way, he fucking, you know, he cooked. Bro, did you see this from Scott Jennings, little ass bitch? Yeah, I did. He's like, time to sue. I said, Fox News' Rape TV is the pro-rape network. One of their rapist hosts is now the fucking Secretary of War. Pete Hegseth also has a Nazi tattoo on his motherfucking chest. He is such a prolific rapist that his own mother sent him an email begging him to stop raping. And Scott Jennings was like, time to sue. Sue for what? Literally everything that I said. Everything that I said in that statement is confirmed by previous reporting. I was looking at this and I was thinking, like, what could it be? Like, what could be a defamatory claim here? And it's like, Fox News has been sued by former guests and former hosts. Like, there's a lot of famous Fox News anchors who were fired. It was a huge controversy. Pete Hegseth has been literally credibly accused of rape and covered it up by paying the victim, if I recall correctly. So yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but I said, how many times have you defended Trump against rape allegations? How many times have you said something racist towards blacks on your streams? Don't worry, the full clip will be out soon. Guy who says blacks. Guy who types out the word blacks is supposedly a defender of black people. Interesting. Yeah, this time it's going to work. Yeah, then he turns around and says, I'm black. Okay. So yeah, there's some issues with Shah. But let's get back into it.
Is the eagerness and the commitment to defeating Susan Collins in the fall.
Former State Senate President Troy Jackson and Maine Beer Company founder Dan Kleben also announced they're seeking their party's nomination. But a defiant Plattner says the decision should come from voters.
Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power.
Okay, so where does this all go from here? Well, the state Democratic Party here has now decided they'll hold a nominating convention by the end of the month, but they're still trying to figure out exactly what that would look like. So still a lot more work to do for Democrats here. Vlad.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. Let's bring in CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist Joel Payne. Joel, good morning.
Good morning.
So Grant Plattner has categorically denied the allegations against him. He says he did nothing wrong. He seems, though, to be blaming the Democratic establishment for forcing him out. Joel, is that because party leaders concluded he was simply unelectable because Democrats feel that there's some kind of moral obligation here for a candidate facing an allegation like this to withdraw, regardless of whether or not it's been proven? And ultimately, shouldn't that judgment be...
They're working overtime to clip you and frame endorsing Plattner. I made a post adding context to one of the videos. Oh yeah, I know. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I don't know. I can't tell if it's coming from like the Neera Tandons of the world who are trying to associate Grant Plattner with like Abdullah Sayed and all these other people, or if it's the people who are like, we were right, we are the true anti-imperialists, Hasan is not real, he's fake, he's phony. He loved Grant Plattner. He was always like the biggest endorser and supporter of Grant Plattner. He flew to Maine, all this stuff. Or the people who consistently say things like any sort of sentiment. You literally did endorse him. JD Pond 17. You ran defense for him. This conversation is always going to materialize into this for some reason. Kaya, sit. Okay, go. Okay. Stop looking at... Dude, this is so funny. Look at this. Look. Let me see if I can show. Okay. Go. I want to see if you can watch it. Kaya, okay. Open the door. There it is. Yeah. She's brilliant. That's it. She has a PhD. It's crazy. Chris Kunzler's YouTube chat has also been weird the past 3 days with randos have been pestering for a condom Hasan. I'm thinking it's being astroturfed to hell. Wisconsin Democrat downplays appearing on a Hasan Piker show, doesn't endorse everything he says. What are they doing? She added as if candidates she should just do the Abdul the Abdul method. Yeah, I don't expect her to endorse everything I say. And I don't endorse everything she says. How about that? But it doesn't matter, right? But in any case, we'll cover this in a second. This is Francesca Hong. So, as far as the Plattner mania goes, you endorse Ramen too per every Twitter post. I know. Anyone and everyone that I have on the broadcast, people will work tirelessly to qualify as like an automatic endorsement. Any coverage that I extend to any candidate, any defense of any candidate in a meaningful capacity, which of course I readily admit I did defend the principle that Grant Plattner, with the information that we had at the time, was far better than Janet Mills and Susan Collins, which is true. It's not like it's not a what do you call it? You look past accusations of sexual assault. I'm gonna fucking... Dude, No, I didn't. No, I didn't. That's not true. The first credible accusation of sexual assault, and I immediately covered it and actively pulled the trigger that and demanded that he drop out. You are assuming that he was a rapist from before when there wasn't any credible evidence that he was. That's the difference. It's very, very frustrating. I'm not going to jump on your suspicions. Okay? Even if they are unfounded, but then end up becoming true, that doesn't mean that is a way that I will cover. Like, dude, here, I'll give you an example. Okay? If people turned around and started calling Abdul a rapist, for example, which probably could happen. These guys are fucking vicious. What you think I'm just going to be like, oh, I guess that's the case? Like, it's insane. That's insane. You should stop responding to these chatters that are obviously trying to bait you to clip you as supporting Plattner. I know. A part of our coverage today is going to feature the exact method that they're trying to the exact method that they're trying to do right now. They're trying to portray Abdul al-Sayed aggressively. They're trying to portray Abdul al-Sayed as like the same as Graham Plattner. It's fucking insane. Okay? It's insane. One of the things that I said in the New York Times initial reporting was that if there was, regardless of Lindsay Fifield's background, for example, if there was, I see so many cutoff clips trying to show you as defending Plattner. You did, dude. Like, look at this. Look at this. If I was the LSAD campaign, I probably wouldn't want to be associated with Plattner's advisors or previous push for Plattner as a future for president, given that it sounds grotesque today. But then again, his campaign is all the same advisors, so maybe he will be next. This is one of the most insane insinuations that I have ever seen. It's disgusting, okay? It's absolutely disgusting. And Neera Tanden is doing it right now, okay? Neera Tanden, who is literally a Clinton acolyte, is doing this. It's not even a reach at that point. It's just straightforwardly nastiness, trying to imply a heinous, trying to deploy a heinous smear. Trying to deploy a fucking heinous smear against another left populist candidate, because that's how terrified they are of someone who's critical of Israel and pro-Medicare for all and anti-corporate PAC spending. That is straight up what's going on. Anyone that fucking leans into this idiotic nonsense is playing the exact same role as Neera Tanden without even recognizing it. Okay? We have to be a little bit smarter about the way the devious ways in which these people in positions of power deploy propaganda. Okay? The reason why I say that is because like, they didn't get there just out of sheer luck, okay? These are vicious people. They know how to rat fuck. They know how to tug on people's heartstrings. It's not like, this is not, if you underestimate your ideological opponents, the centrist Democrats, the right-wing Democrats that have been at the center of power in the Democratic Party for decades now, you will always lose. We will always lose. You cannot underestimate what they're doing. Okay? They love manufacturing narratives. They immediately started talking about how Abdul al-Sayed is misogynistic for running against Gretchen Whitmer and then running against two women. So I urge people who are at least on the left to not fall for this fucking nonsensical bullshit. Okay? These people did not actually get to their position of power. These people did not get to their position of power by just like being dumb. They are very shrewd. They're very cunning. They're very manipulative. Okay? They know exactly how to bake a narrative. They're cynical political operatives. You have to be a little bit more careful. Okay? They didn't get there by being nice. They didn't get there by having moral convictions. They got there by being manipulative, shrewd operators. Okay? Using credible rape allegations against a totally fucking random candidacy to tie it back to another campaign that is properly vetted and not remotely connected to the main campaign is disgusting. And that's precisely the reason why many people immediately were like, this is DSA, this is the left, this is the left. Okay? They're doing that on purpose. Look, Caitlin Legacki says absolute smoke.
The Republicans were going to drop something after this the July 13th date, so you couldn't replace them. But the fact of the matter is these are the same consultants that are bringing you Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan. They're the same people.
They're not. They're not. What the fuck are we talking about? They're not. It's nasty business, man. This is fucking insane. What do you mean the same consultants? I think they hired the fight agents for one fucking ad, dude. One ad. Like a couple months ago. Abdul El-Sayed ran in 2018 on a pro-Medicare for all ticket. This is fucking bullshit. It's an ad agency. It's like saying Michael Lasher is basically Graham Plattner, if that's the case. Why are they not bringing up Michael Lasher? Fight agency work with Michael Lasher too? Why are they not criticizing Michael Lasher? Was Michael Lasher a fight agency candidate? Is that what happened? It's fucking ridiculous. They're an ad agency. They make good ads. I will always stand by that. They have decent instincts on some of this stuff, but they're an ad agency nonetheless. The idea that like an ad agency is actually responsible for a real political movement in this country is fucking utterly ridiculous. Okay? No disrespect to the good people that work there. I'm not criticizing them on that front. They make great ads. They have decent instincts at times, but it's fucking ridiculous to look at a growing movement in this country, a growing political movement in this country, largely backed by the Democratic Socialists of America, largely revolving around DSA, with 120,000 plus dues paying members, and then attributing that to the fight agency is fucking crazy. Because a lot of these guys cannot comprehend actual political movements growing in this country. They're cynical. Their understanding of the world is just wheeling and dealing. You're only like there's only political movements that are designed in a lab, right? There's no real political movements that can come from real people that have just a genuine disagreement with the way that the Democratic Party has operated for years, that want change, that demand that change. That can't happen. Okay? It's ridiculous.
Who are bringing you other candidates that are not vetted because they think that if you are online and you are popular online, that you are going to win people. And it is disgusting and gross. This person was bad from the beginning. I have said it for months. He has no business being in the Senate. He has no business being on a campaign. And the fact that the Democratic Party stood with him after the first allegations and the men of the Democratic Party stood with him is disgusting. And the women are the only ones that stood up to him.
Something here. Abdul El-Sayed is not facing any kind of allegation of sexual abuse.
And he's an unvetted, untested candidate.
He is also a former.
Yeah, thank you. Jesus Christ. It's fucking ridiculous. Dave Weigel says, El Sayed is definitely more vetted than Plattner. He ran in 2018 and spent half the campaign answering residency qualification questions. There are new questions about his finances. He made dollars since 2018, and he's been knocked for overstating his public health record, but he's not a free-range candidate with no experience like Plattner. Even that is like far too critical for the record. Neera Tandon turns around. The energy for Plattner is going to move to El Sayed. They are very different people. Abdul El Sayed is a high-achieving brainiac who doesn't drink and has 2 kids with his college sweetheart. But part of the fight oligarchy goal is electing stars who can change the conversation with a force of their ideas, gab, and charisma. The non-Bernie wing Dems realize this is happening. Years of elevating other young electeds who can be the face of the party, so it's not always AOC on your screen. The irony of this happening in Michigan is that Slotkin, with her economic war plan, is one of the candidates for this. The problem with the established Democrats is that Elisa Slotkin is their star, okay? That's who they thought would be an AOC replacement to like bring excitement back to the establishment wing of the party. It's failed. Abigail Spanberger is another great example of this, where they were like, these are our stars. You have the right-wing forces within the Democratic Party, the right-wing Democrats, saying Elisa Slotkin, Abigail Spanberger, and the New Jersey governor. These are our young stars, right? They also, for a while, thought it could be Marisa Concentration Camp Perez. It didn't work because she's just too busy, like trying to club seals or something. I don't really understand what the fuck her deal is at all. But they built this. Star-studded team, right? That was their goal. Their goal is these are the new people, right? Eric Adams was a star for a little bit. We saw exactly how that worked out, right? Unbelievably corrupt, unbelievably right-wing. Yeah, Marie Meinkamp Perez. Richie Torres is another one of these guys, right? They're very frustrated. They're frustrated that like the organic talent with a lot of the grassroots mobilization capabilities is coming from the left. That's another real issue that they have, right? It's the Bernie-crats. It's the left populists that are actually capable of driving a tremendous turnout, especially youth turnout. So, that's where we're at. There is this real battle brewing within the Democratic Party, and instead of the establishment Democrats stepping out of the way and allowing this change to take place, and maybe even leaning into it a little bit to be like, yeah, we are like that too, they are aggressively posturing against it. And the Center for American Progress, ironically named, with being helmed by Neera Tandon, is at the forefront of this, and so is Third Way. So are all of these different think tanks that are funded by these massive corporations that are actively trying to hold on to the center of power in the party. Okay? There is no comparison between Abdul El Sayed and Graham Plattner. The only comparison you can make is one that I have made since November 2025, when we first found out that Graham Plattner had a fucking Nazi tattoo on his chest. And that comparison was, see, look at all these people falling in love with Graham Plattner in spite of those red flags because he's running on a left populist campaign. There's another guy who actually is a real one with an unvarnished track record that is not tarnished at all, no red flags whatsoever, complete fucking stud through and through. And yet the Democrats, the establishment Democrats and the right-wing Democrats are treating him like he's just as bad as fucking Graham Plattner was. Brother, we get it. Can you stop defending your record? No, this is not me defending my record. What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with me defending my record. The only comparison you can make is that establishment Democrats, right-wing Democrats, and right-wingers outside of the Democratic Party are treating Abdullah El Sayed and Graham Plattner as the same because of the policies. That's it. That's it. One's a doctor, a Rhodes Scholar, a person who worked in public health, okay? Neither of which are socialist, right? Abdullah El Sayed is not a socialist. He openly says it. We had that conversation together when he first came on the broadcast. He was like, oh, I believe in, ethical capitalism or whatever. I don't agree with him on it, but who cares? Right? And it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating that they're just like, one, they're saying, You know, this guy is DSA, so is Graham Plattner. Neither are DSA candidates, okay? And not only that, but also they are going to shit smear to the best of their ability. You say that people don't understand movement, and then Chatter thinks you're defending your record, showing that Chatter doesn't understand movement too. Plattner's baggage was overlooked when they were pushing Plattner, but now that baggage is being scrutinized and they're using it to attack Abdul. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. Adam Carlson also had some choice words on AOC, Neera Tanden had some choice words on AOC. Neera Tanden tried to literally package AOC with this. Why would you do that? Out of all of the left populist, DSA affiliated, or DSA politicians, AOC was the one who literally saw Plattner and was like, I'm staying the fuck away from that race. So why is Neera Tanden on MS Now trying to tarnish AOC with this too?
I guess I'd say, look, this whole situation is a horrifying tragedy on so many levels. And the people I feel the worst for are really the people Nikki is talking about. The people who were betrayed by Graham Plattner. I mean, he's angry at the world, but it's his own actions that have caused this situation that we're in. And I feel like the fact that he takes zero responsibility of that really enrages me. But I feel the people I feel the worst for in this situation are people who felt hope about this campaign. And I do think the process has to ensure that people who felt hope in this campaign, in his campaign, and about change in Maine have a voice in that process. I mean, what I found sort of really disturbing about this video is there's so much more ire to like Democrats nationally than two people he never mentioned, Susan Collins or Donald Trump. And I find it sort of tragic that after all the destruction and wreckage, you know, he's going out by basically trying to torch Democrats. And just as a reminder, like, he did win the primary, but it's his own actions that have caused this. And you don't have to ask me. You can ask Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, Congressman Khanna, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. These are his...
AOC? Why the fuck would you bring up AOC? Warren, fine. Ro Khanna, Bernie Sanders, fine. These are all endorsers of Graham Plattner. They immediately removed their endorsements. They unendorsed them as soon as the credible rape allegation hit the timeline. Why would you bring up AOC in this conversation? AOC never endorsed them. As a matter of fact, they kept asking AOC why she wouldn't. And she was like, oh, I haven't weighed into that race. AOC has no ties to Graham Plattner at all. Perhaps this has everything to do for cynical operators like Neera Tanden. They do not care about rape. I can say that with full confidence. You want to know why? Because Neera Tanden worked with Bill Clinton. Neera Tanden worked with both of the Clintons. Okay? Neera Tanden is an establishment Democrat through and through. Okay? These people don't care about sexual assault. We do. They don't. They at least have some level, like they're definitely more decent than the Republicans, which isn't saying much. Okay? Because obviously the Republicans are completely demonic. This is the lighter version of that demonic nonsense, right? But I can confidently say, if you work with Bill Clinton, you obviously don't care. If you work with the Clintons, you obviously don't care about these sorts of allegations, right? You don't care about credible rape or sexual assault or sexual harassment allegations at all. You care about maintaining your position of power within the party. And as a cynical operator, she will take a real rape allegation with real victims and will turn around and try to tie that back to other people who are not even in any way, shape, or form connected to this guy, whether it be Abdullah Sayed, whether it be AOC. So what is the connective tissue between Graham Plattner and Abdullah Sayed and AOC? Perhaps it's your resentment towards them. Perhaps you want to connect them because you don't like that there is a growing populist movement within the party, that the base is demanding changes. So you're aggressively trying to tie as many figureheads as possible, as many people who are critical of Israel as possible. For example, Neera Tanden, another person that she has aligned with over and over again, Benjamin Netanyahu. So cynical. Adam Carlson calls it out and says, I like how she tries to rope in AOC at the end here as someone who supported Plattner / was his ally in Congress when she faced a lot of shit from the people on the left for repeatedly refusing to endorse him, even as other leaders on the left did. And she clearly showed excellent judgment in not caving to that pressure. I know you're trying to poison the well for AOC's potential 2028 presidential campaign by associating her with Plattner. And it's beyond obvious that you're trying to do the same with Abdullah Sayed and Peggy Flanagan this cycle, but at least try to be a little bit more subtle about it next time. Literally all the quote retweets are calling her out. Yeah. Yeah, say what you will, but the establishment vets candidates. Totally. Yeah. Totally. The Cuomo one's even crazier because the establishment knew that Cuomo was a sex pest, right? And they still pushed him against Zohran Mamdani. That's what's so wild about these guys. They don't have a leg to goddamn stand on, dude. They don't have a leg to stand on. And yet they'll chirp non-stop. What is this? Did you see Time mentioned you 11 times in the Abdullah Sayed article? Democratic Senate hopeful Abdullah Sayed is running against both parties. Is it a good article or a bad one? Did I give him a quote in this? I don't remember. Look, it's very clear that they don't have too much. They don't have any oppo, really, like any significant oppo on Abdul. So all they have is to basically terror jacket him. That's all they got. So they're just going to keep hitting that line over and over again. What is this? I took a lot of heat for campaigning with a guy named Hasan Piker. He says, the Democratic establishment, the Republican establishment, they can't agree on everything, but they can agree that one shall not campaign with Hasan Piker. The audience laughs because that's the most important issue happening in America right now. That's funny. It's a good line. Bars. But yeah, the reason why I turned into a significant talking point in this race is partially because of that, because they have nothing. So they have to invent shit, right? And that's usually what you do if you don't have any real oppo. You invent suspicion. You invite suspicion. You say, oh, well, why haven't you released your tax returns? Like Abdul's made some decent money, I assume, from his book and from his podcast, right? So they're trying to say like he's out of touch. This is never a point of concern against candidates who defend entrenched power. Okay? Never. I've never heard a single instance where any of these people, whether they be on the far right or whether they be on the center right of the Democratic Party, I've never heard them deploy this line of criticism against billionaires or millionaires. Only when someone says a better future is possible and I'm willing to fight for it, do people immediately deploy the, well, you're rich. Well, you're rich. You're a rich guy. How about you shut the fuck up, rich guy? Why don't you shut your rich guy mouth? How dare you speak for the poors from your ivory tower? It's so strange. It's so strange. They did this to Tom Steyer as well, and it worked with Tom Steyer. Tom Steyer's a billionaire, right? And it's interesting. It's interesting that this does not get deployed against Jared Polis. This doesn't get deployed against unbelievably wealthy Democrats that are in the right. They did this with Bernie Sanders. They tried to do it with Zoran. Zoran is broke as fuck. He's a broke boy. And they tried to do this. They tried to do this with Daria Liza. It only goes in one direction. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, Zoran's got no fucking bread. He's a broke boy. So why don't they do this with Daniel Lurie? Daniel Lurie, the mayor of San Francisco, is a billionaire. Why don't they do this with Daniel Lurie? Isn't that interesting? Perhaps it's because he's right-wing. He's a right-wing Democrat. Yeah. If you're rich and you advocate for the poor, you're a hypocrite. If you are poor and you advocate for the poor, you're jealous and you're broke and you demonstrate envy. They just don't want you advocating for the poor. Yeah. I am poor and I advocate for the rich, so I'm a hero. Yeah. If you're poor and you advocate for the rich, you're just a regular American. Let me tell you, a lot of those guys around. A lot of broke boys who love advocating for the interests of the wealthy. Very strange. Many of them find themselves in my chat every day in, day out, tirelessly advocating for the wealthy. Temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires. The wantrepreneurs. One day I too will become unfathomably wealthy. And then those poors like me better look out. That's the attitude. There's always the attitude. And it's weird because no wealthy person has ever become wealthy without advocating for their self-interest. So the irony here is you are currently advocating against your class interests if you're poor, if you're a worker and you're anti-labor, if you're a worker and you're anti-socialist, anti-communist, you unironically are advocating against your class interests. And let me tell you something about rich folk. Okay? They didn't get there while advocating against their best interests. Okay? They didn't get there by saying no to someone who wants to extend a helping hand. You're being silly. So even if you are simply just a wantrepreneur, or you're simply just in transit, you are transitioning to a billionaire. You're going to be a billionaire one day. Even if you aren't there yet, while you're not there, you should advocate for your best interests. You should advocate for your class interests. Okay? That's it. Anyway, Neera Tandon responded to Adam Carlson, said, did the audio not work? AOC, who I'm a fan of, called on Plattner to end the campaign just as Warren Sanders and Khanna did. I mentioned her because she's a leader on the left who called on him to get out, not a moderate who told him to get out. I didn't say she endorsed him. I do agree she looks like a genius for not endorsing him. Yeah, she's trying to basically change the dynamic of the statement. She absolutely packaged them together on purpose, just like she is also directly tying Abdul El-Sayed to Graham Plattner. Abdul El-Sayed has no connection to Graham Plattner. It's fucking bullshit.
To ensure that people who felt hope in this campaign, in his campaign, and about change in Maine have a voice in that process. I mean, what I found sort of really disturbing about this video is there's so much more ire to like Democrats nationally than.
Do you think lending any support to non-leftists or outsiders are doing entryism and that's bad for knowing who they are or what they will do? I mean, with Abdul El-Sayed, it's definitely different than Graham Plattner. Like I trust Abdul. I trust Abdul on his policies because, and not because like I've gotten to know Abdul El-Sayed, but I just know his background, right? Like he's been at this game for a while. Like he has been a staunch advocate for Medicare for all. He wrote a literal fucking book on it, and he ran a gubernatorial race in 2018. Unfortunately, too early, right? Like he was right, but too early. I think that's important. Like that's the difference here. You know what I mean? There are always going to be people who are not entirely aligned ideologically with us that are certainly valuable and reliable allies in the same cause.
Two people he never mentioned, Susan Collins or Donald Trump. And I find it sort of tragic that after all the destruction and wreckage, you know, he's going out by basically trying to torch Democrats. And just as a reminder, like, he did win the primary, but it's his own actions that have caused this. And you don't have to ask me. You can ask Senator Sanders, Senator Warren, Congressman Khanna, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. These are his allies in the fight who recognized what happened here was horrifying.
Yeah, these are his allies in the fight. And then she tries to make it seem like she was just bringing up the fact that AOC called on him to pull out. You brought up allies in the fight, and you brought up AOC's name into the conversation because you want to tarnish her track record. You want to connect AOC to Graham Plattner. AOC has no connection to Graham Plattner. Like, you think Graham Plattner did not ask AOC for an endorsement? I'm sure they did. You know what I mean? I'm certain that I have no knowledge of this, but I'm certain that they went to every person that they could that is progressive, and it never came. So the idea that you can try to connect these two in this circumstance is simply to connect this movement to Graham Plattner. Since we know he's a known liar, do you think he's actually a Nazi because of that too? I don't know, man. I don't want to even think about that. Okay? I don't want to think about fucking Graham Plattner. They didn't go to you? No, they did not. Plattner this, Plattner that. Guys, let's just agree Graham Fatner sucks ass and throw him to the loft. Graham Fatner. What is this? Lesson learned. Troy Jackson removes all mentions of Gaza from his campaign platform. Wait, what? No. Wait, hold on.
Already planning to organize. I mean, everybody obviously is planning, but they're the ones that are the most organized, planning to go to these county committee meetings when they're scheduled and get behind a particular candidate. I suspect our reporting indicates that will be Troy Jackson, and then try to send a majority of their own delegates to the state committee and then nominate Troy Jackson. Troy Jackson put out a statement announcing that he is running for office on a platform of Medicare for all, taking on corporate power, standing up for working people. Conspicuously absent from his statement was the Gaza genocide, or an anti-war message. He opposes the genocide. He has called it out. He is an anti-war candidate. In the moment, he's like, no, I don't think we're going to include that necessarily in the statement that we're putting out here. It's like a lesson learned type of situation.
The New York Times working on a hit piece against Troy Jackson. Fortunately, there are several witnesses who could debunk the bottle story, but I wouldn't put it past the Times to try to take him down as the only Bernie endorsed candidate in the race. First trailer of the documentary American Doctor. Wait, isn't this? Oh, this is Feroz, right? I think I'm in this.
It looks like when a hospital's totally overwhelmed, you're getting waves of patients. What do you prioritize?
Isn't this the one I'm in? This documentary? Feroz is one of the... Yeah.
Do you have to treat them?
Yeah, there he is.
Medicine to give the people whose legs have been blown off.
3 surgeons all working on one little girl for, 2.5 hours? And she's probably going to lose her right leg, and her left arm.
And she's starting to wake up. Let's get her warm. As a Jewish physician, I knew nothing about Gaza. Like most Americans, I thought everybody out here were nothing but terrorists because that's what I was told.
I'm not Israeli, I'm not Palestinian, I'm not Christian, I'm not Muslim, I'm not Jewish. I don't really have any connection to it. But as an American, I just don't want my government involved in crimes.
I'm a Palestinian. I'm not a spokesperson. I'm a human being. I'm a U.S. doctor who wants to see babies like my babies not be killed anymore.
What surprised me most was how the carnage was focused on journalists, healthcare workers, and children. This bomb. Where was that?
That bomb hit the building.
There was a 15-year-old kid ready for discharge that was incinerated.
And if I had gone down and been changing that kid's dressing, there would have been 3 bodies, and I would have been one of them.
When they hit a hospital, that's a deep tragedy that people will feel in the community for the foreseeable future. We're just asking that hospitals not be targeted. Why that conversation is derailed in the United States is beyond me.
We do not have to accept that as Americans. The United States could stop sending jet fuel, bombs, all sorts of weapons. This is a political problem. We need a political solution.
We're a good
Feroz is so
talk
cool.
intelligently, and I
He's
talk
the man.
emotionally.
It's on us to make sure that their stories are told. I couldn't go to Palestine. I got rejected. And then I come back to the United States and get detained by the Department of Homeland Security.
This is what my tax dollars did. What your tax dollars did. What my neighbor's tax dollars did. They have the right to know the truth. Feroz the right one to listen to. He is about fairness, and he is about doing the right thing.
You know we're not dating, right? You don't have to talk me up this much. Yeah. I just met her 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. I was supposed to... What was I doing? I think I literally went to Michigan instead. I was supposed to go to the Sundance. They invited me to the Sundance release. But I think I was in Michigan with Abdul at the time. This is going to be incredible. It's the premiere. Man, these are some unimpeachable heroes right here. Fucking really. Or no, I was in Minnesota. I wasn't in Michigan. I was in Minnesota for the ICE demonstrations. That's why I couldn't make it. Holy fuck, that was cold. Jesus Christ. Yeah. First trailer for American Doctor. Documentary follows through physicians who work to save the lives of children in Gaza who were hit by Israeli bombs in select theaters starting from August 14th. I'm gonna be honest, dude. It's like, dude, this is, you want to know something crazy? We went from interviewing people like Feroz to getting a guy like Feroz elected into Congress. Think about that. Think about that. Adam Hamawi, another doctor who went to Gaza and was patching children up day in, day out. And now he's going to be a congressional representative. Things can change. Okay? Do you understand? Things can change. as long as we're organized, as long as we're disciplined, as long as we are steadfast in our advocacy, as long as we look at the environment shifting, we look at the masses coming to the realization of certain realities, and if we're there, we can take advantage of the fact that people are finally recognizing the truth, and we can make material changes. Okay? This is what I mean when I say little pockets of hope that you can lean into. Like, think about it. Think about it this way. Feroz Sidwa came here to my house and sat next to me for 2 hours, 3 hours. Okay? And that was 2 years ago. I love him. He's a wonderful guy. He's an incredibly brave person. Okay? We had a conversation. We talked about the horrifying things that Israel was doing in Gaza. Okay? Think about where we were collectively. Think about where American society was collectively back then. Okay? Let's take a look. When did I interview him? Which there is apparently some pieces of that interview in the documentary, which is, I mean, I'm honored to have even been mentioned in the documentary. Obviously, it's all right. So, yeah, I was invited to Sundance to go view the premiere, but unfortunately, I went to Minneapolis instead to the ICE demonstrations. This was June 6th, 2025. Wow, it's not even 2 years ago. It's 1 year ago. Almost exactly 1 year ago. When I had Feroz Sidwa on the broadcast, we had a 1 hour and 48-minute conversation. Okay? That was 1 year ago. Since then, this community has played a role in getting numerous anti-Zionist congresspersons elected, including a guy just like Feroz, who ran for office and won in New Jersey, Adam Hamawi. Think about that. Now understand, this is precisely the reason why there are a lot of people in positions of power who are terrified. There are a lot of people who are doing everything they can to chip away at the integrity of this movement, that are doing everything they can to tear down people who are kind people who simply want to make the changes that we all want to see. Okay? That's it. In any case, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because 1 year ago, this kind of changes, the kinds of changes that we've played a role in were unforeseeable, right? It was impossible to envision. I certainly didn't think that there would ever be a moment where we could get someone like Feroz Sidwa, Adam Hamawi, a doctor who went to Gaza, elected into Congress. That was 1 year ago. This is why I always say revolutions are not spontaneous. They don't happen out of nowhere. They don't happen because people come to terms with the reality or recognize their class position and immediately engage in disciplined organizing. It doesn't work that way. You have to be there. You have to have the organizational backbone to support people once they come to that conclusion. People only think about the successes. People only think about the successes of New York City DSA. right? They only think about Zohran Mamdani, AOC, right? Now the DSA slate. They don't think about the 10 plus years of work that it took to get to that point. They never think about the failures that happened along the way. They don't realize. They just take it for granted. Do you understand? Once that moment of success comes, people go, wow, I guess we can recreate it here as well. I guess it was so easy. Yeah, there's no AOC without Bernie, and there's no Zohran without AOC and Bernie, and there's no DSA slate without Zohran, AOC, and Bernie. It builds on its own. It builds on top of victory after victory. Okay, this is also part of the reason why I'm endlessly gracious to certain people who I might have significant disagreements with on other issues, right? Some of the way they, the way that they carry themselves, or some of their opinions I might not agree with, but ultimately, as long as they are not an impediment to progress, as long as they are not playing the role of a hurdle in building a broader movement, okay, then it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to say, no, I demand purity. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that there aren't, red lines, right? There aren't red lines. Of course there are. Okay. This doesn't mean that we must make way for opportunists who come in. I mean, we just saw one version of that with Graham Plattner. So obviously there are important lessons to be learned there. Okay. There are important lessons to be learned there with the Graham Plattner failure, right? For sure. Having said that, it's a push and pull. It's a give and take. There's always going to be friction. There's always going to be some disagreements. We can't let certain disagreements get in the way of organizing. You're never going to, if you go out and you door knock, or if you go out and you organize for anything, tenant unions, for example, and there's plenty of wonderful people in this community that have done that. And they'll tell you, the number one thing that they'll tell you is like, they don't give a fuck about politics. They're singularly focused on making sure that people's needs are met. Same with labor unions. Not all the rank and filers are going to have the exact same political opinions. No one is monolithic, right? The goal here is not to create a monoculture or to have a monolithic approach. The goal here is to be singularly invested in making material changes in the positive direction for the working class. Okay? That's what we should be focusing on. That's what we should be working towards. It's that simple. Now let's get back to this fucking asshole.
For the voters and not the establishment.
Do you genuinely think we will get to socialism by voting? I've explained my theory of electoralism and using electoralism, wielding it as a weapon on numerous occasions. Chatter. Electoralism is not the end all be all. It's just one of the many readily available and perhaps a very viable option for change, especially in the interim. It's not, it's. Think about it like this. Okay. Someone's invading your home. Okay. Americans, they understand burger analogies and they understand home invasion. Someone's invading your home. In front of you, you have a hammer. Okay. And nothing else. Do you say, oh, I wish I had a gun here. I'm just going to let the home invader kill me because I don't have a gun? Or do you grab the hammer and use it? You know? You use the hammer. You use whatever you can. That's Kautskyism. Not using this as a slur or even a critique. That's the strategy that Kautsky proposed. It's one option out of many. If you look at the current material conditions, and if you look at the masses and mass politics, which is what socialism is. Socialism is mass politics. If you look at the way masses self-identify, and if you look at the biggest impediments to socialist organizing in this country, you have to recognize that the number one problem is class consciousness, or rather, a lack of class consciousness. Billionaires and millionaires, the capital-owning class, are very class-aware. The working class is not. We have to work to fix that. The way you do that is through agitative propaganda and political education. First, what, Hasan, you're very unpatriotic. How can you look at the state of the country and not see how Trump has delivered W after W for the working class? Patriot 250. I agree, sir. I love paying more. I love paying more for the pump. I love paying more at the pump, brother. You're right. Anyway, as I was saying, one of the biggest impediments to socialist organizing in this country is a lack of class consciousness in this country, right? So we got to fix that. And then after class consciousness comes political education. We can do both at the same time. One of the most viable routes of getting people educated is through organizations like the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? First, we make people aware. Then we educate them. And then we motivate them to take action. That's it. That's my theory of change. And for that, I think electoralism is a good outlet, a great outlet to bring people into the fold. Electoral successes for the Democratic Socialists of America have yielded a tremendous number of new dues-paying members into the organization, and the Democratic Socialists of America have now reached 120,000 dues-paying members. It is now the largest socialist organization in U.S. history. Okay? And if you look at the increase, the spikes in membership, you realize Bernie, AOC, and Zoran and the DSA slate in New York City played a major role. Okay? It's not an accident. Elections are the great normalizer. It's a popularity contest where you can put your ideas to the test. Do you understand? It makes people reckon with the realities. It makes people reckon with a growing movement. What is this warning? Hasan Piker talks about establishing re-education camps, Lamau. First of all, in the United States of America, in order for someone to go through the process of re-education, they would have had to have been educated to begin with. So, no need for re-education in this country. We just need education. Okay, so that's number one. If you have zero education already, then you don't need re-education. We already have concentration camps. It's just for black and brown people. We should eradicate them. We should destroy them. And we should open the fucking schools. Okay, so that's number one. Anyway, let's get back to the fucking Graham Plattner situation now. Come on.
That's where Plattner went before announcing that he was suspending his campaign. He kind of, offered up very strong critique of the establishment because his campaign itself was a commentary on the establishment and the power that he hoped to rebalance between working people and between those in power. And so the fact that he offered this commentary and this critique is not surprising, because this was essentially a proxy war about that. I think where we go from here is Democrats trying to pick up the pieces. And you hear a lot of commentary online about, well, how did we get here? Whose fault is this? Is it the fault of the people that identified Grant Plattner? Is it the fault of the establishment class who did not offer up the type of candidates who would appropriately challenge a Plattner in the primary? And to me, I think there's medicine for everybody to take. And I think what Democrats across the country and in Maine are doing right now is trying to learn the lessons of how we got here with Plattner and where do we go next and how do you refocus on trying to defeat Susan Collins in November.
All right, so then how do you go about finding someone who could fulfill the obligations that he has made to the voters who are supporting him? In other words, finding someone who can be elected in that very same lane.
Yeah, and look, Plattner nodded to this and others have as well. It is important that this decision is transparent and open and public. I think a lot of Democrats are learning the lessons from what happened with Joe Biden in 2024. Very different circumstance, obviously, but same impact. Voters chose somebody, and then because of decisions out of their hands, that person was not on the ballot ultimately when they chose them in a primary. I think what Democrats want to do is make sure that Maine voters, particularly those who are reached by Plattner's working class economic populism message, feel represented and they don't feel like the type of candidate with the type of focus and the type of agenda that they believe in, that is not represented on the ballot in November. And Caitlin talked about there's going to be a nominating convention by the end of the month. You've talked about some of those candidates, whether it's Troy Jackson or Rav Shaw, Dan Kleben. There will be lots of folks, I imagine, who jump in and lots of opportunities for people to weigh in.
So Joel, very quickly, is this still winnable for Democrats?
I think it is still winnable for Democrats, but I would point out, even with more traditional candidates in the past, a Shanna Bellows in 2014 and a Sarah Gideon in 2020, Susan Collins was able to defy political odds against her. So she is a tough Republican to defeat under any circumstance. I don't think Democrats have made it easier for themselves this time around.
All right, Joel Payne, always appreciate talking with you, my friend. Thank you.
This is just a word of warning to Democrats in Washington, D.C. Grant Plattner was losing support with independents, no doubt about it. But I will tell you, Meek and I have heard nothing. Let me underline that. Nothing but support from Maine Democrats on the ground for Plattner. Plattner signs are still up. They think that this is Chuck Schumer.
He's right. He's right. The lesson to be learned there is twofold. One, the unbelievable power that a white veteran has in the eyes of the white electorate in Maine. But more importantly than that, the unbelievable staying power of a left populist campaign. Okay? And for the record, polls are showing this. Graham Plattner outperforms Janet Mills in a matchup against Susan Collins after the rape allegation. That's number one. Polls were conducted after the rape allegation that showed that Graham Plattner still had 8 points on Janet Mills. There was also additional reporting that I saw about Susan Collins confiding in people that she trusts, which maybe she shouldn't have, about how she still feared going against Graham Plattner even with the rape allegations as opposed to Janet Mills. There is a real crisis here that I think some establishment Democrats are refusing to reckon with. And the crisis is going to be the Plattner dead enders, especially after Graham Plattner came out and was like, I'm innocent. It's the establishment forces that are attacking me. I'm going to drop out, but also we got to make sure that it's in the spirit of the campaign and whatnot. That is literally the electoral left populism viability truth nuke. Okay? The electability truth nuke. Yeah. Janet Mills being less popular than alleged rapist Tells you all you need to know about how viscerally hated Chuck Schumer is.
And Hakeem Jeffries and the Washington establishment coming to get him. They all have the same story. They started hearing 10 days ago that people were coming up to Maine and they were desperate to try to get Plattner off the ballot because they thought Susan Collins had too much on him and would destroy him. I will tell you, without revealing any names, that we have been bombarded by phone calls and text messages from people who...
All I have to say is that the third worldist ultras, me included, apparently yapping about how base boosting is free will blow up and the progressive left's faces feel really vindicated on the internet today. And sure, it's the boomer Mainers casting their votes to show us where the American hearts lie, but still, yeah, but that was my point always. And my point still remains. Okay? There was never a moment that you can point to on this broadcast where I was like, Graham Plattner is the face of the fucking left. He's the future of the left or anything like that. You can only point to me arguing against chatters who kept making ridiculous comparisons like, oh, would you fucking endorse Kamala Harris? I said, yes, I would endorse Kamala Harris if she was running on that platform. She was running on a pro-Medicare for all ticket. Israel committed a genocide and must get an arms embargo ticket. Like, yeah, of course, I would have been door knocking for Kamala Harris. Okay? My point is, my own personal assessment of Graham Plattner with his red flags and everything else is entirely separate from grading him on a curve against the rest of Congress and against the rest of the people that were running in that specific race. Those are two separate realities. Okay? And ultimately, there are clips of you saying you're Team Plattner. I know, brother. I know. It's the same 7-second clip that they keep running over and over again. There are also clips of me saying I'm a Janet Pills head, Pills Mafia, that I'm a Janitsary. The RNC, unironically, have actually blasted those clips to say I endorse Janet Mills. But I didn't. I didn't endorse either. I simply said the truth, that Graham Plattner's left populist platform is miles ahead and is seen as very favorably by Mainers. Yeah, look, see? And this is what happens when you get your shit from clips. I've also endorsed Turby Derby then for governor of South Dakota. I don't stream in 46-second increments. I don't stream in 7-second increments. I stream for 10 hours a day. It's time for you to admit you endorse both of them. Yes, I'm the chaos agent. It's true. I've endorsed all three. Turby Derby in South Dakota for governor, Janet Mills, and Graham Plattner. Okay, not 10 hours a day, 7 hours a day. Therefore, this kind of stuff doesn't matter to me, okay? I've already made my most ethical voting decision in Maine. I understand that people can change, but he has not earned the benefit of the doubt. He hasn't properly renounced the service. He hasn't condemned Blackwater. He is Nazi Inc. He needs to show us that he's changed. You don't give people a chance like this as their first, second chance. You don't put them in positions of sweeping political power because there's a chance he's changed. I mean, that's why I feel like a lot of people don't have any argument to when I say, yeah, that's why I'm a Mills Mafia. This is precisely the reason why I am riding with Janet Mills, who has a track record that is clear. If those are the two options on the Democrat front, you know, if we're gonna be serious about it, then what do? Janet Mills all the way. I know it's not incumbent on you to rein in the silliness and inside jokes, but I fear this is part of the gig at this point. You're being taken seriously as a political entity, so some random normies who don't watch you regularly aren't going to get it when you meme around. I know. But it's fine. Who gives a shit? It is what it is. But do you see what I mean? Like if clips are how you arrive at like valid endorsements, if that's how we figure out whether I'm like fully in the tank and also told my audience to go and like donate to Graham Plattner's campaign, all this shit, then I did the same for Janet Mills. The irony, of course, is that Graham Plattner's campaign had nothing to do with my commentary whatsoever, because the 65-year-old white Mainers with a college education that voted for him didn't vote for him because they saw my commentary. It's ridiculous. I don't even think your sarcasm is hard to understand. Most people are just willfully misconstruing your positions. Yeah. Anyway, but it's important. We have to identify what it was that made Mainers love the dude, okay? In spite of the fucking red flags. The Forward wrote about you regarding Plattner and Troy. Whatever. All right, let's continue.
Want Graham Plattner off the ballot, who are high up in Maine politics, and we've been getting that for the last 2 weeks. So why do I say this? Because there's a conspiracy? No, not at all. Go back to what I said at the beginning. A warning to Washington Democrats. You do need to listen to Graham Plattner, because whether it's true or not, just as Caddy said about her son.
Didn't you say you'd use Abdul as a control test to verify the increase in popularity of populism? I think you were right. I did say that, yes, over and over again. I would constantly contrast Graham Plattner and his red flags, but his left populist candidacy and his charismatic delivery with Abdul al-Sayed, who also has charismatic delivery, who also has left populist tendencies and a similar platform with no red flags whatsoever, and a perfect track record, an incredible track record. From the perspective of the Neeratandas of the world and the right-wing force within the Democratic Party, they see no difference between Graham Plattner and Abdul al-Sayed. They're scared of both just the same. They're using the credible rape allegations against Graham Plattner to literally draw scrutiny to Abdul al-Sayed that he does not deserve at all. Because the reality of the matter is, for many of these people, they just want to say he's Muslim, he's anti-Israel, we don't fucking like it, he's for Medicare for all, we don't fucking like it, but they can't say that out loud, so they have to just like lean into whatever they can. They haven't hit the... Yeah, you even verbatim said Abdul and Chris Rabb could not get away with even half of what Plattner had in terms of baggage. Yes.
Who's been working on this campaign, rank and file Democrats who have been supporting Plattner from the very beginning, think that this was cooked up in Washington, D.C. with a lot of money behind it to find anything that could be found to get Graham Plattner off the ballot. And I will say, we know nothing about that. Meek and I have been scratching our heads for the last couple of weeks going, why are we getting all these calls about Graham Plattner needing to be off the ballot?
A 73-year-old woman who is just...
Like constant calls. So anyway, that's what Democrats on the ground in Maine believe. So Washington needs to stay out of this, and Maine Democrats need to figure out who is going to replace Graham Plattner soon on the ballot. And if Washington thinks they can micromanage this and fix this, they need to listen to what Caddy's son said, because they're going to piss off their base, and their base won't come out and vote in the general election. They just won't.
Yeah, we should not
underestimate the excitement that Plattner instilled in people, including voters who had told reporters in Maine they hadn't voted in a while, but they found a connection with him. He, you know, for all of his flaws, and there are obviously many, he was a charismatic, a talented political athlete. People were drawn to him, and his messaging worked, and it's reflective, and we've seen this across the country right now. There's sort of a...
Like, I'm imagining Morning Joe and you know, the commentary people on Morning Joe having the same like stands and fucking hater culture, and them clipping these clips immediately, like the same people clipping these clips would be like, see, they're endorsing Graham Plattner. Like, this is literally just true. Okay, this is just correct political analysis, which is kind of shocking coming from Morning Joe to begin with, but that's all they're doing, right? Nobody thinks he's endorsing Graham Plattner.
Not a civil war, but a real debate in the Democratic Party and about which direction to go. And there's real energy on the progressive side, the anti-establishment side. We saw it in Colorado. We've seen it in New York. We've seen it in other races, saying we're tired of same old, same old. Some of it is about age and generation, but some of it is about charisma and energy and speaking to the issues that matter to voters, like charging up new voters, progressive voters. And there are some Democrats very nervous about that. And certainly, you're right. I received a lot of these same concerns. There was institutional opposition to Plattner within the Democratic Party. Now, some of that is because they feared other scandals were coming, you know, and obviously that ended up being correct. But there was more to it, and there really is a Washington feels very isolated from the rest of the Democratic Party throughout the rest of the country right now. And I think as Maine looks to replace Plattner, they're going to have to be careful, to your point, because they risk losing some voters. That if they think that the next nominee is just sort of handpicked from D.C. or someone, you know, who doesn't resemble Plattner at all, there's a chance Plattner will lose some of that support when Susan Collins does appear vulnerable at a moment when Democrats at least look like they've got a real chance to have a wave this November.
Yeah,
happening.
Washington was scared. Washington was scared. And again, this has nothing to do with the allegations. And
It is pretty crazy because Joy-Ann Reid had the identical take post her ouster from MSNBC, which she got kicked out for her takes on Gaza, by the way, allegedly. But it's wild that, like, you know, both former MSNBC anchors and current MSNBC anchors are finally coming to the same conclusion.
They're true or not. And again, that is something that, you know, over time, people can sort through everything and figure it out. I will tell you, though, in all my years in politics, I have never once, when a candidate won a primary overwhelmingly, I've never once seen in a Senate race or a congressional race, I've never had people calling, I've never had people like 10 days, 2 weeks out, basically saying, we're going to try to get him off the ballot. We're like sending people up to Maine and basically we're going to go through all of Maine because we think there's more and we're going to find more. And we have 2 weeks or we have 10 days, we have 8 days to get him off the ballot. That's what they were saying before these allegations came out. Well, he's off the ballot. So if we've been hearing this as outsiders, imagine what Democrats on the ground in Maine have been hearing. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So let's get.
So here is Joy Reid's take on it too, which is very wild. I mean, Joy Reid has become a reliable left populist commentator. So is Don Lemon. Ironically enough, like on their independent platforms, I don't know if they have like a lot more, like a lot less editorial control. That's obviously the case. I don't know if they just like are more responsive to feedback as a consequence of their current position. But yeah, they've both leaned into this growth of left populism in the country. It's very interesting to see, especially because Joy-Ann Reid, I will give her so much credit, okay, for having this change of heart, because I do think it's genuine. I think Gaza was a huge part of this process. I think Gaza and America's involvement and lack of intervention in Gaza, I think, radicalized Joy-Ann Reid. I don't know what's in her heart. I don't know what's in her mind. I'm just responding to the changes that I saw, which literally led to her ouster from MSNBC. And it's interesting because like she was like anti what do you call it? She regularly hears from voters who regret voting against her in 2024 for Cori Bush. A lot of people have said to me, Cori, I just didn't know. I didn't understand what was happening at the time, and now I know, and they're upset on why the left thinks it'll be different for Missouri 1 this time around.
Picked Plattner. So you need to replace him with somebody who is ideologically the same, because that is what was decided. The people of Maine, the Democratic voters of Maine said, we want a progressive. They did not say they want an APAC moderate. So the Democratic Party in Maine ought to pick someone who is ideologically the same or ideologically similar as Plattner. If you don't, and the DNC shoves an APAC candidate down your throat, you have my permission and I'll vote for them, because the Democratic Party needs to learn that it is not vote blue no matter who.
Damn. What? Dude. Look, this isn't to say I'm not criticizing Joy-Ann Reid's like former work. I'm not saying that to be like she's insincere right now, okay? I don't think she is. I think she is being sincere with this analysis. But to show you the change of attitude, Joy-Ann Reid famously once brought like a body language expert on her MSNBC show to do body language analysis of Bernie Sanders, to imply that Bernie Sanders was like misogynistic. Like she was one of the leaders of the anti-Bernie movement in mainstream media. She was one of the loudest voices, and now she's there. And I think this is a real and genuine change of heart. Okay, this is a real and genuine change of heart. I think it's partially because you're trapped in this DC media bubble, and you only hear feedback from similar people, and you develop this echo chambered mindset. And that probably played a role in this. But I'm telling you, this is not only refreshing, but it's also indicative. It's indicative of a real attitude shift taking place amongst vote blue no matter who liberals who are finally demanding more. I've been saying this, that like aside from all the organizing that the organizing that DSA has been doing, one of the things that I thought made this a real valuable opportunity to just like slam electoralism into the conversation more than ever before. The reason why I thought it was a good moment to be a lot more hands-on with these races as opposed to previous cycles that I've been a political commentator during and never really involved myself in this aggressively is not because I saw the youth and I saw the interest of the youth movements, okay? It's because I saw the olds. I would go out there and I would see old people that were also hungry for the change. I saw old people who previously had voted for Hillary Clinton, voted for Kamala Harris, voted for establishment Democrats who genuinely identified and internalized the vote blue no matter who, Bernie was a spoiler mentality, turn around and actually say Bernie was right. I saw them at the Stop Oligarchy rallies, No Oligarchy rallies. I saw them at the No Kings protests. I saw them in Minneapolis. I saw them no matter where I went. If there was any sort of organized movement taking place, the olds were there. The backbone of the liberal movement was there demanding this change. Okay? The boomers, the olds, the college-educated white suburbanites, they have the same investment. They have the same interest. The wine moms are pissed. Okay? When you got the wine moms pissed off and demanding these sorts of changes, then it's a wrap. We'd be foolish not to seize on this opportunity. We'd be foolish not to take advantage of a lot of different demographics in American society that are also looking for this change. That's why these successes for DSA candidates all around the country, they're not an accident. It's not spontaneous. Okay?
It matters who. They sometimes need to lose in order to learn. Sometimes when you lose, you learn. And I'm just telling you right now, if they put a little AIPAC, send Israel all the bombs, give Saudi Arabia all the money, let the UAE run over us and give Trump another plane. If they put another AIPAC sellout moderate in place of Graham Plattner, and they do not put somebody in who is his same ideology, you have my permission to stay your ass home. Then they will learn when Susan Collins gets 6 more years. At this point, we have to teach Democrats. We need to instruct them and teach them how to treat us. It's like being in a relationship. You got to teach people how to treat you.
You know, the good thing about it is 6 more years if she gets in, she might go the way of Mitch McConnell.
She'll be glitching and freezing.
Exactly.
Glitching and freezing because they don't never want to retire. Why that old lady still? She needs to retire too. But you know what? Leave her in there. If they
isn't she older than Mitch McConnell?
Probably. I mean, at this point, they're all 100 years old. But the reality is we're going to focus on the races where the people get to choose the ideology of what they want. People didn't pick Graham Platter because of his stupid tattoos. They picked him because of his ideology.
Yup. Cook. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I mean, incredible. What do you even say? Incredible. Isn't the worry that it isn't a question of learning, but the leadership recognizes the reality and operates as it does anyway? Yes. That's the real truth, by the way. That's the real truth. The real truth nuke is that that the leadership is aware of this and that they're not going to learn any lessons. But this stuff is still important for the voters to understand, to draw a wedge between the voters and the establishment Democrats over and over again, right? Hasan, why wasn't the tattoo enough for you to stop supporting Plattner? I'm Pills Mafia till the bitter end. Do we got to rerun the clip? Pills Mafia, baby. Pills Mafia till the bitter end. Janet Mills. Bro, you got to get serious with these motherfuckers? No. I am serious. Turby Durbin, Pills Mafia, all the way. Right-wing boogeyman Hasan Piker has a diabolical idea to get Mitch McConnell health update. Rumors have been swirling about the senator after he was hospitalized last month. Hasan Piker came up with a wily way to get answers about Senator Mitch McConnell and his health status amid rumors that the 84-year-old may be in critical condition. Oh my God, this is a news story. The progressive political streamer who's been all-consuming obsession of conservative media as of late tried to bait the senator into coming out of hiding by claiming they were having a torrid affair during Wednesday edition of his daily Twitch stream. Riffing on the news of the day, Piker joked that he knows Mitch McConnell's alive and well because he was sexting him last night and can't wait to go to D.C. and see him. Go ahead, Mitch. Deny the relationship if you can, he goaded. Oh, really? You got a problem? Deny it. He can't. He's shy. McConnell hasn't been seen publicly since June 14th when 911 was called to respond to an unconscious person who was believed to have had a heart attack at the senator's Washington, D.C. home address. HuffPo. Oh, hell nah. This is turning into real journalism hours. No. The senator's office has released few details about his current health status. McConnell, who's planning to end his 4-decade Senate career when his term concludes in January, has had a number of health issues in recent years. He was hospitalized in March 2023 after suffering a concussion from a serious fall. Piker's questions about McConnell weren't limited to his spicy livestream claims. On Tuesday X-Post, he called BS on CNN contributor Scott Jennings, claiming he's spoken on the senator on the phone as he continues to recover in hospital care. Jennings' account mirrored stories from a short list of prominent Republicans who all described having 20-minute conversations with McConnell. Piker, one of conservatives' biggest left-wing boogeymen, is far from the only one who's demanding answers about McConnell's health status. That's awesome. Yeah, Wednesday edition of my broadcast. Right-wing boogeyman Hasan Piker has diabolical idea to get Mitch McConnell's health update. Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. You need answers? Didn't HasanAbi actually have phone sex with him? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's real. It turns out when I make these sorts of jokes while I'm wearing a suit, it turns into real news commentary. New York Times opinion piece. Yeah, I'm obviously worried about the health scare on my man Mitchy Mitch. Hey, this is John Hudson with the Post. Is it true that you made Mitch McConnell's toes curl last time you saw him? Why is Washington Post NatSec reporter John Hudson covering this instead of covering like diplomatic cables during America's now ongoing efforts to bring back the war to Iran? John Hudson's like, this is my top story for the Washington Post. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was in between intercepting diplomatic cables. I realized the real story, the real lead I got is this thing. His wife is in China. You're the next best contact. Yeah, that's true. Anyway. I'm skipping the Fox News coverage.
We are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power.
This is so base.
I intend to file.
Okay. We're skipping this stuff.
Out front now, Troy Jackson is former Democratic president of Maine State Senate, who has now filed campaign paperwork just today to possibly replace Plattner if he drops out. You have a lot of experience in politics in Maine, and you ran for governor. You came in third in the Democratic primary there, and you told a local reporter in Maine, and I quote you here: "If Graham's stepping away, I'm very, very interested and think I'm the best person to replace him." But as I mentioned, Troy, there's no known process to get anyone on the ballot whose name isn't Graham Plattner at this point, right? It's an unknown. I mean, would you even have enough time to do this, to get it together, to pull off a win if you got in the next few days?
Well, I think it's definitely a challenge, the shorter timeline. But I think that, again, there's a movement here in Maine and across this country of people that are fed up with healthcare not being offered to everyday people, with prescription drugs, workers' rights. I mean, and we're seeing that here in Maine. And I think that is going to carry whoever is a nominee to victory over Collins, because she doesn't offer any of that. And so that's what I think. I mean, short timeline, obviously money and all that is going to be a challenge, but I definitely think it's doable because the message, the movement is right. And that's what's important.
One state official who's already expressing her interest in replacing Plattner, Secretary of State Janet Bellows. Secretary Bellows was a candidate for the Democratic nomination in the Maine governor's race, but lost last month's primary to former Maine House Speaker Hannah Pingree. To those who are suggesting that this process for replacing Plattner, assuming Plattner steps aside, would be undemocratic. Some have compared it to Vice President Harris replacing President Biden in 2024. as being undemocratic. What do you say to criticism that if Plattner drops out, the new Democratic nominee is going to be someone voters did not actually choose?
So as Secretary of State, I can speak to the process. And Maine law is very clear that primary candidates can withdraw up to 5 p.m. on the second Tuesday in July. And then the party can choose a replacement candidate up to the fourth Monday, that's July 27th, by 5 p.m. The law is silent on how the parties choose their candidates. I know the Maine Democratic Party has pledged to be as open and transparent as possible. I think it's really important that as many Democratic voters have a voice in this process when Graham Plattner withdraws. I think that's really important, that focus on participation and inclusion.
As someone who would like to be the Democratic Senate nominee, how do you think it should play out? What do you think that process should be?
So to be clear, I'm still seriously considering it, but I think it's really important that whoever the nominee is able to unite Mainers and beat Susan Collins with just over 100 days to go, because the stakes are so high. Control of the U.S. Senate is at stake. Holding Donald Trump accountable and standing up and fighting for the working class over billionaires and massive corporations, those ideals, that is incredibly important. And I think there's tremendous energy in Maine to beat Susan Collins and to win control of the U.S. Senate. And I think we can't lose sight of the fact that this was never about a person, it was a movement for change.
He was a Graham Plattner supporter. That was at least until yes.
I want to hear from, well, first of all, we have a Mainer. We have a Mainer with a Shayna Bellows sticker who's ready to go. Okay? This position is for the seizing, for the taking. Okay? His name is Zoran Kwame Mamdani, responsible for the Students for Justice for Palestine chapter starting in Bowdoin College in Maine. Okay. Zoran Mamdani. The problem, of course, is that back in 2014, Bellows got absolutely destroyed by Susan Collins. Okay? Interestingly enough, there's another Mainer who now lives in New York City. Her name, Miss Rachel. Miss Maine Rachel. May I suggest Zoran Mamdani? So there are a lot of Mainers. They just don't live in Maine any longer. They've chosen to live in New York City instead. We are cursed with the crop of talent that we got. It is what it is. I don't think Miss Rachel's audience can vote quite just yet. God damn, what the hell is this? The live link for CNN. Haley Stevens is on CNN right now talking about Abdul, but I can't figure out the live link because there's too many ads. Does anyone have a CNN live? Incoming vocal stems? Okay, calm down. Calm down. Vladimir Putin.
And public health. And I'm not going to stop as Michigan's next United States Senator. When it matters, when it counts, when we see billionaires getting tax cuts while Michiganders pay more for health care, utility bills, and groceries. I got people breaking down in stores to me right now about what's going on in their lives. We've worked too hard for this. We know how to make it through tough times, and I am eager to be one of the leaders that the people of my great state deserve in this moment.
Fair enough. Now, I know I said I was about to let you go, but I did want to circle back and ask you one follow-up question to what we were talking about before. You addressed Israel's right to exist. You said that you support a two-state solution. Does that mean, do you think Palestine has a right to exist?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And I believe in the right of the people of Palestine to self-determine as a peaceful state alongside a peaceful state of Israel.
Okay, follow the question. Follow the question. Standing military? Standing military for Palestine?
I have worked as a member of Congress. That is where I've pushed for aid and resources. This is why I'm in something called the Abraham Accords caucus to support peace and within the region.
Gross!
Rebuilding of Gaza that needs to happen immediately, that needs to
Gross!
continue to happen.
She's literally pro-Trump.
Rebuilding that will have to go on in Lebanon as Hezbollah gets diminished and removed. And look, you know, we've got to see a path forward for democracy and free trade and freedom. I believe in freedom. Thank you.
All right, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, thanks very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Dude, she just literally ripped a Trump policy verbatim. Well, multiple. She said she's also pro diminishing Hezbollah. Hezbollah. That's crazy. Yeah, no, this is so here's the deal. Here's the deal. Okay? Here's what's up. I'm gonna put you on some game right now. Super simple solution. Super simple solution to this problem. It's very clear that AIPAC is allowing their stooges a lot more bandwidth to be critical of Israel. Okay? A lot more bandwidth to be critical of Israel because they realize that Americans fucking hate Israel. This is new. AIPAC in the past would not allow any kind of allow any kind of criticism. She still doesn't really criticize Israel, if you noticed. So all you got to do is be like, is Israel an occupation? Is Israel maintaining an apartheid? They're going to say no. They can't say yes to that, at least for the time being. But if they were to say yes to that, then you go, okay, if it's an apartheid, if it's an occupation, then are you in favor of the abolition of it? Okay. And two, what are the steps that you're comfortable with in enforcing the abolition of this apartheid or ending this occupation? Are you comfortable with an arms embargo? Are you comfortable with sanctions on Israel? So right now, the red line for AIPAC has moved beyond, you know, even sometimes being critical of Netanyahu. It's very clear you can be critical of Netanyahu now without them getting too frustrated with you. Okay? So you just move on. You move on. The struggle continues. You just got to keep pushing. Okay. A major arm of the pro-Israel lobby backs Rahm Emanuel's tough love speech, a sign that it views his sentiment as the best option it can hope for a Democratic Party increasingly skeptical of its worldview. Democratic majority for Israel actually finds Rahm Emanuel's tough love speech saying that Israel doesn't have a Democratic Party problem, Israel has an America problem, Israel has a generational problem, to be an acceptable speech. This is an arm of AIPAC. Okay? This is an AIPAC subsidiary. So if they're subscribing to this, that means you can hear similar sentiment from Haley Stevens as well. Okay? Of course, their tactics were going to change. Right? These people are not so ideologically minded that they were never going to engage in a level of pragmatism. It took them years to get here, but now we have to also make sure that we change our tactics as well. It's that simple. Because the ultimate goal has always been the end to the occupation, the end to the apartheid, accountability for genocide, right? That's always been the ultimate goal. So BDS is the floor, technically, and we can't even get them to subscribe to the floor. But we will. Okay? They're moving the goalposts, which means the goalposts are coming closer to our vision. Okay? It's that simple. One of the things that the AIPAC-backed candidates will never say is that Israel committed a genocide. One of the things that they will never subscribe to is the notion that Israel is an apartheid state. Okay? It's the truth. So we asked them. We asked them how they feel about that. They won't be able to say something truthful there because they don't operate off of a place of moral conviction. This is just like whatever AIPAC is giving them as an allowance, the room to breathe, the room to maneuver in the American political landscape. This is not a genuine change of heart for these people. It's not at all. It's simply them trying to win elections so they can still be loyal servants to the state of Israel. Okay? This is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It's only a bad thing if we do not recognize these changes taking place.
Yesterday, Dr. Shah, welcome. I'm eager to get your take because I wonder, have you even spoken with Plattner or his campaign since the sexual assault allegations surfaced yesterday?
Well, good evening, Maura, and thank you for having me on. And I have not spoken with Graham, nor have I spoken directly with his campaign. Like so many others, when I read, and my wife and I read, the horrifying and appalling allegations yesterday, we both simultaneously developed a pit in our stomach. And I went to Twitter and other social media platforms as quickly as I could and called for him to withdraw his name from consideration in this race. What I'm looking to now is how we fill this void and ultimately defeat Senator Collins come November.
Now, obviously, the allegations, extremely disturbing. He does deny them, but Plattner, at least in this campaign, has been no stranger to controversy. I mean, there's been questionable conduct toward women that's been out since before the primary. Lindsay Feifeld accused Plattner of domestic abuse to the New York Times. Now, he has denied that as well. What was it about this latest allegation for you to withdraw your support as opposed to the prior controversies?
Absolutely, and that's the.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, Shah. I'm gonna repeat this one more time, but Shah quite literally said in a town hall meeting that landlords were unjustly maligned and that he was on the side of landlords. Just remember that when you hear anything that he's saying here, okay?
Exact right question to focus on. There were a few things that are different here. Number one of them is the severity of them, alleged forcible rape. The other is the documentation that accompanied it. And of course, there's also this phenomenon of more at some point becomes the straw that breaks the proverbial camel's back. There were too many lines here that were crossed. And for me and for so many other Democrats, this was not a direction we continue to want to go. That's because, Laura, the stakes are incredibly high. We have an obligation as in service of not just Mainers, but in service of the entire country to defeat Senator Collins this upcoming November. And it was clear that Mr. Plattner would be unable to do so. That's the course that I'm evaluating right now.
There are so many Plattner voters who are feeling incredibly let down. We remember after the last set of allegations concerning sexting and beyond, he talked about how essentially he was being targeted. They were weaponizing campaigns against him. The supporters behind him spoke about their ferocious support for him. But if he steps down now, and that's an if because he is still in the race as we are talking right now, but if he steps down, and if, say, you jump into this race, you aren't just asking for their votes, you're asking for their trust. How do you prove to Plattner's supporters that you might be able to deliver on those promises that he has so readily made?
You know, that will be a challenge facing whoever the next nominee is. And I believe, as you note, that I'm in a
You want it
strong
to be you?
position to earn. My family and I, as well as my team and I, are evaluating the options right now. We want to make sure it's the right decision for our family as well.
Yes, this is the school privatization, school voucher guy. This is the pro landlord guy.
Well as the right decision professionally, in part because of how much is at stake right now, as I've mentioned.
Bro, you can't say Rizla's motherfucker. This is Maine, okay? What the hell is this? In the coming days, the Trump administration will hold a meeting with dozens of nations to discuss fighting Antifa. But some U.S. officials are worried it's part of an effort by Sebastian Gorka to use powerful tools designed for fighting foreign terrorists to crack down on left-wing activists in the U.S. That's precisely what they're going to do. Yeah, their goals are to eviscerate any kind of discontent, any kind of dissent in the country against Donald Trump. It's not like Antifa or whatever. So if liberals personally think that this is going to spare them, they're stupid. It's not going to spare them at all. They are trying to normalize the NSPM 7 standard for combating what they perceive is terrorism. America has no domestic terror statute because it's in direct odds with the First Amendment. This is going to be a test for the First Amendment, considering that this Supreme Court was pliant enough to almost gut birthright citizenship by executive fiat. This is going to be a terrifying court case that will come up eventually. Okay? Some Trump administration officials fear that a future Democratic administration could use the Gorka tactic against U.S. conservatives. The idea is you're setting a precedent for a future Gavin Newsom administration to turn these authorities on conservatives, said a U.S. official. White House says there's no risk of that here. We will not permit the weaponization of America's unparalleled counterterrorism capabilities for partisan purposes. Yeah, future Gavin Newsom
And as you
administration.
know, Laura, job number one for whoever the next nominee will be to unify the party, including many of Mr. Plattner's supporters. In the recent gubernatorial, where I came in second place, we had a significant number of crossover voters who were voters of mine as well as voters of Graham. Graham and I share a lot of the same progressive ideals, like Medicare for all, taxing billionaires. But make no mistake, there will be a challenge to make sure that the party is unified. Without a unified party, Senator Collins will win re-election, and that will be to the detriment of all Mainers.
For months, the populist progressive energy inside the Democratic Party has been concentrated in blue cities. But now that movement is testing something bigger. Can a Democratic socialist win over voters in one of America's most competitive swing states? Does the energy in New York, LA, DC, and Denver translate in the Midwest? Progressive Democratic Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed of Michigan certainly thinks so. And in Wisconsin, Democratic Socialist Assemblywoman Francesca Hong is now leading the polls in the state's Democratic primary for governor. Assemblywoman Hong joins me now. It is great to see you this morning and to have you on. I want to start our conversation just digging in a little bit into your background, because it's different than the backgrounds of a lot of the politicians that we speak to. You're the child of Korean immigrants. At one point, you had to drop out of college to work. And
who we rooting for in Wisconsin? Francesca Hong all the way, baby. What the fuck are you talking about? And one of the things that you will see in this interview that Fox News covered is the same thing that they're trying to do with Abdul. They're trying to hit her with the Abdul line. Why did you appear on Hasan Piker's stream? Don't you regret it?
you were sued last year over credit card debts that you've since paid off, but that's something that many Americans can actually relate to, but maybe not too many governors or lawmakers. So tell me a bit about how your personal upbringing has informed your politics.
Well,
I'm interview mogging MSNBC, MSDNC. I asked this question way better
First of all, thank you so much, Antonio, for having me. And being a service industry worker means that, I am a hustler and I know what it means to work hard, like so many Wisconsinites across the state. And my lived experiences in the service.
David Crowley dropped out and told everyone else to drop out and support Rodriguez is fuck, dog. Yeah. I know. They are aggressively trying to push the centrist line of support behind one candidate. They're trying to solidify centrist support behind Rodriguez right now. And the other side of the story, of course, is Mandela Barnes, who previously had who previously ran as a left flank candidate, and they dropped the National Party did not support him for that reason. So now Barnes is actually running a centrist candidacy himself, but he still has like a little bit of that progressive wing backing him as well. So Francesca actually has, even though she's the most popular and has been the most popular candidate in the primaries, there are a lot of forces. There are a lot of forces that are at play here that are trying to rat fuck Francesca Hong's candidacy.
Service industry, as a restaurant owner, and 5 years now in the state legislature, I think it gives me an opportunity to connect with voters in many different ways.
Tell me about those connections, because as I've watched your campaign from afar, you're not just going out there and talking to Democrats. You are crossing through your state, trying to talk to.
Yeah, Mandela Barnes losing to Ron Johnson was a scarring incident. And it wasn't because of his own faults or failures. It was literally because he was running as the most progressive person at that point. And when that happened, the National Party did not back him at all. They were too busy fucking deploying all funds to, if I remember, DSCC didn't support him, and they basically chose not to give him any aid. And the party was spending money elsewhere, like very foolish races, like, Val Demings and all these other foolish races. Whereas Mandela Barnes, like with a little bit of support, would have definitely actually defeated Ron Johnson. It was a huge deal back then, I remember. Having said that, Mandela Barnes is not the progressive hero either. I'm just saying, in comparison to fucking Ron Johnson, he would have been much better. And Mandela Barnes is basically in this race right now and has decent viability and is probably the best challenger to Francesca Hong, which is really, really bad. Unfortunately, I hope. I mean, the right thing to do for Barnes would be to literally drop out and lend all of his support to Francesca Hong. But none of these guys unfortunately actually give a shit about a movement. They're not real movement builders. They are simply in it for themselves. That is the reality.
More conservative residents in Wisconsin. And I'm curious how it goes when you connect with them and then they hear that word socialist, which in so many of our media ecosystems is, something that they're told to be very afraid of.
Yeah, I know people who are longtime friends with Barnes, and I can tell you from the friends he keeps, he definitely ain't no progressive. Yeah, there was another person who literally said, I used to be friends with Barnes. Yeah, Mandela and I used to be friends, and now he's so moderate, shit sucks. Yeah, he pivoted. When he got cooked by the National Democrats from the DSCC and got no support, and he lost that race, I think it bricked him, and it made him into this this Warrenite style wrecker.
I love talking to everyone and anyone, literally sometimes stopping folks in the streets. And what we hear so often is that people are stressed, they're tired, and they're ready for change as opposed to this chaos. I think that when folks hear socialism, they may be taken aback, but I bring it back to potholes and the Packers and public education and, issues that have broad bipartisan support and broad bipartisan opposition, like data centers, and then support for our public schools and universal childcare, lowering working class people's taxes by taxing the wealthiest few and mega corporations. These are issues and conversations that I'm having with folks in every corner of our state.
I want to talk to you and dig in a bit more.
What do the dumbass fucking Packers have to do with this? Fuck the Packers? Bro, shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass mouth up, okay? We're talking about the beautiful state of Wisconsin. Go Packers all day, every day. I'm a fucking cheesehead. Ride or die. Sorry. It's the only publicly owned fucking team, okay? It's the only motherfucking publicly owned team in the goddamn NFL. How dare you? How dare you? Public ownership, baby. Potholes, Packers, public schools, Francesca Hong in 5. Order a cheesehead? Are you fucking kidding me? I will be wearing that goddamn cheesehead when I go to Wisconsin. I'm coming. Wisconsin, I'm coming to your state. And I'll be wearing that goddamn cheesehead everywhere I go.
On data centers, because that's a huge issue, not just in Wisconsin, but around the country. And I know that there are some voters and some who are not Democrats considering you because of your stance on AI data centers. You've called for a moratorium on their construction. Your state already has dozens of them, though. And I'm wondering what you think you can really deliver for voters with a moratorium, and if there's any risk of Wisconsin losing out if construction continues all across the country.
These dozens of data centers across Wisconsin are exempt from sales and use tax, and the construction of more hyperscale AI data centers, the response has been that communities want community control, not NDAs and promises of jobs, but real concrete measures that will put regulations that preserve our natural resources, protect ratepayers from skyrocketing utility costs, and that we are thinking about our shared future for our kids where there's clean water, lower costs, and taxpayers aren't on the hook for what could happen when these data centers are no longer in use.
I want to talk to you a bit about some of the debates and controversies that have also been a part of this race, because while we talked about socialism and sort of the labels coming from the right, the reality is that there are criticisms that have come on the left as well. You appeared on 2 controversial live streams, one with Hasan Piker, another with a guy called Mike from Pennsylvania, former Democratic Wisconsin Elections Commissioner Ann Jacobs said of your appearances this: when you decide these are the sort of people you want to hang out with in order to raise money, you have made clear that you either 1, agree with them, or 2, can be bought, or 3, both. Fran Hong appears to be all. She is willing to sell out the Jews of Wisconsin for a few bucks. And I want to give you the opportunity to respond to that.
I condemn hatred, discrimination, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia, any sort of dehumanizing of communities. Being on these streams, it's important that we get our message out in places where campaigns struggle to reach voters. Just because I am on a platform certainly does not mean that I endorse everything that has been said.
MSNBC, by the way. MS Now. Calling me and Michael from Pennsylvania controversial. This is the most liberal mainstream media network. All I'm going to say is this. I've never appeared on MS Now. I've never appeared on MS Now. Think. Jonathan Greenblatt, on the other hand, appears on MS Now all the time. Yeah. My dog Kyra says hello. She also says she's happy for not having an electric collar. Hell yeah. My dog Kyra is also happy for not having an electric collar.
By either the hosts or other people who have gone on. And if candidates and elected officials who are speaking with more controversial hosts, if we are to be responsible for everything that they have ever said, I would point to the fact that Tom Tiffany.
I like how everyone just concedes to the idea that you're anti-Semitic and a terrorist. They just say they don't agree with your beliefs. It's fucking bullshit, to be honest. I don't care. I don't care because I don't want Abdul or Francesca to get bogged down defending the most negatively framed choice quotes that they're going to slam if they come across like they're endorsing everything that I've ever said. Okay? You have to be pragmatic. Obviously, if these people thought that I was a fucking vicious anti-Semite, they wouldn't come on my broadcast, okay? If they thought that myself or Michael from Pennsylvania were like rabid anti-Semites, then they wouldn't do this. They wouldn't come on my podcast, my broadcast, or his, right? It's just a very effective way to deflate this bad faith smear, this bad faith attack. Especially because it has nothing to do with policy, and these are policy-centered campaigns. Okay? These are policy-centered campaigns. The best thing you can do in the circumstances is be like, look, I'm talking to a bunch of people that we have left behind. I'm not going to endorse every single thing that any content creator has said. But having said that, of course I'm going to go there to talk to people. Of course I'm going to go to talk to people. I don't agree with everything you've said, but I'm here talking to your audience, right? And as governor of a swing state, what I'm doing every day is talking to Trump voters, right? Hey, young man, do you have some kind of resource illustrating how you're not anti-Semitic against these ADL third-way websites, like a formal resource or something? I mean, not really. It's just my long, many years of advocacy. These elections aren't ego tests for you. If they need to shit on you to win, you don't give a shit. The reality is that those who you talk to, like Fran, Zoran, Abdul, understand that they don't have to shit on you to still be on the right side of issues. Exactly. If they were to turn around and be like, yeah, Hasan, I'm really sorry for going on his stream. Okay. I'm really sorry for going on his stream. He's really bad. He's really fucked up or whatever. That actually would not just like ruin their credibility, but that actually would be a massive mistake. Not because I'm like a super popular person, right? I'm not saying that at all. But it would be a mistake because then they would be admitting guilt when no such guilt needs to be admitted. Then they would say, oh, well, why did you go on a stream then? Are you stupid? Why did you do that? Like, so that would be a sign of weakness, and that would be weaponized against them. Okay? That would be weaponized against them endlessly. As a matter of fact, them refusing to back down on these appearances and also deflecting on these appearances, like being raised as an issue, is the smart thing to do, because they get to solidify not only their support for certain causes, right? But then also on top of that, they get to show that they're real fighters, that they're not going to back away from certain issues, like their moral convictions, right? On certain issues, especially on Israel, which is huge. And not only that, but they also get to reframe the conversation about how open-minded they are about, they get to reframe the conversation around like being able to talk to people where they are. Okay?
the Republican likely nominee, has been on a radio show that has called for the execution of the governor of Minnesota. So I think it's important to recognize that when we are campaigning in areas where folks may not have.
Are you going to talk about this? Dude, what's happening? You spammed the chat with bullshit. Yeah, I saw, man. I don't care. Yeah, she literally said she was wrong and apologized for it. The fuck do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Or who are you in the tank for? Because let me tell you something, okay? Francesca Hong is far above everybody else in this fucking race in terms of her advocacy for Palestinians. So who are you in favor of? Who is your replacement? Who the fuck do you think is better on this issue? Yes, Francesca Hong apologized when she saw an effigy that she thought was anti-Semitic. Her constituents were calling her on it. She called 911 to be like, hey, can you guys take this down? Like, this looks like a hate crime. Okay? This was in 2023. Do you feel like this is a valid critique? Like, she apologized for it. She literally said she regrets the decision, that she was wrong about it, that she's sorry for it. Do you feel like this is a relevant point? She's over here literally fucking defending, going on my stream, going on Michael from Pennsylvania's stream, saying like we got to go on these different places. So what is it? Why are you bringing this up? Yeah, people tricked her by cropping photos, and she introduced the bill at the suggestion of the artist. 33% of your chat left your community for less. Yes, I know. She lied about it. She's flip-flopping. Yes, this is very concerning about her judgment. Who are you invested in this race? Tell me right now. I will endorse them instead. Who's your guy or gal? Come on. Go ahead. We're waiting. I want to hear. Who's your person? She called it a genocide a week after October 7th. She was a leader in the uncommitted movement in Wisconsin. She has done the fucking laps. She has the legitimacy. This is not only a fuck up, certainly, okay, but it's an explainable one. Tell me who your guy is. Following since 38 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago. I think we can have a conversation about how concerning this is. Why is that crazy? Explain to me why you think it's appropriate to tarnish the actual moral conviction demonstrated by a person who has gone above and beyond on this issue. Explain to me why you think someone who's an advocate for not only BDS, but also an embargo on Israel, running for Wisconsin governor, is being called into question. Okay? Is being called into question. Who is your person in this race? Who's your person in this race? Who's your preferred candidate? I'm asking you a super simple question. Who is your preferred candidate? Not Fran. Okay, so who is it? Ultra or APAC intern, call it? No, this is nothing. Who's your preferred candidate? Carlos Dixon. Carlos Dixon is your preferred candidate. independent writing campaign, Carlos Dixon. I think you're talking to him right now. No, I'm not. I think this person looked up whoever they could potentially, because they said not Fran at first, after I kept asking over and over again. Okay. Writing candidate for Wisconsin governor posts videos of himself removing yards from signs. Writing candidate for Wisconsin governor posted a video on social media of himself. Carlos Lamar Dixon, an independent candidate for governor, posted the video to Facebook on May 27, pulling yard signs out of lawns in Milwaukee's Riverwest neighborhood. Dixon targeted campaign signs for state rep Francesca Hong's gubernatorial campaign and state rep Ryan Clancy's reelection campaign. Both of those candidates are supported by the Democratic Socialists of America, or DSA. Dixon told the Milwaukee Courier that the yard signs are being held hostage and for ransom in opposition to the DSA's campaigns. Dixon ties the DSA organization to Zionists and the Israeli government. I'm an anti-Zionist. I'm an anti-imperialist. I am anti-colonialism. That's what motivated me to do it, Dixon said. I don't want to make a version of capitalism that works for America. We need a revolution right now. Dixon said it's a contradiction that the Hong campaign is running on an affordability agenda while asking for donations. Hong claims, dude, I'm sorry. Every damn day that I have to fucking deal with another like spiritual Spartacist is another damn day where I get closer and closer to certain excesses and certain political concepts that I never thought I would be understanding of, never thought I would be sympathetic to. Okay? Oh my fucking God. No, this is not an ultra. It's worse. It's a trot. I always wondered when I first ventured into left book territory many, many years ago, all the way pre 2016. I always wondered why one of the number one rules in every left book group was no trots. At first I was like, what is the reason for this? What's up with the fucking trots? Why is every ideological tendency on the left saying no fucking trots? Why is that the reason? You learned the fucking reason fairly early on. Thank you. Yeah. Pie in the sky idealism. A revolution that never came. A demand against pragmatism every single step of the way. And then turning into a fucking neocon later down the line. Telltale markers of a... Never mind. I don't even want to move into this any longer. Okay? Yeah. One of the most famous former Spartacists is Jim Cramer. Mad Money Jim Cramer. Always remember that! Look, there are plenty of instances where MLs will get mad at me and will yell about my destructive behavior of the revolutionary tendency, a bastardization of Lenin's writings. Well, I guess trots do that too, because they also will talk about Lenin on great terms. Thank you for this, chatter. This guy isn't a trot. He's just very mentally ill. Well,
a Milwaukee man running for governor of Wisconsin is stealing political campaign signs around town and posting videos about it on social media. Even though it's illegal, he says he won't stop doing it. Check this out.
So you're running for governor, but it appears you're breaking laws every day. Why should Wisconsinites trust you?
I mean, am I breaking any laws? I'll have that.
Carlos Lamar Dixon
all day long.
has spent this past week recording himself,
Enjoy your Ring doorbell camera.
stealing campaign signs of Democratic gubernatorial candidate Francesca Hong
Not this bull right here, though.
and 19th District Representative Ryan Clancy. Dixon, who says he's an independent write-in candidate for governor, filmed this video Thursday in Milwaukee's River West neighborhood and posted it to Facebook. When was the first time you've done this? Is this new?
It is new. I think it was yesterday.
Dixon says he's not stealing the signs. Instead,
taking signs for ransom as hostage. I am anti-MAGA. I am anti-capitalism. I am anti-establishment. I am anti-Zionism. So whoever falls under those categories can feel the wrath of my political dissent.
On Thursday, Dixon insisted 12 News interview him.
Interesting that he's only going after Democratic Socialist candidates, though. Interesting.
In front of a Milwaukee police station.
If I do get arrested, I'll get out and I'll try to find some more signs.
So you're not concerned about being?
Not concerned at all.
We asked Milwaukee police if they're aware of the Facebook videos. The department said they did not have any calls for service regarding them. Dixon also posted on Facebook Thursday, writing, quote, "Politicians should be grateful that all I want is yard signs and not their heads." Was that a threat?
Was it a threat? I'm asking you a question. Was it a threat?
I'm asking you. Was it a threat?
I'm asking you. Was it a threat?
Dixon says his sign stealing will cross political lines and target a GOP gubernatorial candidate too.
I see some Tom Tiffany signs out there. I'm going to go snatch those up if I get the chance.
He doesn't know how many signs he's taken, but claims they're all at his home.
This is the candidate of this guy's choosing who was like, Francesca Hong is bad.
Have already heard our message. It's important to let them know.
Campaign lawn signs are a vehicle of bourgeois capitalist and imperialist oppression on the proletariat of the world. If you really think about it, it's true. It's funny, the deeper you go into like leftist movements, the more experience you have in these spaces, the more you will see these people over and over again. They always prop up.
Know that we are a campaign that is fighting for working class people, and it's important that folks are staying engaged on our elections here in Wisconsin.
I want to ask you about how Israel and Gaza have also reshaped this race. It's reshaped the Democratic Party all across the country. It's not just the case in Wisconsin. You have made very clear, you've said that you believe Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. And there's also been this debate in your state over an incident from 2023 in which you called the police twice to report an anti-Israel protest display of some kind on behalf of constituents who told you at that time that they believed that it was anti-Semitic. You've since apologized for doing that. Can you explain why?
I was unaware that this was an act of protest. I did not see the words ceasefire now, and I was responding to community members and my constituents that had expressed deep concern over that display. And so I was responding to people's fear and pain, and I always will choose.
There's trots in the DSA too, by the way. I'm not talking about all of them. All right. Talking about a very specific type.
To make sure that communities feel safe. And as a democratic socialist, it means that my values are rooted in democracy, fairness, and human rights. And whether it's here or across different parts of the country or across the world, it's important that we denounce genocide and call it for what it is, and vow to protect communities and ensure that everyone feels safe in practicing their faith.
With our final seconds here, can you just tell me?
They followed 40 minutes ago, subbed the post, and then deactivated their account, by the way. I'm willing to bet that is actually him. At first, I didn't think that was the case, but low-key, that is definitely him. It's either him or a federal agent at this point. This guy's on my feed every day. I hate him. I'm from Milwaukee. He constantly hates on Hong and calls you out. By the way, that was him earlier. Respect. That was definitely him. What is this? Look at my communist dog. Oh, dude, come on. Stop. We're not doing that. No, that's bait. I don't want to touch that right now. Stop it.
Bit about how you plan to build on the legacy of Tony Evers in the state.
Because that's like twofold. Look, I just did the Socialist Worker Party Marxist conference, okay? I don't want to get into this right now. That's a trot organization, is it not?
Someone that many Democrats still have immense affection for there, and maybe wondering sort of how your policies, your process may build on his.
We will carry forward the governor's passion for public education, ensuring that we are fully funding our public schools and public universities, that our governor has been forced to govern by defense, and Democrats now have an opportunity to win back the trifecta and ensure that we are delivering for Wisconsinites on healthcare, on public schools, on environmentalism. Our Wisconsin progressive roots run deep, and this is a state where so many progressive ideals and policies have come from, and we're ready to move those forward and deliver for Wisconsinites.
Francesca Hong, so good to have you on MS Now. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me, Antonia.
Look, all you need to know about some of the trot tendencies is that
if Democrats,
they get the benefit of leaning into a profoundly important participation of the revolution who never actually seized power afterwards. So they never had to deal with all of the issues of governance. Okay? That's it. That's the nicest, most charitable interpretation of people who love Trotsky and believe that he would have done a better job than Stalin. Okay? The problem is there's one element of Trotsky, who was a fantastic writer for the record. There's one element of Trotsky that some trots carry the flame on, which is being unparalleled in being a fucking nuisance. Okay? It's insane. Down to motherfucking Frida Kahlo. The encounters. The encounters show the history.
have any hope of winning control of the Senate this November, virtually every path involves holding each seat that they currently control while flipping 4 Republican-held seats. The most vulnerable of the states that they are currently defending is now Michigan, which MS Now rates as a toss-up. With the Democratic primary now less than a month away, the latest poll shows a statistical dead heat. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, a four-term moderate, has the support of 42% of voters.
Not Haley Stevens carrying the flame. I mean, we do it too, so let's be real. We do it too here, folks. Folks! We do it too. As long as you subscribe. If you subscribe for $6 or for free or gift a sub. If you subscribe for $6 or for free or gift a sub, we too can carry the flame like Haley Stevens.
According to a new Politico poll, while Abdul El Sayed, a progressive former public health official, gets the support of 41%. This is all well within the margin of error. And it is important to note that a full 18% in this survey say they are not sure who they'll support, which means this is a race that could flip at any moment. We have extended invitations to both of the Democratic candidates, and one of them joins me now, Abdul El Sayed, Democratic candidate for the United States Senate in Michigan. Abdul, thank you for joining us. I just laid out some of the polls, and I think a lot of people know that you had been leading.
You'll never guess who Haley Stevens endorsed in the 2020 run for president? Michael Bloomberg. Easy question. Don't even come at me on my Haley Stevens trivia. Huh. You think I'm not the fucking king of Haley Stevens trivia? What do you mean? By the way, between Abdul and Haley, only one literally took out a dude who's not only Jewish, but is like a prominent fixture in the Jewish community, Andy Levin. It's so funny. Haley Stevens did something objectively more anti-Semitic than Abdul El Sayed ever could do, which was go after a candidate that was like somewhat critical of Israel, or pretty critical of Israel at the time. And take him out at the behest of AIPAC.
In the polls when it was a three-person race. But then after Mallory McMorrow dropped, Haley Stevens has closed in on you. So how are you going to win?
Level 3 hype train. If you want me to carry the flame, if you want, what gives? If you want me to carry the flame, subscribe or gift a sub. What gives? Level 5 hype train. Just ignore me. Thank you. What Tommy says? What Tommy says? Thank you for the 50 subs. What gives?
This race, like, who is your coalition?
So thank you first for having me. And I just want to draw attention that poll wasn't from Politico. That poll seems to be funded by AIPAC, and they are really eager to generate this idea that somehow all of these voters who would have supported my past opponent, Mallory McMorrow, are now supporting the current opponent, Haley Stevens. But look,
can I make a point about that? I wanted to ask you about those kind of polls, but since you brought it up, I'm wondering, because I have heard similar things about a poll that you put out that showed that you all were, I think it was something like 13 or 16 points ahead of Haley Stevens. I am somebody that knows intimately polls don't vote, people do. So I guess I take it back to whether the polls are being juiced or not. What is the coalition that you think you can put together to win in this primary?
Well, I'll tell you this, we're already putting it together. I've been up and down the state, 110 different cities now, 450 public events. And polling, you're right, is this really imperfect science. What really matters is who you can energize to bring out. Most polls agree that I am dominating the field among young people, 83-6 at this point. And then you have communities of color, whether that is the Black community in Detroit, where I served, or across Wayne County. That is communities of color, including the Latino community and the Arab and Muslim community. And then you have voters out in the rest of the state, folks who are affiliated with Indivisible. That's done an amazing job organizing. And then, of course, you have labor, dominant, mighty labor in Michigan. We've been proud to earn the endorsement of the UAW, endorsements of the AFT and the National Nurses United, and the vast majority of labor members in the state of Michigan. And more importantly, right, we are having a conversation every single day with folks who are asking, how do we come together to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all? As we all know, in 2024, unfortunately, Michigan went to Donald Trump. And that was because we could not keep a group together that included a lot of those quote unquote undecided or middle voters. I don't know that middle is the right term, but I do know that there are a lot of people who've been alienated by politics on both sides of the aisle, and we're reaching out to them to actually talk about what it looks like to bring people back to the center of our politics rather than be dominated by corporations, which, unfortunately, whether you're talking about Haley Stevens or Mike Rogers, tend to be funded that way.
You know, the point you made about 2024, I mean, Michigan elected Donald Trump, but also sent Alyssa Slotkin to the United States Senate. So there were clearly some split ticket voters. I want to go back to the coalition piece here, because when you look at like what Trump did in, which I have thoughts about, what he did in Michigan, Detroit turnout was a little bit softer, right? Macomb County was more Republican. Rural counties definitely maxed out. There were working class voters that moved to the right. And then the Democratic margins among Black men and young people were slightly smaller than what they needed to be. So I called up a lot of Black folks in Michigan today that I know. I've worked a lot of campaigns in my former life. And I talked to some people that are squarely in your camp. I've talked to some people that said they are not in your camp. And I've talked to some people that said, look, either one could get elected. One of the things that I heard is that some people are hesitant to support you because you didn't support Kamala Harris in 2024.
That's literally not true. He was the first Muslim leader in the state. Talking shit. What is this? Oh yeah, no, he's not talking shit. He's talking about Abdul El-Sayed holding several positions in Detroit and Wayne County government and got 30% of the vote for a run for governor in 2018, saying like he has been vetted. Abdul's biggest problem was he was right too early, man. Level 6 hype train almost done. Level 6 hype train is at 50 seconds remaining at 92%. What gives? Hasan's biggest donor. 30 seconds remaining. Will we carry the flame or not? Paralyzed pendant plug. What gives? Thank you for the 10. Mate, feed, art, with the 50. Level 7 hype train. Is it K-pop one? Okay, fine, whatever. Not yet. Not yet. What gives? Level 7 hype train almost done. You're actually getting a little better at the accent. It's weird. That's how you get better at the accent. You just keep doing it. Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. 90% at level 7 hype train. Sorry. 90%. You saw a post, level 8 hype train. You saw a post on r/Michigan, and people in Michigan were saying they don't recognize our accent. Isn't it Upper Peninsula? Isn't that what it is? No? That's not Uper? No, it's like what a West Coaster thinks the Midwest sounds like. I don't know what it is, but I like it. Isn't it early for food, bro? The level of parasocialism is unbelievable. Like, motherfuckers are timing when I eat my lunch, bro. Level 8 hype train, 3 minutes remaining, 17%. Only 2 levels until we carried the flame.
Like, what are you trying to do to bring people together?
Can I just address that straight up?
Yeah.
I definitely endorsed Vice President Harris in 2024. I endorsed her
Why are they saying
the
you
day
didn't?
after she was the nominee. Yeah, well, it's some mis and disinformation. Look, when the other side has $40 million of AIPAC money to spend, they move a lot of disinformation. You know, I got the receipts to prove it. The truth of the matter is I endorsed her, even though I had endorsed uncommitted, because at the end of the day, whether you saw this election from the eyes of a child in Detroit or the eyes of a child in Gaza, Vice President Harris would have been so much better. And I spent a lot of time both on the phone with leaders in the Arab and Muslim community, in basements and living rooms, having conversations about just how crazy Donald Trump really would be in a second term, and having conversations with the Harris campaign about why they needed to move on policy regarding the Middle East. Unfortunately, the outcome was a catastrophe. It was one of the most frustrating 3-month periods of my whole life. I learned a lot in that period, and I bring that to this work. I think anybody who wants to divide us about what happened in the past is missing the opportunity to bring us together.
Chat's so funny. Chat getting mad at Abdul saying he was one of the first in the Muslim community to endorse Kamala Harris as though that's like a fucking bad thing in Wayne County. Dude. Are you insane? It's a Democratic primary, dude. What are you talking about? I don't get it. It would literally, first of all, it would cook his ass if he hadn't. Right now, they'd be blasting that shit nonstop. Guys, Cori Bush was presented as a spoiler who hates the Democrats in Missouri 1. AIPAC knows how to AIPAC knows how to activate people. Please. We're talking about someone running in the Democratic Party primary in a state that has a lot of black voters too. And not just black voters, but just like there is, as I've described to you already, there's a little bit of tension there between Dearborn and Detroit. And it's an interesting tension because the the black voters in general, and just like black people in Michigan in general, are very supportive of Palestine, but also at the same time, they're annoyed with what they perceive were, the Dearborn people, Muslims, Arab voters, voting for Donald Trump. It's not the biggest issue, but Abdul just neutralizing that immediately and not allowing AIPAC to fucking slam that narrative in is perfect.
Future. And I'll tell you, as the first Arab or Muslim leader in Michigan to endorse Vice President Harris, I really want our party to recognize that we were wrong on that issue, and we have an opportunity to get right on principles moving forward.
I have to say, because again, I talked to a lot of different people today, and I think that the piece that I was hearing about the support or lack thereof for Vice President Harris in 2024 comes from a place where people are like, I don't really know him that well. I heard a lot of folks say to me that, you're very charismatic, you give a great speech, but that they haven't seen you in their communities, particularly, and these were I talked to some young black leaders and some older black leaders. Now, the folks that I talked to that have decided that they are in your camp said, look,
I'm not going to say anything here. I'm sorry. This is literally, straightforwardly, the most insane. Anything that I say going forward will be visibly weaponized against me, so I'm not going to say anything. But I don't think this is a fair interpretation of a person who worked in Wayne County, in public health, specifically in Detroit. I feel like this criticism seems a little bit I don't know. I don't know how to say this without coming across as I'm just not going to say anything. I don't know if this criticism is valid. And it's not one that I have heard from people, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm shocked that this is coming from Simone, who literally worked for Bernie Sanders, who got this criticism the whole time. Hasan's new pharmacist. You have not paid attention to Simone's commentary after she stopped working for the Bernie Sanders campaign, I think. Also, we're at level 9 hype train with 1 minute remaining. Level 9 hype train. Level 9 hype train, 14%. 1 minute remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute remaining. Okay. One minute remaining. Will we make it at level 9? What gives? Who will be Hasan's biggest donor? Lil B Stan. Make feed art. Thank you for the 50. Designer Dragon. Thank you for the 5. Jen Lime. Thank you for the 25. And that's it. On that note, we hit level 10 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. Oh, we are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried
podcast links, please?
His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie forever alive.
Oh my God.
With God we will rise.
My kids are laughing at me. Why? Why? Because you carried the flame? You should educate your little children on also carrying the flame no matter how hard it is, okay? Is this what all music sounds like to you? I'll be honest. Yes. But I think it's because this is the only music I listen to. And I mean that sincerely. I have not heard any song, even by accident, outside of my daily carrying of the flame in like the last couple of months. Is that crazy? Yeah, Chatter, you should disown your children for making fun of you. Making fun of you like that. It's unbelievable. How dare they?
They like what you are talking about. So it seems to me that you are cobbling together an important coalition, but is this a coalition you think that can make the difference in this primary race? That 18, I know we cited that one poll, but there are a lot of people that still haven't made up their mind, and a month is a very long time.
A month is a very long time in politics. I will tell you this. I served the city of Detroit as health director, rebuilt the health department in the city, and then served Wayne County as director of health, human, and veteran services. In this race, I by far have the dominant service record in these communities. Now, you always have more work to do to introduce yourself in the new role you hope to hold as U.S. Senator. But I also know that we have a message that's real. Right now, a lot of the impact in this race is the $40 million of outside spending that is being done on behalf of AIPAC and corporate PACs for my opponent. And they are using that to mis and disinform the public, both about her record and mine. And that's unfortunate because, well, I don't take corporate money and I don't ask AIPAC, certainly, to fund their campaign. There's a reason that they are hammering us with attack ads right now. They've called me the most dangerous candidate for the U.S.-Israel relationship. And that's because I have the audacity to believe that Palestinians have equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination. And so what a lot of people are seeing is my opponent on their TV screens or attack ads against me. But when you look at my record, putting glasses on kids, eliminating medical debt, making sure to show up for folks in the moments of their lives when their health is at risk, I'll take my record over just about anybody when it comes to serving the city and Wayne County. So I look forward to continuing to share that over the next month. We have 10,000 volunteers knocking doors up and down the city, up and down the county, and we're continuing to build that coalition brick by brick, the old-fashioned way, having real conversations with people instead of asking AIPAC and corporations to buy ads for me.
AIPAC came up a lot at last night's debate. The other thing that came up that really sparked my curiosity, because I watched it, I didn't watch it live, but I did watch it this morning, is that Haley Stevens has been criticizing you for not releasing your personal finance disclosure until after the primary. The former strategist in me is like, why not just release it and take her talking point away?
We absolutely will, and we intend to. Sometimes finances are complicated, and I can only control what I can control. And unfortunately, when it comes to tax documents, sometimes they're really complicated to get. We are absolutely going to release it before the primary. But this is all a distraction from the fact that her campaign finances are a real problem. You think about the money she's taken. Right now, there are people who are going to bed without electricity for the 5th night in a row because of the failure, the debacle that is our utility DTE. She's taking $37,500 for them. What do you think that buys? You think about the impact when it comes to taking corporations' money from big tech and whether or not she's going to stand up when it comes to AI or someone trying to put a data center in your backyard. So the question is not about my personal finances. It's about the finances of the corporations and the billionaires she will make rich if, in fact, she's elected as their next U.S. senator.
I guess I just want, like, why not just take her talking point away? I mean, are the disclosures going to say that you're rich? And if you are, okay.
I'm a public servant who spent my career trying to build health departments and lead in the bowels of Wayne County and the city of Detroit. We are going to certainly drop that as soon as we get those documents in order. So it is not, frankly, a matter of not wanting to. It's just a matter of trying to wrangle together documents.
All right, send them to me when you get them.
We certainly will.
Abdul Sayed, thank you for joining us.
I do want to make
tonight.
sure, though. I do want to make sure, though, when you do have her on, just make sure you ask her about her and her mother's trip to Portugal. It's an interesting story.
Now, I want to be clear. I got some other questions I wanted to ask you, and I think there's questions for both of y'all. And at the end of the day, I really do want to talk to Congresswoman.
Oh my God. God, I'm not going to say anything. Simone Sanders, I wish she was a little bit.
We begin with.
I wish she was a little bit nicer. But by the way, will you, Hasan Piker, carry LaFlame? Yes. Andrea LaFlamme expresses interest in running for U.S. Senate in Maine. She was a write-in candidate in the Democratic primary. Andrea LaFlame. She got 800 write-in votes. This is the not Israel, sorry, I apologize. This is the, she's anti-genocide. I don't know if she's anti-Zionist, but this is the blue sky pick. Which, respect. Even Blue Sky isn't backing her? Wait, what? Blue Sky turned on Andrea LaFlame? Blue Sky turned on LaFlame? They didn't want to carry LaFlame? What the fuck? That's confusing. This was their write-in candidacy. The dictator has won. I heard he also got injured. Michael Fusco Art, thank you for the 111 gifted subs. Jesus Christ. What is this? Did you see this hate tweet? Claire is awesome.
Super interesting about your platform is you call for de-escalating the U.S. Cold War posture towards China and also reducing U.S. military bases. And you put
My queen. Well, both of them are my queens. I love both of them. They're great.
all of that in the context of climate change, which is so important. So I guess I wanted to ask you what that means in practice, especially as you see like every, Pentagon paper written about how like the coming war with China is like the next most important thing to happen.
I think it goes back to what I was saying before. I think there are talking heads and politicos who have a real vested interest in, trying to foment a Cold War, maybe even a hot war. I don't think that the working class wins in either scenario. We have to be really focused on the things that are actually threats to humankind right now. Climate change, the possibility of future pandemics, and what that will require is real, true global cooperation and solidarity and being a good neighbor. The United States should be a good neighbor to the rest of the world. We have, again, had this long history of extraction and violence, colonialism, and we can turn a page on that. We can draw down our military presence around the world. We can show that we want to be a good neighbor. And in doing so, not only are we advancing, we're moving the ball on climate change, we're, building relationships that I think will help, really build democracy around the world. But we'll also be bringing the resources back to our communities that we so desperately need. We need hospitals and education. We need good union jobs. We need to be building, climate resiliency here in the United States. All of that takes money, and right now we're just pouring it into bases around the world that have no purpose anymore.
Gosh, she's so awesome. I can't believe it. La Flamme is a two-state solution. Stop the genocide, but support a peaceful Israel lib. Yeah. What several people have noted to me, the campaign manager on the scandal played Cal Cunningham campaign, where Dems lost a winnable race in North Carolina, was immediately elevated to the DSCC and is now running it. Oh my God.
I think
the war in Iran as fighting flares up again for a
Time for
second
the
night.
war in
The
Iran.
U.S. struck targets inside Iran, which responded with attacks on U.S. sites in the Gulf region. The president returned overnight from the NATO summit in Turkey, where he lobbed insults and threats at the Iranians and said the ceasefire is over. Weijia Jiang is at the White House with more. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning, Adriana. Good morning to everybody. President Trump is calling the latest U.S. strikes retribution for recent Iranian aggression in the Strait of Hormuz, a flashpoint that could send gas prices rising again. Trump also warned if Iran targets more commercial ships, it will, quote, get much worse.
We just hit them very hard, and I say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20.
President Trump unleashed anger and new attacks on Iran after declaring Wednesday an end to the fragile ceasefire and the framework meant to work out a permanent peace agreement. Speaking on the way back from the NATO summit in Turkey, Trump said the Iranians now want to get back to talking once again.
That's what he says every time. I cannot believe we're still back to square one on this shit, dude. The tit for tat, the will the war continue, the war is going to end, the Iranians are begging me to stop. I cannot believe it. Like there was just like a brief moment, like a 2-week long moment where we were like, oh my God, maybe something different can happen. It's been 3 hours since projectiles targeted 2 coastal provinces in Iran, and it's still unclear who actually conducted the attacks. Flight data certainly suggests at least American involvement, but U.S. officials have denied carrying out the strikes. There are lots of rumors circulating, but I'm waiting for either a preliminary Iranian investigation or for a party to claim responsibility. The very unusual statement from U.S. officials and the limited scale of the strikes indicates to me that it's very likely a Gulf state or multiple, especially considering what we know about their involvement in the 40-day war. Oh my God, they're going to sick the GCC on Iran so that Iran just fucking deploys all of their munitions on the GCC instead of Israel. And the dumb fucks over at the Gulf states are stupid enough to do that. That's crazy. Yeah. Back to military pressure in an attempt to get concessions out of Iran, which literally failed. You look rough. You feeling okay? I'm feeling great.
A little while ago, they want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal.
That deal now appearing as elusive as ever as the U.S. launched a second night of strikes on Iran, hitting at least 90 Iranian military targets after retaliating with more than 80 strikes Tuesday, following Iranian attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz earlier this week. Iran responded by hitting U.S. military targets in Bahrain and Kuwait and threatened to completely close the strait. Vice President J.D. Vance, who has been deeply involved in talks with the Iranians, vowed retaliation should that happen.
If they try to close it down, there's going to be a response for the American military. It's that simple.
But Iran is standing firm. The Speaker of Parliament posted on X, "The era of bullying and extortion is over. We don't fold." Before returning to the U.S., Trump tried to cool concerns of a prolonged war after oil prices spiked and stocks tumbled.
I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly. And will only.
Dude, I can't believe how easy it is to just manipulate the stock market if you're the motherfucking president of the United States. It's crazy. Like, people go to school for this shit, man. How is this possible? Imagine being a fucking commodity trader who spent their entire lives, okay, trying to game this shit out. And then you got a president who's like, war is back on. And then boom, all of a sudden, prices go up, only waiting for the next moment for the same president to turn around and be like, war is actually going to end any moment now. Like, why learn anything? It doesn't make any sense. These people have goldfish memory, bro. Yeah, Israel's very astute at knowing the exact moment to play with Trump's psychology. Israel shared new intelligence with the U.S. that it said it indicated a fresh Iranian plan to kill President Trump. People familiar with the matter said Iran for years have vowed openly to retaliate against Trump for the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. Trump on Wednesday alluded to the threats to his life when speaking to reporters in Ankara, Turkey. They want to take out the U.S. leader. Me, he said. I'm on every list. I saw this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. Yeah, he didn't even take the the Qatari jet, which he sent back to. He sent back the gifted jet to the UK. Actually, he's taking the regular Air Force One. Interesting. I thought you trusted them. What is this? Did you see this? It's definitely Trump or Pete. A U.S. official said the current escalation could last a day or two, a week or a month, depending on whether Iran continues attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to slap them a bit so they understand we're not fucking around. That's Trump. That's just Trump. A U.S. official is just Trump. That's Donald Trump. Why won't you just say it's Donald Trump? Who else talks like that, man? It's my understanding that the Qatari jet wasn't outfitted with an ECM and anti-missiles type shit. Yes, your understanding is correct. You want to know why? The runway to build Air Force One is infinitely longer than the amount of time it took to retrofit the Qatari jet and turn it into Air Force One, which means that they didn't spend a decade of development to ensure that it had the anti-missile systems, and not only that, but also like the refueling capabilities. It's not even that they cut corners, guys. They just changed the paint and they looked for bugs. That's it. That's it. Which, you know, if you're not the biggest fan of Trump, you're probably like, who gives a shit, right? Well, clearly, at least this dumbass was finally smart enough to recognize that he would be in great danger if he continued flying around with that plane that he demanded he receive in like a matter of months. For the record, I'm telling you right now, this is one area where I have at least a little bit of knowledge on, okay? It takes a fucking decade to build these goddamn planes. There's so much important shit in these planes. Like, you can't just like retrofit a random civilian plane in a matter of months. All they did was check it for bugs and change the paint. That's it. Yeah, you can't just hang ECM and a refueling nozzle on a civilian plane. I could, but I'm different. Well, I guess you're not Boeing. Yeah, same Israeli intelligence who convinced Trump that Iran didn't have the stones to shut down the Hormuz, that assassinating Khamenei would lead to civil war and regime change, has now informed the president that Iran wanted to assassinate him. Do I think that's the main reason as to why Donald Trump is behaving this way? No. I think Trita Parsi is maybe a little wrong. I just don't agree with Trita Parsi's assessment. He thinks that Israel is applying pressure in a moment where Trump is the weakest, and that's the reason why Trump is reacting this way, this aggressively. What is this? I think it got repossessed. What got repoed? No, the Qatari jet did not get repoed. He just can't fly with it because he's scared. If Qatar, imagine Qatar being like, hey, we need the plane back, you fucking piece of shit. Scared of what? Assassination. I'm willing to bet Israel told Trump. I'm willing to bet Israel told Donald Trump that Iran was going to hit their plane. Iran was going to hit Air Force One. Anyway, there has to be an explanation for why Trump got so angry yesterday. It wasn't a few tankers getting shot. There's speculation Americans were killed or a carrier group ship struck. Trump deploying the Islamic Japan decoyed the fact that there were 110 anti-ship missiles shot. I don't think that he's smart enough to say Islamic Republic of Japan when explaining that 110 anti-ship missiles were struck. But I do agree with the first part of that. I will admit, though, it's quite difficult to figure out what the fuck Trump is saying and doing. You know? It's virtually impossible to comprehend why he's saying certain things and why he's doing certain things. I don't think Trump knows why he says and does certain shit. A production facility is an interesting way to put it. In the U.S., there are over a dozen different production facilities for Patriot interceptors alone, each producing only a subset of components or handling final assembly, with hundreds of suppliers involved in the production chain. This is the Trump Patriot plan for Ukraine's defenses. It's been allowing Ukraine to build Patriot missile systems on Ukrainian soil. Okay? A major component of a PAC-3 MSE interceptors are radar seeker, guidance electronics, altitude control section, solid rocket motor, lethality enhancer, fragmentation ring, airframe, control surfaces, launch canister, and missile uplink. Someone's going to have to make each of those things. If it's going to be Ukraine, and if they want to bypass the glacial rate of interceptor production elsewhere, they'll need production lines for all of them, and those don't exist right now. They would never dream of building one giant facility to handle all this because it would be immediately destroyed. Yeah. It's hard to convey how difficult it would be to spin up full production of Patriot interceptors. So here are some concrete examples. It took 7 years for Poland to construct a production facility responsible for making only altitude control motors for the PAC-3 MSE. It took 3 years just to expand a final assembly facility in Camden, even though that facility already existed and was actively in use. Boeing's secret production line expansion in Huntsville is also projected to complete its expansion after 3 years. Japan's PAC-3 facility only took 2, but it produces 20 interceptors a year and relies heavily on important components from the U.S. Not only is it going to take a tremendous amount of time, there's also an additional there's also going to be an additional amount of time to train the workers on the facility so they can actually build these components. And then also on top of that, the entire time you're building these facilities, you're going to have to be evading Russian munitions, Russian ballistic munitions. You're going to have to evade Russian drone strikes. I don't know how they're going to get away with this. I don't know what year the facility will finally be fully in production. I just don't know what the fuck they're thinking. Never bet against Ukraine. Fair. I just don't think that this is the same as being able to create a robust drone building, like a decentralized and fairly robust drone building system inside of Ukraine. Because building drones inside of your kitchen is very different than building Patriot missiles in a factory. The components are far more complex. The parts that you need and the assembly is a far more complex process than the assembly of a drone, which in many circumstances, the difference between a commercial drone and for civilian usage and a commercial drone for military usage is nothing. It's just one extra component that you can buy off the fucking TikTok shop that you assemble by hand that allows the drone to carry munitions, to carry grenades. So, very different process here than these complex missile systems. So, yeah. So, who knows? This is one of the dumbest things I've seen this admin do. There will be no Patriot missile production in Ukraine. This is a pipe dream. Ukraine has been losing interceptor stores like crazy too. Yeah, Trump's Patriot plan will do little to fix Ukraine's urgent air defense problems because it will take many months for Ukraine to get a production facility built, and that facility will quickly become a major Russian target. Yep. Unless Ukraine takes a page out of the North Korean, Iranian, and Hezbollah and Hamas books and straight up builds an underground facility, deep underground, which, in the words of Donald Trump, Ukraine is very flat. A bullet travels for miles before it hits the ground. Ukraine, very flat. So that doesn't leave a lot of room for an underground facility, ironically enough. And then also on top of that, building a massive underground facility without Russia bombing you, that's also going to be difficult too. So I don't know how they're going to get away with that, but maybe. But in the absence of a major underground facility, I don't think they will be able to successfully ramp up production for any missiles. New NATO spy agency dump shows how much Ukraine war combined with Biden-Trump aggressive anti-China policy has pushed Russia and China together in critical military development, missile defense, counter Starlink areas they'd never have cooperated on otherwise. Yeah. And the same goes for Russian targets for Iran. Like the American sanctions regime has diminished the confidence that people have in the dollar as the global reserve currency. The American war, the American-Israeli war against Iran is undermining the petrodollar, and the long-standing allegiances that America has developed over numerous decades with the Gulf states, which are far more important as strategic allies of the United States of America than Israel ever could be. And on top of that, there is a lot more information sharing within the axis of resistance, if you want to call it that, between China, Russia, and Iran that also has greatly improved Iranian targeting capabilities, and is unironically also furthering that fissure between the Gulf states and the Americans. It's an own goal. It's not dissimilar to the mentality that if you sanction everybody, you're just basically sanctioning yourself. If you constantly wage war on all fronts, because like a lot of people I've seen on the timeline celebrate I think it was the Washington Post report that came out that talked about how like America's obviously been sanctioning or offering far better targeting capabilities to the Ukrainians so they can just like pinpoint accuracy strike critical infrastructure, the oil and gas facilities in Russia. And it is genuinely put the Russian economy in a blender, which is, you know, old school CIA shit. America used to do that all the fucking time. Fine. But that has also created this trade-off where Russia in the past might have been less inclined to give targets to Iran, especially the type of intelligence that they're sharing with Iran, that allows Iran to, ironically enough, deliver devastating blows to the American forces with pinpoint accuracy. That's the trade-off. America is forcing a somewhat less reliable part of this supposed resistance, like Russia, to either shit or get off the pot. They have said that the Russian economy will collapse any day now for like 4 years. Why is it that this time we do believe them? Up until recently, they never hit so many refineries and Russian tankers. That's the major difference here. And Russia obviously heavily relies on its refineries to keep its economy afloat. That's a huge part of the reason. I'm not saying that the Russian economy is like on its, I'm not saying Russia is going to fall apart or the Russian economy is falling apart any day now. I'm just saying that they're experiencing significant setbacks in their oil and gas production and also in their exports. This has been a far more effective tool in terms of crippling the Russian economy than the sanctions ever could. Because the reality of the matter is, at the end of the day, oil and gas is a hard commodity that has inelastic demand. It's a global commodity. And therefore, especially oil, and therefore, people will get it if it's out there. We know that, right? I don't think people care that much about whether it's Russian oil or not when push comes to shove. So the most effective way to quote unquote sanction Russia would be to destroy its refining capabilities. That's it. That's why it's a red line that most people usually don't cross, especially because when you do cross that red line, you actually end up harming the global market. And in the absence of alternatives, alternatives that can keep up with the additional demand with extra supply, you could potentially be staring down the barrel of complete economic collapse. That's what we're looking at right now. Donald Trump is lighting the entire world on fire. Okay? Donald Trump is lighting the entire world on fire because while Ukraine has been able to gain tremendous leverage over Russia, and this is true, they have gained a lot of leverage over Russia by striking its critical infrastructure, striking its oil and gas facilities, striking its tankers with pinpoint accuracy, with American intelligence. Every tanker that blows up or every facility that blows up means that there is more volatility in the energy markets. And there is no other area of respite because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. It's this very weird, it's not even a balancing act at this point. They're burning the candle on both ends, pretty much. That's precisely the reason why Donald Trump actually released some of the sanctions on Russian oil in the beginning of the Iran war, right? There's a reason. And then even went so far as to release the sanctions on Iranian oil, which they put back on as of 2 days ago. What do you think of Mersheimer's concern that escalating towards economic collapse will lead Russia to escalate either against the Eastern NATO nation or even potentially use nukes in Ukraine? I don't know. I've been hearing this from a lot of the, I don't want to say pro-Russia, but I've been hearing warnings from a lot of thinkers and a lot of writers that most people would call pro-Russia. I wouldn't call them that. And I think they say that whenever the situation in Russia is really fucked up, that's usually when you start hearing from the Glenn Deason verse, yes, about how Russia's going to do something crazy now. And they actually might, because the thing is, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Invading Ukraine militarily with boots on the ground warfare, invading Ukraine all the way into Kyiv. Okay? Without actually securing air superiority over a country, over a smaller country that you thought you could easily take over militarily. That's crazy. It's crazy to have a fucking 5-year special military operation. That's what's crazy. So who knows? Yes, I know. Sachs and Mersheimer are saying that Russia is preparing to hit EU with conventional weapons because Russia thinks no way Ukraine can hit them the way they are without NATO help. I don't know. I mean, that's the active. Okay, by the way, all of that speculation, once again, proves what I've been saying, and I think it shows that Ukraine has gained a lot of leverage. So, maybe now's the time to get to the fucking table. Maybe now is the time where sufficient leverage has been maintained, and now, hopefully, diplomacy can happen. Because last time, Russia had leverage. Ukraine did not. And that's precisely the reason why Vladimir Putin played Trump like a fucking fiddle and got Trump to undermine Zelensky on the global stage, got America to stop information sharing with the Ukrainians for an extended period of time, which Russia dangled that as a condition to go to the ceasefire table. But of course, the Americans and the Ukrainians at the time kept saying, we only want a limited 30-day ceasefire. But because Russia had all the leverage at that point, they didn't want to abide by a 30-day ceasefire, where they said, we want a complete ceasefire. We don't want a 30-day ceasefire where you can re-up and rearm and continue this battle. Right? Russia also had so much leverage at that point. That they thought that they could make even more territorial gains. Okay? They could make even more territorial gains if they were to undermine the security relationship between Ukraine and the United States of America, which worked. Okay? Trump did that shit. Trump straight up was like, oh, Vladimir Putin loves me. He respects me. He's my best friend. We have phone sex. I'm going to undermine Zelensky. I'm going to publicly humiliate him. I'm going to tell the world that Zelensky is the one who's undermining the negotiations. It was actually Trump. And Vladimir Putin. Okay? Straight up. And it seemed at the time, because of the leverage that Russia had, or at least they perceived they had, that they would continue pushing, that they didn't want a real ceasefire. Okay? That was stupid. That was stupid. That was very stupid of Vladimir Putin to not take all the leverage it had at that moment. If we're thinking about this from the perspective of Putin, like what's the best way to try to find a manageable conclusion to this? Demands of additional territorial acquisition that you have not annexed militarily, fucking ridiculous. Demands that Ukraine can't have a standing military, fucking ridiculous. Okay? If he had dropped those two things, I suspect that, you know, they could come to some kind of reasonable conclusion, but they didn't do that. And the reason why they didn't do that is because they wanted to continue fighting, because they thought that they could make additional territorial gains. So the next time there's a conversation about a ceasefire, Russia could then turn around and say, well, we won those territories. Those territories are also going to be annexed. Okay? It was dumb. It was dumb as fuck. And now he's suffering the consequences. Okay? He's eating dick and balls right now. Let's be real. Ukraine, by way of drone warfare through autonomous units, has not necessarily been able to like regain any of the lost territory, but they've done a pretty solid job of cutting Russian positions off of supply chains. Okay. And then on top of that, they've actually done a pretty good job of destroying, well, not destroying, but like at least impeding Russian oil and gas, the Russian oil and gas industry. Yeah. You could even call it a kinetic oil sanction, because oil sanctions were obviously fucking ineffective, right? It just made it more costly for Europe, but it still reached Europe. Now it can't reach Europe because it's getting blown up. And now Russia's not making money. Is he reading his script? No, I am not reading a script. I'm reading chat. While I'm telling you what my opinion is off the top dome. So yeah. Why can't you make the dumbass connection that we're making the rest of the world depend on our oil so we have the petrodollar in place? I mean, I have said that. That's my that's my assessment, but it's just there's no I've said that over and over again. That's part of the reason why we took over the Venezuelan the Venezuelan oil refineries. We took over Venezuela, the largest known natural reserves. It's a different type of oil, but it doesn't matter. Yes. Here's the thing, though. Will we be able to... What the fuck? Bullshit. That's a crazy stray. That's crazy. Yeah. Let's be real. It's kind of funny that the majority of people on this thumbnail, are literally woke. Or at least woke adjacent. Yeah. Was that good? Did I give you guys a decent analysis on the Ukraine stuff? Now, here's the last thing I'll say. Anytime there's conversation about Russia potentially expanding on the conflict and maybe even striking the European Union, trying to threaten, trying to see if Article 5 will be triggered, like testing the boundaries of what that NATO alliance actually looks like. Anytime Russia does that, okay, understand that Russia's doing that because they're losing the battle. Okay? They're not having a good time. If they were, they would just focus their efforts on Ukraine, right? But it's clear that the Oreshniks hitting civilian territory, all that stuff is not enough. All right? So, they're obviously not having a good time currently. It's obvious that Ukraine has also been able to strike the Crimean territories fairly well as well. Yeah, Crimean Peninsula is having a real hard time with little fuel and major power outages. A mass exodus of Russians there would hurt Putin big time. Exactly. I forgot to even mention the Crimea side of this. So they're not having a good time. They're having a very bad time, simply put. This is the opportunity that Ukraine has to actually draw Russia to a permanent ceasefire. I made this. I listen, people will get mad at me as they did way back during the Antalya summit or the summit that took place in Turkey, where I said, Ukraine, you have maximum leverage that you will never have going forward. Please use it. And everyone at the time said that I was in the pocket of Vladimir Putin. And they said that I was wrong. They said Ukraine is going to purge the Russian orcs from their territorial boundaries down to the last Russian. Please do not repeat this mistake. You have successfully attrited the Russian economy. If they had listened to you, they wouldn't have had even more leverage now, though. More leverage? Are you fucking insane? What leverage are we talking about in comparison to back then, where Russia had not hardened their defenses and basically de facto annexed 25%, 18% of the country? So many people died. Entire cities reduced to rubble. What are we talking about? They don't have more leverage now. That's crazy. They have more leverage in comparison to what they had, 6 months ago. They have more leverage in comparison to 6 months ago, but they don't have leverage in comparison to 6 months in. After the Russian invasion, that's when they had far more leverage, and they could have actually nipped this in the bud. Now, that is, of course, if Russia was willing to do that. Okay? At the time. And perhaps Russia was not willing to do that back then. Who knows? I'm not, clearly I've made wrong predictions on this Russia stuff. I'm simply saying what I say all the time: give peace a try. Okay? Give peace a shot. There is no harm in this. All wars end with treaties. Okay? That's how wars end. So do it now. Do it now when you have more leverage. Okay? This is what I have to say.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace.
Give peace a try, capitulate to Russian imperialism. Oh my God. It's happening again. Oh my God, it's happening again. I'm going to die. It's happening again. This is literally what this is what the people said. during the Turkey summit after Ukraine was able to push back. After Ukraine was able to push back successfully the Russian forces out of their capital. The situation has gotten far worse since then. Please. Oh. You assume Vladdy Poo-Poo would go for peace right now. I do generally agree with your analysis so far, but Putin is not so, but so. Yeah, for Russia. What? Worse for Russia? You think the situation right now is worse for Russia than it is for Ukraine? Dog, there's no world where 18% of Ukrainian territory has been taken over and de facto annexed by Russia that is a better position for Ukraine as opposed to Russia. There's no way this guy is Ukrainian, right? There's just no fucking shot that this person is Ukrainian, because now the majority of Ukrainians are in favor of ceding territory in exchange for a permanent cessation of hostilities. There's already the manpower problem hasn't gone away for Ukraine. Ukraine has actually gotten a little bit of a respite from the manpower problem by fucking utilizing autonomous warfare tools. However, it's not like those issues have gone away. Those issues still very much exist. I need you to know that the commie leader of my country had the exact same take as the exact same time and is still asked about when convenient. For the record, I've also made this argument. I've also made this argument before. I've warned about this. You don't want to, if you are Ukrainian living in Europe or living in America, you don't want what comes next, because there's going to have to be a solution to the manpower problem if the war continues. Okay? And the only way to make up for that manpower is not going to be Colombian mercenaries, right? Some of which are now being pulled elsewhere, the Gulf specifically. There are still plenty of them that are operating in Ukraine as well. It's not going to be the woman draft either. It's going to be expulsion. It's going to be deportations to Ukraine. Like, think about that. America revoking the temporary protected status of Ukrainian men and then shipping their asses back to Kiev so they can go and join the fucking front lines with no guarantee of a successful outcome. It's going to get to that point. They're going to stop issuing asylum to Ukrainian men. I think the EU has already talked about this. Now, this sounds like a retweet Russia Today take. Okay. If you say so. Here's the problem. What happens? How do you deal with the manpower problem? It's not like the Ukrainian government isn't doing its very best to literally pick up as many draft dodgers as possible and send them to the front line. Currently, they're doing that right now. They're doing that right now as we speak. You'll see 6 months from now where we're at. EU Commission proposes excluding fighting age men from Ukraine refugee scheme. The limitation wouldn't apply to those already under protection. And then it will. This is how it begins. But I guess this is Russia today. You know, from the brilliant minds behind Politico. Autonomous systems can't solve manpower. No, autonomous systems at the end of the day still run into the same fucking problem of air campaigns. Okay. Ukrainian resistance to forced mobilization just hit a new level. In Lviv, people overturned a conscription bus and smashed it to pieces, according to the local media. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's the more the public sentiment against the continuation of the war grows sour, the more aggressive the Ukrainian government has to get to force people into the front lines. Like, it's just not. This is the ultimate problem. This is the ultimate problem you have to solve for, which is manpower. Just say Ukraine is the responsible party, therefore they have to make the hard decisions. What do you mean? As in, like, they have to, you know, forcibly conscript people? Yes, that's true. They have to. What are they supposed to do if the war is continuing to? If they are continuing to wage this war, they need manpower. Dude, the suit works. I got told by a friend that their Kirkified conservative mom is always up to date on everything related to you, even keeping up with your tweets, and that's the suit. She wants to look away, but handsome man in suit draws her back in. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Genuinely asking, why okay for Ukraine to give up land and take treaty, but not Palestinian take treaty with Israel? What treaty? What fucking treaty? Dude, what are you talking about? Dude, like, Israelis want to literally just wipe every fucking Palestinian off their ancestral homelands. Okay? There is no treaty. There is no real two-state solution, for example. They already control it. They already have complete control in ways that Russia never could over Ukraine. I remember being skeptical of your message when Ukraine first had the highest leverage, but I can see you right now. When Ukraine gets more leverage, people think they can somehow get even more and steamroll, which is not likely, and the results will be catastrophic. Also, with Israel, Russia is a sovereign country. Israel technically is not. Israel is just an extension of Western imperialism. Russia is doing its own shit. Okay? Like, there's perhaps no better example of how Israel operates than the fact that Hamas has already foregone its governing powers as of like yesterday. They're officially now allowing a technocratic committee to take control over the Gaza Strip, and Israel still assassinated people yesterday. The fuck are we talking about? Like, look, Russia has done a litany of war crimes. It's obviously illegal. It's irredentist behavior to go and fucking wage war in Ukraine and try to expand your territory into Ukraine, regardless of what security concerns you may or may not have. But there is definitely a difference. Like, we look at Bucha, right? And the things that Russia did in Bucha. Israel has done that everywhere in Gaza and in the fucking West Bank. Like, it's not... Like, you look at some of the worst shit that Russia has done and you try to compare it to Israel, that's like Israel's Monday. Do you see what I'm saying? This isn't to like undermine Russia's gross violations of international law. I'm not in the business of doing that at all. I'm just, if you want to make that comparison, I mean, Israel's doing it in Lebanon right now. They're doing it in Gaza. They're doing it in Lebanon. They're trying to do it in Iran with America's go-ahead, with America's aid. Like, that's crazy. The thing that always bothers me is that Ukraine is a martial law, so no election, so they have conscription regime that now doesn't give anyone the ability to do electorally change policy. That's a dictatorship. However, I completely condemn Russia for its illegal invasion. I mean, I get why. I get why they're under martial law. They're being invaded. Like, I don't think that's a valid counter to that. I've never done that. I've never made that argument. But what's frustrating, the only reason why that argument actually, there's a little bit of credence to it, is that there is no appetite amongst the Ukrainian masses to continue the war as it stands currently. There's definitely, there's definitely a lot of people in civilized society in Ukraine that want an end to all of this, that want an end, they want a cessation to the hostilities, and they're even willing to give territory to Russia at this point to make it happen. You know what I mean? That's what's important. And of course, those demands are never going to be heard because there is a real martial law for understandable reasons. So I'm a little bit of a centrist on that front, where I think it's like kind of ridiculous to be like, oh, they have martial law. Yeah, okay, well, they're invaded. Like, they're getting fucking bombed. You know what I mean? Russia is like blowing up civilian areas with hypersonic missiles. It's a little crazy to be like, all right, well, time to do a fucking time to do an election. You know what I mean? This is the problem. Yes, Ukrainians souring on U.S. relationship from June 30th. 59 percentage point decline in U.S. approval since 2022 is the largest ever recorded. God, we are so fucking self-interested, by the way. I love that Gallup is just only... Gallup starts off with, Ukrainians don't fuck with America no more. Yeah, no shit, dude. The real viewpoint that matters here is the Ukrainian views towards the war. Okay? Ukraine should seek to negotiate an ending to the war as soon as possible is at 66%. Okay? And Ukraine should continue fighting until it wins the war is at its lowest, at 24%. Okay? That's it. I mean, this was obviously the opposite. Ukraine should negotiate in 2023 was at 27%. And in 2022, obviously, it was, 73% continue the war, 22% negotiate an ending to the war. That's flipped in its entirety. So, yeah. I will always say, give peace a chance. Give peace a shot. At worst, all you can do is just go back to square one, which is a perma war, right? And let me see this.
Asmongold and Hasan Piker are on the same level of competency. You're beyond cooked. Can you name a single politician Asmongold has ever interviewed? Can you name a single march Asmongold has ever been to? Can you name a room Asmongold has been in outside of his own? Can you name a position Asmongold has that he wouldn't fold on like a literal taco if his chat pressured him to. Can you
What do you mean? That's AI, by the way. What's AI?
name anyone who won an election because of Asmongold? This ain't even a smooth brain take. I don't really watch either of these two people take. Because if you had to sit and watch an Asmongold stream with your phone out and Google search everything that he says, the only person you'd find more incorrect statements from is literally Joe Rogan. But if you did the same thing with
Leftist caping for the neo-Nazi state of Ukraine and its fascist politics? Nah, this is crazy. Hasan, how can you fancy yourself some kind of leftist and you're like, oh, it's cool they canceled elections, they got rid of all the left-leaning parties? Okay, first of all, you're adding some shit in there that I'm not in agreement with. I never said it was appropriate for them to do that, and I never said that Ukraine is like a fucking perfect democracy in any way, shape, or form. Okay? You think I'm oblivious to the nationalists growing in power and influence and prominence and rising through the ranks of the military as well? What do you think fucking happens when you get illegally invaded? That was my day one take, ironically enough. The second part of my very famous take when I said Vladimir Putin is bad, not mad. He would never invade Ukraine, especially to quote unquote denazify Ukraine, because all of the neo-Nazi and nationalist elements, once a country is invaded, are seen as the most significant emancipatory forces. Lo and behold, that's where we're at. I am aware of this. This is part of the reason why they fucking said I was a Vladimir Putin Z pusher the whole time, because I was talking about Azov Battalion and the nationalist forces. It's Russia's fault that Ukraine is neo-Nazified? Yes! What? Yes, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah. 100%. Are you fucking insane? Yes, dude. Yes. Yes. No shit. Are you nuts? I am very sane. Of course. Dog, what do you think happens? You cannot be serious? No, that is the one argument that I will not stand by at all. That is, you are denying every aspect of history. You are denying every aspect of history. The most fundamentalist, the most fascist, the most nationalist forces are the ones who are willing to pick up their fucking arms and fight back. America also played a role in this. Obviously, we armed the fucking Azov Battalion and shit. And we played a decent role in fomenting that discontent, legitimizing some of these forces. That much is true. But once you fucking invade, once you invade the country, all bets are off. What do you mean? I'd kill myself if I had to deal with your chatter sometimes. Yeah, it's like the most basic concept. Man, these chatters are fucking ridiculous. What's wrong with you, psychos? Listen, brother, sister, understand something, okay? Tomorrow, let's say an alien force comes down to the planet and attacks the United States of America. Are you going to turn around and be like, well, that guy's a Klansman. I can't deal with these. And he's shooting at the fucking aliens. But, you know, our political disagreements are far more consequential. Or are you going to say, that's my brother. I love him. And he's fighting for me. He's fighting for my emancipation. I'm joining the aliens? Okay, shut the fuck up. Yes, Ukraine was a hotbed for Nazis before the war. Pre-war, neo-Nazis all over the Europe used to hold gatherings in Ukraine and shit. Yes, I know that. I know all of that. I've covered all of that extensively. That's why they say I'm a Z pusher. I know. What do you think happens when you actually fucking invade the country, dude? That's it. I know. Ukraine was a hotbed for the international neo-Nazi movement. It always was. All the white supremacists from like Australia all the way to fucking the United States of America would go to Ukraine and would train with the neo-Nazi brigades in Ukraine. Guess what? Now, you know who else is holding arms next to those guys? The fucking anti-fascists, the socialists, the communists, the people that were in Ukraine that used to fight these fucking football hooligans and shit on the streets are now taking up arms to fight against Russia. It's normal. That's what happens. You literally are a Z pusher, though? That's so funny. I know. Zoran Mamdani. That's the only Z I push. I can't believe we're having this fucking conversation again. We're going back and forth on this. Anyway, let's see what else.
Hasan Piker, you would probably learn so much information, you would willingly go back to being a bot, which is what a lot of people do when they hear some of the information Hasan speaks about. I'd rather you said you ignore things that make you think about stuff than ever hear someone make this level of false equivalency. Hasan Piker is a streamer who gets involved in communities. He does community outreach. He actually sits down with incumbents. He sits down and has in-depth conversations with people who are running for office in numerous states, in numerous cities, in numerous districts. Politicians across the country are terrified of this man. No one fears Asmongold. Asmongold is an almost 40-year-old man who doesn't like showering and is at the beck and call of 12-year-olds and a bunch of grown losers. I don't even have anything to say after that. That's just what it is.
I hate that people really have me defending Hasan Piker. I also support Hasan Piker. He's completely transparent. Asmongold already discussed why he doesn't endorse politicians. Hasan is a radical communist that wants to see the Western world destroyed. You know nothing, Jon Snow. What the fuck? What position has Asmon folded on? That's why they call him Asmon Fold. Mr. P versus Mr. Poop. I like that this guy's literally talking about like the false equivalence is so stupid, and he immediately goes, nah, I'm gonna do that. They literally only think in terms of 2010 media. What happened to Mr. Poo Poo Pee Pee Man? I don't know. I view Hasan as the same as John Lennon. They're both terribly complicated beings who, if you met them, they would probably just suck. Both performative, but also actually did things for their cause. Dude, there are so many. There are so many motherfuckers out there that just like, that have seen, I guess, the other people hating on me. So they're like, I can't have like a normal take on this motherfucker. I have to find some reason for why this dude is actually bad. It's very strange. Here's some good news, by the way. Since the Abdul El Sayed race, El Sayed Senate campaign, since the debate, El Sayed Senate campaign brings in 150 grand since the debate and 1.25 million in the last 10 days. Matt Zaitlin says, in an older media and fundraising environment, Plattner would have blown up on the runway just from the Reddit post, tattoo, and early staff defections. But with Act Blue, Bernie, podcast, partisan cable, you can completely sidestep an older set of gatekeepers. I just don't really think you can discount the fact that Janet Mills was 1, not popular, no Roy Cooper, 2, old, 3, did not campaign in a way that debunked age concerns, left got lucky with their opponent and wanted to claim it was all about Plattner's message. Oh my God. Matt, even when you're right, you're wrong. It's incredible. Even when Matt Iglesias is technically not wrong, he still finds a way to be wrong. A lot of these things are correct. Okay? He's always stuck between border, but he's stuck between the border of wrong and more wrong. Like, left got lucky with their opponent and wanted to claim it was all about Plattner's message. Dog, it was all about Plattner's message. Just give it up. You will. We know you will. You are going to give it up eventually. We know because you're a fucking windsock. You're a professional windsock, Matt Iglesias. Why not have the take today rather than 6 months down the line where you reluctantly find a way to offer mealy-mouthed credence to what the left has been saying while simultaneously making it seem as though it's the left's fault that you couldn't get on board because we were too annoying. Remember when you were Mr. The Israel stuff after October 7th is going to collapse the left? It's over. It's done. There will never be an organized left movement in this country ever again. Remember how wrong you were? And now you basically tell politicians to just agree with me so you can do abundance elsewhere. Like, he literally has openly, 3 years after the fact, finally arrived at the conclusion that we were right. And he just straight up now tells politicians to just agree with me on Israel. Like, he literally goes, just agree with Hasan on Israel. And then tried to explain to his audience that, like, we need to destroy zoning regulations and stuff like that. Like, we can push the abundance message that way. Just drop Israel, bro. That's what he's now saying. So here's the question I have. It's like, you're eventually going to arrive at left populism being a successful route to electoral success. Why not do it right now? Why not do it right now? He can't. He can't do it right now. He just has to arrive at the wrong point. Anyway, the left got lucky with their opponent is fucking bullshit. I guess we just keep getting lucky with our opponents everywhere. Yes, I saw, by the way, everyone kept spamming the Troy Jackson thing. I know. He said, this is unconscionable. Anybody with eyes and a heart knows the Israeli government is committing a genocide in Gaza. It has to end, and we as Americans have the power to end it. When I'm in the Senate, I'll never vote in favor of U.S. taxpayer-funded military aid to Israel. We want to hear an embargo from you, Troy. No weapons transfers to Israel. Deploy the Troy. Main candidate Nirav Shah at a May event comparing the scars he saw as he worked in Cambodia to the genocide in Gaza. After every single genocide, the world says the very same thing, never again. But when it comes to Gaza, he says it's not being upheld. Okay, maybe Nirav Shah is actually anti-genocide. Will you vote to send aid to Israel? No. Do you think it's genocide? Yes, he did say that. I still think he's phony. He's Mr. I'm defending the landlords. Anyway, you're in the new Reckless Ben Lego video, by the way. Okay, we'll watch it later. I talked about a lot on this on my stream, but the problem we've had until this year, there wasn't sufficiently developed DSA to run in all the opportunities that gave the sloppulous progressives opportunities that we should have had from DSA. After this year, it's very clear that we can win anywhere. DSA must grow and develop fast for 2028. I agree. That's what I see as well. There will come a day when I won't even have to endorse people who aren't democratic socialists. There will come a day. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. $25 million from AIPAC now spent in the Michigan primary, the most one organization has ever spent in a congressional primary in U.S. history, beating its own record against Bowman 2 years ago. And there's still a month to go. Yeah. AIPAC's United Democracy Project and Super PAC, a stronger Michigan, file over $5 million in anti-Abdul al-Sayed ads, literally 1 minute apart from each other. Heck yeah, can't wait for your right-wing arc. What do you mean? Shaw is very bad. I know. I read all that. He said he's a University of Chicago guy, took millions from 314, got a lot of money for the Kochs for school privatization. I know. I read all of that. I warned against that. He also said he thinks landlords are the most maligned people in American society and he'll stand with them. I do not trust Shaw. What is this? Post serious shit like this. Post serious shit, 7K likes. Post joke, 57K likes. Do you have a new message for Mitch, sir? Yeah, this is. I cannot believe how viral this went. I went to college with Haley Stevens, and let me tell you, it's really important that Michigan elects Abdul El Sayed. She ran for student government president while she was secretly applying for a study abroad program at Oxford, won and got into the program at Oxford, then resigned as student government president. That's awesome. What gives? Anyway.
And will only make it safer, including for oil.
Gas prices had been coming down on the heels of the ceasefire in Iran after hitting a peak of more than $4.50 back in May. But as the conflict heats back up, some analysts warn the national average could soon push toward $4 again. Adriana.
All right, Weija, thank you so much. We are now joined by CBS News national security analyst Aaron McLean. He is also the host of the School of War podcast. Aaron, we're so glad you're here this morning because, as you know, when the Memorandum of Understanding was announced, there was so much relief. But yet we are here again. How did this happen?
Yeah, that relief may have been misplaced. How it happened is that the MOU itself, frankly, was poorly designed in some regards, including over the key issue of who controls the Strait of Hormuz. The Americans, President Trump, said that the MOU means that the strait is open, but the Iranians interpreted the same language in the MOU as meaning they control the strait. And for them, controlling the strait means they get to shoot at ships that aren't complying with their instructions. And that's exactly how we found ourselves where we are now.
The U.S. says that its attacks have been in response to Iran shooting at ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Tell us what the status of the strait is right now.
Traffic's crashed out pretty badly. I mean, we were at a point a couple of weeks ago where we saw numbers on the order of 60, 70 ships a day going through. Those are not pre-war numbers. That's about half of the pre-war average, but it was healthier by far than what we've seen of late. As of the last 24, 36 hours, things have slowed to a crawl, as you might expect, given the amount of violence both in the strait and on the Iranian coast adjacent to it.
Aaron, with all this back and forth, it seems, this is a constant vicious cycle. Once again, where do you expect this to go in the coming days?
All right. So this is where I sort of regret to say the next thing, which is it's certainly possible that peace could break out in our time and there be a deal. It's possible that there be massive escalation and we see a return to the kind of conflict we had in March and April. But I actually think a middle course right now is also likely and worth considering, that what we are looking at.
Isn't it kind of weird the media is being honest about Iran's understanding of the MOU instead of just blaming him for breaking it? No, because we've already gone above the line. I think Donald Trump gave a moment of respite to the world with the MOU, and everyone was like, oh, fuck, okay, like, we're chill. Like, things are going to get back to normal. So now, violating the Memorandum of Understanding and then going back to tit-for-tat strikes, all of a sudden, the crisis grows, right? Again, it's the only crowd that is benefiting from this will be the Israel crowd. That's it. That's it. Europe wants this to be done. Europe wants America to abide by the Memorandum of Understanding. The Asian markets certainly want that. The only country on the planet that doesn't want this to continue, that wants this to continue, is Israel. Americans don't want this to continue either, but they're too busy being Americans and not giving a shit about anything until they finally are forced to reckon with the negative consequences of continuing this war and dumping into the critical line in our strategic reserves.
Right now, these intermittent eruptions of violence, this constant back and forth in the strait itself, this general disagreement, this mid-grade war, that this may be the new normal and we may see this persist for some time.
Yeah. All right. Aaron McLean, thank you so much.
Here we go again. It's definitely not peace, but it's not quite all-out war. A second night of American strikes on Iran, destroying air defense systems and missile launch sites, sending oil prices rising again. Iran predictably responding with its own attacks, targeting, it said, US military sites in Kuwait and Bahrain. President Trump talking both of possible negotiations and further fighting.
We just hit them very hard. And I say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20. They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
The clashes center on control of the Strait of Hormuz, a fifth of the world's oil and gas supply used to peacefully pass through here before the war. A memorandum of understanding between the US and Iran last month saw ships finally begin to move once again, but left control of the strait, never previously an issue, still to be discussed. Tit-for-tat military strikes resumed this week after Iranian forces targeted several tankers transiting without their permission. Iran wants all ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz to take this route along its coast, while the US has encouraged them to transit near the coast of Oman. Since the MOU was signed, 917 commercial vessels have passed through the strait, according to data from leading global trade intelligence firm Kepler. 290 of them along the Iranian route, but just over 300 along the Omani coast. Another 326 turned their locators off to avoid
Why did Iran do this? Wasn't it a good deal for Iran? No. Iran has bled and fought for new leverage that they're not going to give up. The leverage being that they get to control who transits through the Strait of Hormuz. They don't, like, they're not going to stop ships from transiting. They just want to be able to control it. And it's important because it's a security guarantee. It's existential for Iran. Now they no longer have to go and engage in the process of enriching uranium. Right?
Protection by Iran, most likely traveling close to Oman.
The problem is that the Iranians believe that the U.S. intention here is to erode Iran's leverage, its most important leverage, which is its control over the Strait of Hormuz, in order to weaken Iran's hand in the run-up to the negotiations over a final agreement or resumption of another round of conflict.
Inside Iran, massive crowds for the final day of the funeral of the country's slain supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, replete with a massive sign threatening to take revenge on...
Oh, that's awesome.
Trump. Belligerent rhetoric is a given at these state-sponsored rallies, but behind the scenes there is said to be a division between hardline and more moderate factions of the regime.
Only the deaths of Trump and Netanyahu will satisfy us. We must not compromise.
Yeah, what did they mean by that?
Under any circumstances, as we have no reason to compromise with the US and Israel.
This might be the list Trump was talking about. I mean, yeah, of course they want to fucking kill him, dude. What do you mean? Like...
Iran clearly feels it has emerged from this war with the upper hand, as foreign dignitaries from around the Middle East paid their respects to the assassinated supreme leader and his family.
Wait, hold on. Let's go to the TikTok comments. Mourners carry signs threatening Trump during former Ayatollah Khamenei's funeral procession. I'm tired of being teased. What is taking so long? Dang. What's taking so damn long? They have full rights to be upset. Promise? Our hopes and prayers are with you. He plays golf in Florida. My heart goes out to the mourners and their wishes. Okay, listen. I disavow. I disavow. I disavow. But there's like one comment in disagreement with the Iranians, man. We do not like this. I disavow this. I would never. I am not. I hate. Yeah, this is what Donald Trump meant when he said, I'm number one on TikTok. What he meant was he's the number one hated. I'm the number one hated on TikTok.
There were pointed chapters from the Quran recited. This one, during the visit of Saudi officials, commemorates a historic battle between a Muslim army and a far greater force of unbelievers. Allah supports with victory whom He wills, goes the verse. Neither Iran nor the US want to return to full-scale war. But this is looking dangerously like it could be the new normal. Sporadic strikes, significant economic disruption, unless somehow negotiations and diplomacy produce a sudden breakthrough.
Well, Arsenio Dominguez is the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, and he joins us now. Do you have a view on who is right and who is wrong, or are they both wrong?
Well, at this stage, what we're actually looking is to, first of all, uphold the principles of international law that regulate international trade for navigation. It is important that the two parties in the conflict clarify their views in relation to the Memorandum of Understanding. But for us, it's very clear at the International Maritime Organization that the littoral states surrounding the Strait of Hormuz have the duties and the responsibilities of managing the strait. That doesn't include impositions of who transits through the strait, but providing the necessary assistance, safety requirements, as well as navigations. So this is why it's so important that the negotiations continue, and we also can bring the knowledge and know-how in relation to the operations that have been going through the Strait of Hormuz for many decades.
But we know there's a basic disagreement. Iran believes the agreement at the moment means that it should administer every vessel passing through the Strait of Hormuz. The Americans are trying to encourage people to use the other side of the water, the Omani side of the water, which the Iranians are desperate to stop because it would weaken them in future negotiations. So what should ships do today if they want to try and cross?
Well, at present, the reality is that I have reiterated my message that whilst there's no clarity on the safety of the seafarers, and in particular those innocents that have been trapped for many months now in the Strait of Hormuz, we should not take any risks. It is important also to recognize that during a conflict, there's a lot of statements that will be made that not necessarily will follow the actions that we take here at the organizations when we have the negotiations. So what we're working on is on the relationships between, in particularly Iran and Oman, how we can reinstate the usage of the traffic separation scheme that was adopted by IMO back in 1968, and before the conflict was operated jointly by Oman and Iran. And in the meantime, we need to continue to work on those safe guarantees for the countries to allow the trade to resume. But again, we cannot forget that whilst the conflict is going, it's going to be difficult to immediately get a final solution, and there are further guarantees that we will need required before trade resumes as it was before the conflict started.
Now, we know that eventually Iran would like to start charging ships passing the Strait of Hormuz, but right now they are not charging. So why would any ships not coordinate with Iran? Why would they try and take this other route that the Americans want them to?
We have to recognize the first part of the situations in relation to charges or fees. That is outside.
Have you covered the very important part that Khamenei's body was transported by a Finnish grocery store's coal truck? Finland was mentioned. Is that real? I thought that was AI. I thought that was AI.
International
Is it
law.
not?
There's no legal basis for that to be introduced on Straits for international navigation.
But there aren't any at the moment.
We also need to recognize. I beg your pardon?
There aren't any charges at the moment, are there?
No, there are no charges, but we also need to recognize the importance of reiterating the usage of the traffic separation scheme that went through a process in these organizations of verifying that is the safest route to take. The other two routes that we have at present, which are considered extraordinary routes or temporary routes, have not gone through the process of our verifications in relation to any risks, navigational charts, etc. We can use them now because, of course, the traffic separation scheme that was established in 1968 is not safe to do so because of mines. So in the meantime, that's part of the coordinations that we're carrying out. But we need to get the parties back onto the table because if we want to resume the operations.
It was an old truck that a delivery contractor had sold to Iran without removing the graphics. I choose to believe that Finland did this on purpose. Sorry. It's in my head canon. Yeah, no, Finland did that on purpose. They actually are offering critical support to the Islamic Republic. Much respect to Finland in this endeavor.
In the strait, as we were
Finns rise up.
Used to, we need to start thinking first on all the safety guarantees, not only for the seafarers, but also for the ships and the.
Oh, yeah, this is the story that everybody wants me to cover. Count Binface is running in the Clacton by-election. I don't understand why other people are not running in this by-election against Nigel Farage, and it's just Count Binface, but I don't know. British elections are so strange to me.
All the major political parties have refused to stand in the Clacton by-election. But Nigel Farage will be up against Count Binface. And of course, the Count now joins us on Good Morning Britain. Very good morning to you, Count Binface.
Good morning, Miss Reid. Good morning, Mr. Balls. And how dare you say all the major parties aren't standing? Come on, you just, you contradicted yourself.
That's true. You are standing. Are you in it to bin it?
Well, exactly. This is one of my lovely little phrases. I mean, am I standing? I mean, right now I'm sitting, and it depends on getting the 10 nominations from the good humans of Clacton, if, of course, Nigel Farage doesn't do a reverse ferret because he's terrified of the prospect of facing me, mano a bino. So we shall see.
And Count Binface, have you been to Clacton many times? Do you know the constituency well?
Well, I've been to Clacton precisely 0 times because based on the activities of the incumbent, I thought that was what you were supposed to do. So I was just following protocol. So where I should turn up in the constituency at all is clearly academic. Or maybe I should spend more time in Washington, D.C. or in Thailand. You tell me.
And talking of following the other candidate, have you ever received a £5 million gift from anybody?
Certainly not on your planet, no. So you can't get me on that one, standards commissioners. What the recyclons give me on Sigma 9 is my business alone.
I mean, the trouble is, it has all turned into a farce if Nigel Farage only faces a challenge from, with all due respect, you, Count Binface. Do you think that the other parties are making a mistake, or do you think that Conservative voters, Lib Dem voters, Labour voters should all vote for you or boycott this by-election?
Well, I mean, Susanna, you talk to me about farce, but you're a Crystal Palace supporter. And they've been through all kinds of stuff, but now they've turned it around. And they've won trophy after trophy. So the underdog can prevail, as you well know. And, you know, whether the other parties are running frit, I think is the political word. I love that word, frit of old Binny, or they don't want to be part of Nigel's sideshow. We shall find out. But of course, the thing is, if there's a second by-election when Parliament finds out that Nigel has done something a bit iffy, if they do, who knows?
Who knows?
And then, of course, there'll be another by-election, which costs 380 grand to the British taxpayer. So if they vote me in, I save you lot 380,000 Earth pounds without lifting a space finger. It's a win-win.
Is he in it to bin it? Is he in it to win it? We'll find out.
Count Binface, thanks very much indeed for your time this morning. And of course,
I'm not going to lie. I'm actually kind of happy I got banned from the UK after this, dude. I mean, what are you guys doing? The fuck is this fake ass country doing? It's cool. It's cool, man.
editorial will always say we need to point out Nigel Farage says he's done nothing wrong.
And read out the list of candidates in the by-election, which has not yet been called, so we're still okay on that one.
Now, so far, one of the only few who say they will stand in the Clacton by-election is Count.
Jokes are not allowed. Yeah, no, I just don't get it. Like, I don't even understand why, like, this by-election is happening. I don't understand why Nigel Farage is running unopposed with the exception of Count Binface. People keep saying there's going to be another by-election regardless, right? Isn't the election only happening because Farage called it so he can't get investigated on something? Yeah, right? That's it, right? Farage is trying to score points to say unpopular look so nobody is playing his game. But how does that even work? Like, who cares if he's popular? Who cares if he wins this election? What, like, would the courts go, oh, well, we can't prosecute him any longer. He's popular. Is that how it works? Like, in his mind? Like, what line of defense does he get out of winning this by-election? He says it's a referendum, but that's not how it works. Like, can you imagine? It worked for Trump. Yeah. Trump didn't run for Clacton in the by-election. He ran for president. Okay? Which, again, it shouldn't have worked. In a civilized country, it shouldn't have worked anyway. But there is a difference. It's not the fucking Clacton by-election. It's the presidency. So I am having a very hard time comprehending what, like, his victory here would do anything other than the fact that it just, like, pushes his prosecution back, right? Because, like, now he's running for office. So what is he going to do? Just keep getting people to drop out so he can do by-election after by-election all across the fucking country? Anytime there's another investigation, he's like, well, I'm running in a different by-election now. This is how it is. I'm just buying time with by-elections. It's not a criminal prosecution. It's an internal investigation within Parliament, so it's highly political. Okay. It's an attempt to say it's a mandate from the people by boycotting and leaving it to Binface. The other parties are trying to sidestep his game.
Binface, who was last seen sharing a stage with Andy Burnham at the Makerfield by-election. And Count Binface joins us now.
Good morning, your time. Good evening, Sigma 9 time. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Good morning from space. Hello to you. First question, why would an intergalactic space warrior want to stand to be the MP for Clacton?
Why not?
It's a good question. Tell me about your manifesto. What can you offer the people of Clacton? Have you ever been there?
No, because I understand from the current incumbent that is part of how you do the job. So I deliberately stayed away. Is that how it works? But, you know, if I get the 10 nominations, because, hey, look, there's no guarantee I'm standing for the election, as I'm sure you know. I'm game, but I have to get the signatures from 10 local inhabitants. Otherwise, this is a non-starter. And then, of course, I will tailor my manifesto to the local area as always. But most of my national policies will remain: building at least one affordable house, nationalising Adele, bring back CFAX, and of course, moving the hand dryer in the gents' toilet in the Crown and Treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position, because, as you know, it's a national issue.
Those policies didn't go down too well, did they, with the good people of Makerfield? I believe you got 95 votes at the recent by-election. So how are you hoping to do any better?
What a disgracefully scornful tone. How dare you? 95 actual votes? That's a Dolly Parton. 95, just one shy of a reverse 69, which I scored against Boris in an Uxbridge sports hall in 2019. So I'm cock-a-hoop. I'm over your moon. I'm over my moon. I'm doing very well. I came 7th out of 14. I mean, what more do you want?
What do you say to those other parties?
Wait, there were actually 7 other people that he defeated with 95 votes? Who the fuck's running in these elections? Like, I feel like I could get more votes if I just ran for fun. How is that possible? It's all a joke. We like to have fun here. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, what you guys consider to be fun and what I consider to be fun, even though I'm a political autist as well, is very different.
Who have decided not to field candidates in Clacton?
Well, I mean, that's for them, isn't it, mate? That's democracy. They can choose to run away from my beneficence and magnificence, or maybe they just noticed that Nigel is up to it.
Faraj's arguments will be that by running in a separate by-election, his financial crimes won't be under parliamentary investigation time window, which is wrong. Yeah. I don't get it.
A rather peculiar hissy fit, and they're keeping their powder dry for a second by-election when, of course, the parliamentary committee reports. But interesting, you see, the thing is, that second election, which would cost 380 grand, will only happen if Nigel wins this one. So if you vote Binface, you save the British taxpayer £380,000 without me doing anything. Stick it in the Ministry of Defence. How'd you like them apples?
Can I ask roughly where you are, how long it's going to take you to Clacton, and when you're planning to make your first visit, and what you plan to do while you're there?
Well, good question. Absolutely. Now we're talking. We're cooking on gas here. I was on my way back to Sigma 9 in my starship, the Alboreto, and I caught wind of what was going on yesterday, so I did a quick old U-turn, a bit like Keir Starmer, did one of those, lovely jubbly, and zoomed back, so I'm approaching the Kuiper belt of your star system, and yeah, I'll be with you in a jiffy.
Would you be up for a head-to-head debate with Nigel Farage?
A tete-a-lid debate. I see what you're saying. Yeah, why not? I'd be up for that. I'd like to understand how you get 5 million £Earth in crypto donations, which, if they're completely above board, I think we'd all like some of that. So we could ask him how he can enrich our coffers just like his own. And, you know, I think I'm sure he's got nothing to hide. I'm sure he's not going to do a reverse ferret because it looks like it could be the Binny McBinface election to demonstrate the wonders of democracy like never before. No, I'm sure he's up for it just as much as I am.
Clearly, Mr. Farage denies any accusations of wrongdoing. Very quickly, Count Binface, can you win?
Probably not. But you know what? It's the taking part that counts. My job is to demonstrate that British democracy is one.
Oh God, he's a Redditor? You couldn't tell that he's a Redditor by doing this? I mean, it's fine. I think it would be really awesome if people just voted for this guy and then Nigel Farage lost the race. Like that's a better outcome than even like, I don't know, your party running in the by-election and then somehow winning. Yeah, it's peak Reddit, but it's the type of disrespect that Nigel Farage deserves.
Wonderful and unique in the entire cosmos because you.
So yes, I am endorsing Count Binface for the Clacton by-election. Stop pretending this isn't incredible. Stop grifting, you piece of shit. Where are the fucking ultras who refuse entryism? Here, go vote. Yeah. They always talk about third parties. Here's your third party, an out and about communist. An out and about communist. An intergalactic communist.
You can stand for whatever you want. You can stand no matter who you want. You could stand if
This will come back to bite you. He's a trashy guy.
you want. Come and join me. Why not? Exercise your democratic right. And let's see where it takes me, or indeed you. You might be the next MP for Clacton.
I'll be honest, it just feels like this is the most like America-fied the UK has been. That's what it is. It just like shocks me. Anyway, we're back to the Kirkification, the ultimate Kirkification, which is the Charlie Kirk trial. See it! Robinson's ex-lover seen on video for the first time.
This meeting is to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. You understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also give you an admonition about false statements, okay? First,
what percentage are we sure Tyler did it? Every day it lowers. Every day the percentage goes down for me.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God? Yes. I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that? Yes. It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. Make sure that our first, we're going to cover some of the things that you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay.
I don't get it. What's going on here? I don't want to come across as insensitive. But what's happening here? Bro, go tase your dog, you liberal yellow belly. You can't say that, man. That's our word. So, okay, you guys need to explain something to me. You guys need to explain something to me. And I don't want to come across as insensitive. Are they a trans person? Like, are they a trans woman? Did they detransition? Are they what do they say? Boy modding? Like, what's going on? Are they MB? Because like the way the media covered it, the way the media was covering this is like, this is a trans woman who's a furry, blah, 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 all this shit. Now, I'm not expecting them to be in court in a furry outfit. Boy moding, sorry, not modding. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. Yes, I meant boy. Doesn't that sound right though? Like boy modding? Like a mod? Like, no? You just put the mod on for the day. Like, it's you installed the boy mod, like a mod pack. Did you just make a typo out loud? I just always assumed it has something to do with mods. Anyway, let's move on from this mistake. Let's just keep going.
And we described your relationship with Tyler when you first met him anyway.
Damn, double audio. No, but actually, okay, going back and asking sincerely, what's the deal? Do we know? Does anyone else know? This is one of the fucking, obviously there's a million different problems with like transphobia that is so normalized in mainstream media, but like I can't even get like a normal answer, not even from this community, but like I can't get a normal answer from reading mainstream reporting because they all do it wrong. You know what I mean? They're never going to cover, like this is sincerely one of the issues with the way that like mainstream media refuses to add, like to update their style guides to make sure that they're not like engaging in transphobic stuff, not out of wokeness even, but just like purely out of, you know, how your primary job here should be to cover things correctly. You know what I mean? This is precisely the reason why, like, you can't even get accurate information, certainly not on Fox, but not even on like Guardian or the BBC or the New York Times, on whether or not this person is like a trans person. Are they not an out trans person? You know what I mean? Like, it's just because the way that the media covered the story initially was with the FBI revelations that this was like a trans woman. You sound like my grandpa. No, I'm trying. No, guys, come on. I'm being sincere. Why does it matter? Well, I'm trying to establish whether or not the FBI was lying or not. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And I also don't want to misgender them.
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate. So I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first,
See, I'm trans and confused as well. Check logs for response. Not all trans women take hormones or have surgery. They just dress and present in a way that feels feminine. We will commonly dress according to assigned birth agenda for quarter family, weddings, etc. No, but that's what I'm saying. Is that what's going on here? You know what I mean? Like, is that what's going on here? That was simply the question I had. Which, by the way, again, I suspected that's what could be the case here. But do you see the broader point that I was making about like the media never really properly addressing trans-related things at all, and therefore it's virtually impossible to understand like it's virtually impossible to arrive at like accuracy in their coverage. It's another way that like wanting to or being careless about trans existence or being reluctant to address trans existence ends up fucking up your coverage. Wow, I came here to listen to HasanAbi, but I seem to have stumbled across J.K. Rowling's Torch channel. Turf much? Okay, stop. I
first moved up.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone? Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we've got it recorded. Okay, so again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. And they're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you don't owe me my mic. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right.
fucking boomers, man.
For roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
Just asking questions, Piker. Okay, stop. I wasn't.
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you?
The leftist Twitch streamer Hasan Piker challenge. It's in the Atlantic. They wrote this in the Atlantic too. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's crazy. Ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no fucking way they wrote in the Atlantic that me and Mitch McConnell are having gay sex, or as we like to call it, sex. Ain't no fucking... Oh my God. McConnell's absence has prompted a flood of memes, some involving Ouija boards, AI-generated Mitch zombies, Weekend at Bernie's inspired scenes, and reports of the kid from The Sixth Sense having reached the senator. The leftist Twitch streamer Hasan Piker challenged McConnell to publicly deny that the two are engaged in a romantic tryst. What have I done? Oh no. What have I done? And it's him. Oh God. This is going to be on Fox News, isn't it? No, they'll never cover it because then they'd have to come to terms with the reality that he's not alive. And I suspect that they're not going to do that. I guess only Mitch can clear it up now. I bet you were a gentle lover to Mitch. No, why do you think he's in the hospital, dude? Wow. Yeah, I cracked his little turtle shell. Okay, we're done. We're done. That's crazy. Oh my God.
Lived when on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Into September 10th. Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
You mind? Hit it right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great suit and tie, by the way. Just I was waiting for an opportune moment to say it, but
all right, so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably 12 to 1 p.m.
I'm a suit guy.
You didn't have to work that day?
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.?
Yeah.
dude, what the fuck is going on? What is going on in Utah, bro? What is happening in Utah, actually?
Now, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where our Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months. But I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay. Okay. Right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that These text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Yeah, that was the server.
Maki Zenon, thank you for the 25. Get the subs.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally. Who are these people? Members of
this is his friend group. They played D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Or go to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
So Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And these other people are just others that are members of the server?
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, DM means Dungeon Master. So these are like, most of them are names they're using.
They game more than HasanAbi, I bet. Yeah, okay. Well, so does Zoran Mamdani. Okay.
In the game they're playing currently.
Got it. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because at least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11. So.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
So again, we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages.
Why is there no video, just audio? It broke. It's Utah, man.
Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
They spent like 4 hours yesterday talking about redactions of audio video for inadmissible evidence in this exhibit. These are the edits they agreed on. The lover is selling him out. I mean, what do you mean? They had nothing to do with this. Why the fuck would they go to prison? What? Plus, you don't know. You don't know if it was actually You don't know if it was actually Tyler Robinson that sent those text messages. Just saying. Also, he turned himself in.
Okay. All right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home, and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
Can we please watch Candace on Sean Ryan show? Because she goes over just about all the stuff in the investigation that has gone wrong and her theory. Personally, I think she's pretty spot on. Oh my God. Guys, you're not supposed to be, this can't be sincere, okay? Like, taking advantage of the misinformation atom bomb that Candace Owens dropped against the concerted effort by the Republican Party to turn this into a anti-leftist counterterrorism operation is good. But you're not supposed to literally be like, yeah, Candace Owens has some good ideas. Like, if you find yourself saying Candace Owens has some good ideas, you really, really got to check yourself. Okay? I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, maybe try to exercise a little caution when listening to someone like Candace Owens. Literally every normie thinks it was Israel. No, it's crazy. I know. Look, it's out of my hands. I can't do nothing about it. Clearly, I don't have the staying power to combat this kind of misinformation, okay? It's out of my hands. Sorry. I don't have the answers. I don't have the answers. I don't know. Some of the stuff seems a little suspicious. Clandis mogged you, bro. Sorry. No, she did. She mogged all of it. I mean, she mogged the goddamn federal government, dude. Explain the trapdoor and Charlie's light switch turning ability. See, I can't. I can't do that. From New York Times on the roommate's gender identity, since you were asking earlier, prosecutors said last year that Mr. Twiggs had been transitioning to identify as a woman, but prosecutors and Mr. Robinson's lawyers have this week referred to him as a man. Mr. Twiggs said in the interview that for a time they went by Luna to some friends, which is how Mr. Robinson addressed him in the note. Interesting. To be fair, this is a nationally visible trial for a trans person, potentially a trans person in the state of Utah at a time when there are active initiatives to erase transgender people, like literally. So it could be out of safety. It could be a detransitioning situation. It's just, we don't know. It's a very sad situation overall.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting?
If you actually supported us, you would start estrogen. That's crazy. I already take DHT blockers for my hairline. That's the most HRT you're going to get out of me. But then the other HRT I will do is not force fem. It's going to be TRT eventually.
Down, relaxing.
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. He started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it, and then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left...
See, the trapdoor thing was totally just they're saying might be super early on because of the angle of the injury, and now it makes sense that it was a rigged microphone. Stop. HasanAbi wine mom. Please. Look, I think having a conversation about the potential caliber of another weapon or another shooter is one thing. Okay? But I think like the exploding microphone theory is so unbelievably far-fetched. Like, I get it. Israel did the pager attacks. No, it was a microphone bomb, 1,000%. Okay. Oh, no, I can't tell if chatters are being for real right now or if they're fucking with me. Come on, guys. Come on. What are we doing?
Was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay. Okay, before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat, but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images. Okay, I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is some press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these, looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last 2, definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This looks like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends' end.
Okay. All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We've talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
We played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a
Friend slop?
group of friends. There was one game he really liked called Sea of Thieves, where you play as like a pirate, and you can fight against people, but most of it's just like fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons, kind of stuff. We played some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way. Way back when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some like shooting games together, but I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had like a full friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about...
Damn, even Tyler Robinson games more than you? Yeah, guess what, dude? I'm not in fucking prison right now, at least for the time being, okay? The moment I start gaming, the moment the administration comes after me, this is for self-preservation. Look at this first clip. The outline of Israel is literally on the ground. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck? That's it. That's it. You clocked it. We clocked it. And that and the menorah, Israel did it confirmed.
Political issues. So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policy.
This kind of stuff also doesn't make sense. This reminds me of the Thomas Crook situation, right? Where it's like you have a guy who's like not that involved in politics doing something so wild. Like, what the fuck is happening? It's just like none of that makes sense. None of this makes sense. Okay. I don't understand it. You like this guy's not even like seemingly all that involved in the realm of politics. Like doesn't necessarily give that much of a shit. Very important thing about both text messages and Discord messages that they have timestamps. The exception is the death penalty case against Tyler Robinson, where text messages and Discord messages no longer have timestamps for some reason. I mean, this is a mock-up and recreation of the text message exchange. It has the timestamps. 4:33, 1:15 p.m. Wednesday, 4:33 p.m. Wednesday, 11 p.m. Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard. What? You're joking, right? Fuck, I tried to delete that. I did crime. Incredible OPSEC? Yeah, there is none. There is no OPSEC. Less involved in politics equals don't know how to engage in politics normally equals think killing is how to do politics. Why has the phone been kirked in the same place?
He's being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
FD described it in the video about Charlie, and instead of wanting to do a crime of mass violence like a school shooting, they would instead want to make a mass spectacle of violence, like a targeted shooting and assassination. Yeah, but even then, it's like, does this dude fit the profile of someone who was suicidal? You know what I mean? Because an assassination is very different than like suicide by cop. And allegedly, Tyler Robinson was clearly trying to get away with it, which is precisely the reason why it doesn't seem like a suicide by cop situation at all. But assassinations are often highly motivated, especially a political assassination is going to be highly politically motivated. So then Tyler Robinson's profile doesn't fit the standard of a person that has any sort of like direct revenge fantasy here, especially if they're not constantly talking about, like, I don't know, violence that trans people are experiencing or policies like that, and the role that Charlie Kirk plays in fomenting violence against transgender people. So that's why it's so confusing, because he doesn't fit the normal profile of a person like that. Like the Shinzo Abe assassin was very directional. Okay, Shinzo Abe's assassin knew exactly why he wanted to kill Shinzo Abe, right? There was a very clear goal there. There was very clear harm that the assassin's mother had experienced, the assassin had experienced, right? So, you know, that's why he did it. Whereas in this circumstance, it's just like the amount of work that you put in to pulling off something like this, you probably need to be very motivated by something, very motivated by anger, very motivated politically. And so many of these like last sequence of high profile attempts and high profile assassinations, shootings in general, have been conducted by people with indecipherable politics. Now, I don't know if that's a byproduct of just being American and not really giving a fuck about politics, but it literally almost always gets reduced to, yeah, I tried to kill the president because I'm bored. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, seeing someone who's like a radical centrist who hates Donald Trump but also hates like the left flank attempt to kill the president at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, you're like, what the fuck were you thinking? It's just people going, yeah, wanted to do this because I'm fucking bored. So, to be fair, it almost makes sense as to why people think that these are all fake assassination attempts, right? It kind of makes sense as to why people look at this story and go, something doesn't add up.
Okay, so before that you have been?
For a short time, yes.
Okay. And I understand you're going by Luna at some point?
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing.
It's the product of nihilistic irony poisoning that communities like Mold Man spread around. Yes, but also this person doesn't seem to fit that bill as well. Seems like a pretty fucking straight and narrow, cookie cutter, white, like somewhat liberal Mormon guy. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for this portion. Let me check and see if I've missed anything.
It seems like this person was literally outed to the world. Yes. It's true. That is exactly what happened here. Is there even a history of posting about Charlie and strong feelings about him? I don't remember. No. No, and they're not even saying that the Tyler Robinson talked about Charlie at all.
You said he had
Craziest
asked for
piece
that,
of
is that right?
evidence that was released today.
And
Second
he
monitor.
told you it
Okay,
was to
dude.
inscribe bullets?
Yeah.
And so did you have a Dremel then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our, like, our apartment, we had a section where we kept all our, like, random tools for household stuff in our, like, lower basement level pantry. So, yeah.
Okay. And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording for the 1102 purposes.
Thanks, James. All right, let's bring in Fox News contributor and retired NYPD inspector and attorney Paul Morrow. 300 days in from when Charlie Kirk's life was taken from him. And we heard a lot in that courtroom just now. Paul, what were your
Jesus
takeaways?
Christ, almost been a
Let's
year.
try to go to a couple of places we haven't talked about. We're all very frustrated with how long this process is going. I think most of the commentators, if not all, agree that we are well over the hump for probable cause. Let's recognize what that means. Probable cause is the same standard under which police make an arrest. That just means we probably got the right guy. Some people put a percentage on it. We don't need to bother with that. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. This is not the trial. That's later. This is did the cops do the right thing? That's really all this hearing is. Other systems in other states, they use indictment to double tap it. It's just a safeguard. So in light of that construct, you have to say to yourself, Judge Graff, do we not have enough at this point to move forward? As they say in New York, you can indict a ham sandwich. This is the replacement for an indictment process. And the feeling, I think, among a lot of us is why? Why is he letting them have so much latitude, particularly to the defense? Because what it does is gives the defense a preview of the prosecution's case.
And we got a preview of that, and it looks, I mean, incontrovertible, just from the text messages alone. That if you're a defense attorney, how do you defend against that? And in terms of it being bound over for trial, I think that there's, I don't think that anybody's got an argument that there's, maybe the defense does, but I don't think most people would have an argument that there's plenty of evidence here to bind it over for trial. But do you think that this will go to trial? Do you think that this is just Tyler Robinson's defense team, led by Catherine Nestor, saying they got so much on you, including a confession from you, which is backed up by your lover, this ain't going.
For the fact that it doesn't add up makes it more credible. So many loose ties and unanswered questions is not uncommon with natural acts of violence. I don't think it's a cover-up, sure. I have my own doubts, but it doesn't feel like a patsy for us or Israel assassination. And as Ken Dis would like to insinuate for views. Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, I'm never going to get in the way of people who think such things. You know, it's just, it's hard. It's hard to make that counter argument. Okay. It's tough. It's out of my hands. Sorry. I tried really hard. Having said that, there is definitely a bunch of stuff that just like doesn't add up. Like the gun, how did it get there? How did it get disassembled, reassembled? Why did it get reassembled? Why doesn't it show up when he's running in the footage? You know, there's like a lot of stuff that is just like strange. Thank God no one listens to you anyway. Yeah, no one listens to me anyway, except for The Atlantic and Huffington Post when I talk about how I blew Mitch McConnell's back out when we had sex. You know? I have to leave the stream on mute. Why would you do that?
Going anywhere except potentially that if you lose at trial, you could lose your life. Let's cut a deal with the prosecution here. Take the death penalty off the table. You'll spend the rest of your life in jail, but at least you'll be alive. Do you think it could be heading in that direction?
So I'm going to refer back to the Koberger case because the public is familiar with it. That case, I actually came out and said early, I could see a plea deal here because of areas, we don't need to relitigate that. And, I got shouted down a little bit. Turned out I actually called that one right. I'm going to go the other way on this.
Is Haley Stevens doing AAVE? Not Abdul leading the uncommitted movement. Please, I need to hear her say this out loud. I need to hear her say, not Abdul leading the uncommitted movement. Just like Vladimir Putin. Oh my God. What gives? What gives?
This one, from having been out there, John, seen some of the atmospherics, and this is just my gut, but also how voluminous the evidence is. No, I think this one goes to trial. I don't think that, remember, the prosecution controls that. And unless there's some procedural problem, somebody really dropped the ball, they don't want to have to deal with it in court, the motion comes in, they have their backs to the wall, all right, let's cut the deal, we'll talk to the defense. Short of that, I just don't get the feeling that the prosecution is going to offer a deal. I think that they feel like they have, as James Galliano said, an open and shut case. And let's remember something. There's stuff we haven't even heard. Yeah. For instance, we know he turned himself in. And we know that the sheriff he turned himself into in Washington County had a warning that he was on the way in. If you're that sheriff, you do two things. You turn on a body-worn camera, and you don't take him into custody, you just ask a simple question. What are you doing here? That's all you got to do. One question, it's not custodial, you don't need any Miranda. It's human nature. You're going to say, why are you here? The kid's going to say something, and I suspect it'll be very incriminating. Did that happen? I don't know that. But I'd like to think there is some, I know there's at least audio from what I'm being told. There could be something that's even more of a slam dunk than what we got now. I hope it doesn't come out in the hearing. We shouldn't hear it here. We should hear it at trial. So no, if I'm sitting there right now, if I'm sitting where the prosecution is, I go all the way with this thing.
Wow, just a little bit of color coming from the courtroom as they are now in a lunch break. But shortly before that ended, we did hear about the reaction from Tyler Robinson as the Twigs video, his former roommate and lover, we are told, played out. He was intently watching. Paul, that's about all I have.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to say to yourself here, what were his, and I don't want to play psychoanalyst, but you can see in the text messages, et cetera, there was a performative element of this. You know, he texts Twigs, talks to him about it. There's a level of grandiosity here, almost like fulfilling a fantasy. And that's how very often crimes do occur. We had a good Utah investigator, a guy named Mike King, on, and he explained to us on the weekly rap sheet, we're doing a show on this every night, 7 o'clock live on this case. And we talked about the fact that these things they germinate in the mind of a perp like this, is a sort of a fantasy, and little by little it becomes normalized. It becomes something you can do, and I think he saw himself as a hero, and I think he saw himself as a hero to Lance Twigs. I get that atmospheric. Again, it's just a cop's read. Now, look, he's innocent until proven guilty. I have to caveat us that way. But that said, with all of these atmospherics, that's my read on it.
Just follow up on that. Is there any sort of risk then that, you know, the defense could make the case that Tyler Robinson, you know, wanted to take ownership of Charlie Kirk's death and shooting, but didn't actually do it, but presented it to his roommate? I'm just thinking of where the defense could go in a trial with this.
Yeah, no, and that dovetails on the question that John raised earlier, which is, you know, couldn't they say it was somebody else texting with him, et cetera? And that's where the fact that you got the Celebrite download from the phone, you got the DNA, you're going to be able to put that. And remember, we got the note as well under Robinson's keyboard. They're going to put that phone in Robinson's hand, as well as the gun's got the DNA, the towel's got the DNA, all of these things. He talks about engraving, remember the shells? Yep. All right, and those shells were found with those engraved. All of that stuff is going to put it in Tyler Robinson's hand, I think.
Holy fuck. New Zin flavors, I've been testing them out. Cool blueberry, cool watermelon. This one is banger. No ads. No hashtag ad.
That's going to be a blind alley for them if they try to go that way, or they try this idea that there's this second shooter that popped out from someplace. There's no indicia of that. Can they raise a counter narrative? Sure they can, but you have to have some evidence. Otherwise, the
watermelon one
say,
is
we're not entertaining that.
calm.
So you can't just conjure a counter narrative out of thin air. You have to have something to support it. And let's remember something else. And I'm going to use the term that was said to me when I was out there. They have Twiggs, quote unquote, right where we want him. All right. I was asking physically, where is he? All right. He's not in witness protection. It's not that kind of thing. You do with something like this, you got a key witness. You keep him out of the public's eye. You keep him away from the media. Generally, you know, you use a motel or something. I don't want to go into it. But the bottom line is, this guy is the most crucial witness that they have. And yet he's the romantic partner. So they need a lever. So what's the lever that they have? I can guarantee you they said to him, you're implicated. Did you destroy evidence? Did you do this? Did you do that? And, you know, they probably scared him, rightly so. He starts talking. It's recorded. You make sure you do that. That's how this went.
Wow.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question about that in a second, but for those of you who aren't intently watching the screen, a little more color from inside the courtroom. And Paul, you mentioned the engraving of the bullets. Apparently, while he was watching intently as the Lance Twiggs interview was being played out in the courtroom, Tyler Robinson became visibly uncomfortable and started squirming in his seat when he was talking about engraving the bullets. Now, just to refresh folks at home's memory, and maybe for folks who didn't see that part of the interview being played out, Lance Twiggs talked about Tyler Robinson saying that he wanted to engrave bullet casings. Didn't say why or what he was going to engrave on it. Lance Twiggs said, well, we've got a Dremel if you want to borrow that. Anybody who is not familiar, a Dremel is sometimes it's used for crafts, sometimes
I don't have the link, but the messages, those pictures don't match the transcript the FBI released a year ago.
it's used for you know, as a tool, basically, if you're trying to do something with metal, cut it or polish it or engrave it. It's a little handheld device where it's got a little rotating bit on the end of it. You could engrave things with it, you could polish, you can sand with it. The fact that he talked at length about, and in great detail, about Tyler Robinson wanting to borrow that Dremel. Lance Twiggs said, I won't get it for you, but I'll tell you where it is. And apparently Tyler Robinson went to wherever it was and picked that up. He was quite uncomfortable, according to observers in the court, when that testimony was being read out.
Yeah, unsurprising.
It just straight up doesn't make any sense. Also, are these guys all not so subtly implying that the lover is involved in this? Am I getting that across? Like Fox News couldn't get their nut off on Tyler Robinson, that they're very not so subtly just being like, yeah, they got him right where they want him. It's like, okay. Very strange of you to just assume that this is some grand conspiracy. Like, it's not enough. You got the shooter, allegedly, but you're like, oh, well, this is a suspected transgender partner. We should just lock them up, too, just, you know, for fun.
Probably had the atmospheric of somebody getting caught bragging, because here he is, you know, sort of talking to Twiggs about that. This is obviously very damning evidence. But again, I go back to the idea that I think he's beginning to feel, first of all, obviously the case is closing in on him here. But I think, again, he wanted to think of himself as a hero. I think to the people that are potentially politically aligned with him, but also to Twiggs. And here he is having a conversation.
It is also pretty wild because it's like, oh, dude, if you've ever done any crime, but you've also been around a trans person, let's just grab the trans person too, is an insane way to operate. You know what I mean? Like, they're just like, all right, let's just lock them up too, you know? Fuck it. Lock them up.
Early private conversation, let's say, with his paramour. And here it is now being read out in open court. So, and let's remember something else. It's a callback to the Mangione case, where we saw a similar technique. So all of these things are very damning. And let's remember also, he puts the gun in his own hands. He starts telling Twiggs about, you know, what am I gonna do about Grandpa's gun? Dad's gonna be all over me to get Grandpa's gun. It's wrapped up in a towel in the woods. I gotta get back there to get it. Well, the police found it. And of course it has
this part also is
his
just like
DNA and Twiggs' DNA on it. So
this is the thing that I don't get, right? Haley Williams mentioned Paramore. Okay, shut up. The thing that I don't understand is like, this guy, they do everything, right? Tyler Robinson allegedly does everything by the book, like, you know, plans this whole fucking thing out, right? One shot, one kill, right in the fucking, right in the jugular. What the fuck's going on with like leaving the gun in the woods? Like, I don't even understand. Like, what that, like, what is, like, how is it so not sloppy on the one hand, but so unbelievably sloppy on the other hand? Why do they act like they haven't been in charge of this investigation? It's your guys. I mean, yeah, it's their homies.
Again, you know, I just got to go back to the weight of the evidence. And if I'm sitting where the prosecution is, I do not let myself get distracted. I go all the way on this. If you don't take this case all the way on aggravated murder, I don't know what Utah has the statute for.
Wow. There's
Adderall wore off, been there.
a lot to dig into there. You know, as this continues, I mean, you have to imagine these families are all in the courtroom. They're all taking this in together. They're all probably watching Tyler Robinson, his reactions. To John's point, we just got some color in the courtroom that he was squirming when his former roommate was, you know, talking about the engravings on the bullets.
Paramore! You mean
Paul,
Paramore!
It just seems like for the American public watching this, I mean, there's just an overwhelming amount of evidence here.
Former
And this is
roommate,
one
you
of those
mean
things where
Paramore.
The public gets to see how the sausage is made in our justice system, and sometimes it's not that pretty. I can assure people, without such a public forum and without people sort of play.
All right,
Let's
whatever.
get straight to Donna
Kirk, family attorney issues desperate plea to judge.
and Joshua Ritter outside of the courthouse there. Josh, I'll start with you first. Set this up for us, what we are about to hear.
We're about to hear probably the most anticipated and crucial piece of evidence in this case. Up until now, we've heard about DNA and we've heard about ballistics. We've seen a lot of surveillance, but this is going to be a videotape, and audio is probably the only thing we will see. It looks like the judge has ruled that the video will not be shown to the public or the media, but we're going to be hearing at least the audio interview of Lance Twiggs, who is Tyler Robinson's roommate and romantic partner at the time, where he made what we believe are many confessions. We already know that he confessed essentially over text message, but now apparently this might include some actual conversations that they had in person or over the phone. It could be very enlightening. And again, I think this is why you're seeing the defense fighting against this so hard. They've been fighting against this literally for weeks. It's just now all culminated in a frame-by-frame discussion of what's going to actually be played in court and what won't.
Don, I mean, what's the problem with showing Lance Twiggs, video of Lance Twiggs? I mean, we know what he looks like. We're hearing the audio. What's the difference of marrying a picture with the audio?
I agree with you, John. There is no difference. It is a difference without distinction. We're talking about evidence coming in a trial or a hearing, as this is. And as that evidence comes in, we're going to hear the words spoken. And so the difference between hearing it and seeing it while we hear it, I think, is very minimal, frankly. I do think that the only argument potentially for the cameras being off wasn't really made. And what that is Lance Twiggs himself is not here to testify. So therefore, the fact that he is on video, his statement would have come in this way because hearsay is admissible. So the hearsay could have come in through a police officer, through a detective, through another witness in the case. Or maybe the judge thought if it came in that way, they wouldn't actually see him. So we're going to let the world hear his words, but we're not actually going to see him until he actually takes the witness stand.
Before they resume in the courtroom there, which we're about a minute away, I want to play this out from the Kirk family lawyer, Jeffrey Neiman, urging the court to let the evidence be seen for the sake of the family. Listen.
The Kirk family's waited 10 months for this hearing. And they have a right to be here, and they have a right to hear the evidence. They have a right to see and feel what's going on in this courtroom, just like, and they want to understand, Judge, what you are viewing. They want to see the evidence. And we understand you have to balance, but at a minimum, this courtroom needs to be open for the evidence to be displayed openly in this courtroom, for them to see it. The Utah Constitution gives them the right to be here, and to be here and not to see the evidence, what's the point of being here?
A clear display of frustration, Josh, on the part of the Kirk family.
Absolutely. And I agree with everything he says, by the way. The United States distinguishes itself from the entire world as standing as a country that opens up the doors of their courtrooms and allows cameras in, allows the public to come in. Why should that stop here and now? The reason.
Why is this a big story? I don't understand. It's so strange. All right, let's
Israel.
Let's see what Clandis is saying. Let's see what the okay. We're gonna peek into the clandestine operations for a brief moment. Okay. We are going to briefly peek at the other side, at America B. What are they talking about? How are they feeling? Ben Shapiro's Timeline of Dishonesty is the name of this video. Okay, we're going to put our clandestine operator hats on for just one brief moment. We're touching our tippy toes in the water. You're not diving in, okay?
Bombed Qatar, which houses a lot of Hamas officials. What happened here? And if I were to introduce just a skeptical question, will this potentially endanger America's own interests in the Middle East? So please, Ben, help me better understand the situation.
If you don't mind, can you just say something about what the day itself was like for you?
Yeah. Andrew Colvin admits in New York Times interview that Charlie was unhappy about Ben Shapiro being booked on as a guest.
Well, it can be brief.
Yeah, I know. It's so the day before, actually, I had booked an interview for him that he was not super pleased that I booked for him, but there was a good reason for doing it. But he was like, you know what, I'm tired now, and I want to focus on the tour tomorrow. So you're gonna guest host the show tomorrow.
Charlie's voice is not silent. We're gonna pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie left it.
Oh God, that's so fucking. Oh God. They're bringing Ben's old tweets. Yeah, I saw this one. I would gladly waive the Born in USA requirement for presidency for BB. Yeah, I saw that. Good one, Ben. Yeah, we'll get to Trump firing all the FEC people.
You know, we couldn't be, frankly, more honored to join you guys as much as we can in the fight.
Thank you for that, and thank you for donating.
Daily Wire donates $1 million to Turning Point USA and pledges more involvement in their operations. Date 9/15/2025.
The Daily Wire, $1 million. Breaking news on this show. Thank you guys for honoring Charlie so well today. God bless you.
For example, Candace Owens. I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now.
Ben Shapiro demands Megyn Kelly denounce Candace Owens on Megyn's own show, 11/6/2025.
Evil. It is evil what she is doing right now. Okay, and I say that again.
But what?
Because
like I didn't opine on whether it's evil or not, but my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. Why is it none of your business? I mean, you comment on these things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but if this were.
Dude, it's so awesome. These guys are all such vultures. It's so dope. I'm sorry. Watching this unfold in real time was cathartic, but it just, like, they are all such rapacious little grifters. They are fucking nasty. They're all so nasty, scavenging on the corpse of Charlie Kirk. Okay? Just going crazy mode.
On the left, and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes. When Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it.
Follow a hive mind, yes, queen. Underground, communists. Mormons live in Utah. I watched The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I know what's going on here.
After all, your personal business is our business. Is our motto. Egyptian Air. Wherever you travel, we will follow.
I need to take a breath here. Because what I'm about to discuss is significantly more serious and truly troubling. Candace Owens, as you may have...
Bro, it's got to feel so fucking good, though, that you, like, get fired from your previous place of employment and you fucking destroy them. And they spend every waking moment coming after you. And every time they do that, they keep losing the argument further and further. And you can basically say whatever you want. as long as you tie it back to Israel, you can just get away with it. And that pivotal issue is the reason why you got fired, which you happen to be on the right side of, even for the wrong reasons, right? Because, like, come on, Candace Owens, definitely anti-Semitic. It's just so crazy to me that she is fucking dabbing on him on a daily goddamn basis. And every day that they choose to shit on Candace Owens, her power grows and their power diminishes. That's got to feel so nutty.
Heard me refer at the top of the show, is an evil, twisted human being.
At the bottom of that lawsuit from Brian Harpole, it lists a Jacob William Roth, a partner of the firm, who also happens to be Ben Shapiro's brother-in-law.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way. Second, there's visual timelines that show Charlie's body being carried to a vehicle within minutes of being shot. Apparently, he was still alive at the time. Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
And Andrew Cole.
So what is that? That's crazy. So hold on now. Breaking news. Ben Shapiro just confessed on a show that while Charlie was being transported to the hospital and bleeding out to death, his security was on the phone with Charlie's security receiving updates. I knew it. Someone explained to me why during the minute while Charlie was dying in the backseat of a car, Charlie's security team was providing updates to Ben Shapiro's team rather than focusing entirely on saving Charlie's life and finding the killer. I will remind you all that Brian Harpole, one of the security members who was in that car en route to the hospital, is currently suing me and is using Ben Shapiro's lawyer, who has sued me relentlessly on Ben's behalf for the last 3 years. Ben Shapiro hated Charlie. Everyone knew that. So why the hell was this demon receiving updates in the mere minutes after Charlie was hit en route to the hospital? Who on Charlie's security team betrayed him this way? Everything Ben did following the assassination made my alarm bells go off. I have told you guys there's some about Daily Wire and their relentlessly stalking of me following my firing that has made me feel altogether unsafe. I have felt their obsessive focus on destroying me is deranged and increasingly dangerous. What did Andrew Colvett mean when he told me it was supposed to be you? Why did Turning Point betray Charlie so quickly by allowing Ben to open at Amfest after declaring immediately that he would pick up Charlie's bloody mic? Why didn't Ben mention this before today, that he was receiving status updates while Charlie was bleeding out? I clocked that Ben was too invested in this. His energy on stage demanding that Megyn Kelly call me evil and his overprotective stance on Erica always registered to me as deeply nervous. Ben Shapiro is satanic. Everything in my soul tells me he worships Satan literally. Look at his demeanor in this clip. We need to find out exactly who on Charlie's team betrayed him by providing immediate updates on this to this parasite. Share far and wide. 61,000 likes.
My security was...
Oh my God, she's insane. Okay, but guess what? Because every person involved in this story is an unbelievable villain, she gets to say that, and then other people actually look at the things that she's saying, look at Ben Shapiro's reaction and go, wait a minute, she's not wrong. This exact same thing happened with Erica Kirk, because Erica Kirk is also a businesswoman and you know, another bloodless monster for the most part. Okay. When Candace, the only reason why a basket case like Candace Owens gets to make these kinds of theories go unbelievably viral is because the people that she is attacking are also freaks. Like the tweet, you won't, I can't. She blocked me many, many years ago. Do you see what I mean? Like if we're, so here's the thing. Yes, I'm a clandestine operator. I'm a clandestine operator, and I'm a fallen soldier, right? Like I can't like the tweet because the Clandanistas, I know we're all one. We're united. Where we go one, we go all. Unfortunately, Candace Owens blocked me many, many years ago, and she's never unblocked me. And we just simply can't communicate for that reason. Okay? But anyway, do you guys see what I'm saying, though? Because, like, Erica Kirk is, like, very obviously... Like Erica Kirk very obviously reacted to the assassination of her husband in a way that like a normal person would not react. Because there's Erica Kirk, the wife and mother, and then there's also Erica Kirk, the businesswoman. And she locked in and went business mode so fast that every normal human being that was looking at this went, what the fuck? Why should I care about this if you don't? Right? That's number one. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of people started looking at Candace Owens' reaction. And they were like, well, you are reacting in a way that is perhaps a little bit more normal to a close friend's passing. The gruesome assassination of a close friend, a confidant, maybe even a lover, who knows, right? Whereas Ben Shapiro's reaction was also just as cold and as calculated. Now, I don't know if that's because he's like super autistic. I don't know if he just doesn't give a shit about Charlie and wanted to use this to his advantage, right? But I do feel like I showed more humanity than even Ben did. You know? So I guess, yeah, Dean cried more than Ben Shapiro did. Like, what are we talking about? Dean reacted to the Charlie Kirk assassination with more emotion than Erica Kirk did. It's like up there with Candace Owens number 1, Dean number 2, me number 3, Erica Kirk is like number 15, Ben Shapiro bottom of the barrel. So he cried, she cried, we crowed. So my point is, that's the reason why Candace gets to cook all of this up. If these guys were normal human beings, Candace would not be able to cook up these theories against them because everyone would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Ben didn't immediately try to take over Turning Point USA moments after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He did. He did do that. He immediately did that. He was like, oh, it's my time to shine now. Finally. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to do. So obviously, it is like my opinion on all this stuff is like my honest opinion on all this stuff is I don't think it's like Israel that killed Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk's going to turn on Israel. I don't believe any of that stuff. Obviously, I've said it over and over again, but I'm not going to stop people from thinking it. If you want to believe it, I can't stop you, right? I've tried my best. People don't listen to me, right? Unless I'm talking about blowing Mitch McConnell's back out as gay lovers. Only then do people take me seriously. Only then people listen to me. So, but what I will say is this. The reason why Candace has been able to dominate this discourse so successfully and become the carrier of the flame, unironically, is because she showed humanity. Okay? The way you repeat this multiple times, I feel like some people threaten you to say this. To say what? Why did you take Mitch from Candace? Look, Mitch is a power bottom, okay, of the come hungry variety. We're not going to get into that. That's not the point that I'm making right now. The point I'm making right now is if any of these people were like normal human beings and they reacted as though normal human beings do and didn't immediately go into performance mode, okay, if they showed humanity in this moment, if they didn't immediately see dollar signs in the way that Erica did, in the way that Ben did, then I think Candace Owens would not have been able to make a convincing argument. But because these guys are horrible people in general, and they saw this as an opportunity to lay ownership, like lay an ownership stake in Turning Point USA, to be the person that Charlie Kirk was, you know, to take that role on immediately. Most people's reaction in the Charlie Kirk fandom, most people's reaction in the Charlie Kirkiverse was, yeah, I don't believe any of you guys. I believe Candace Owens. It's that simple. Okay? That's it. That's it. They did this to themselves. Anyway, we're moving on from the Kirkiverse. Someone called Haley Stevens. Someone called the Haley Stevens office and prank called him as Haley Stevens. Let's take a look.
Good afternoon, this Office of Congresswoman Haley Stevens. How may I assist you?
Hey, can you tell me where Robert is?
Robert?
Yeah, my chief of staff. This is Congressman Stevens. I need to talk to Robert right away.
That's not. I can do a better job. No, I can't. I can't do the Haley Stevens yet, but I will. I will be able to. Maddie Maroon. What gives? What gives?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna place you on a brief hold.
Thank you. Oh my God.
There's no way she bought that, right?
Hello. I just need more information. Who's calling again?
This is Congresswoman Stevens. I was talking to United Healthcare and they asked me if I can make it popular to like denying claims for millions of Americans. God, Abdul smoked me last night. It was horrible. Can I talk to Robert?
We don't have a Robert in this office.
It's my secret chief of staff that works for Palantir. He gave me the money for ICE. He gave me the donation because I like to thank ICE. Remember when I thanked ICE?
You gotta hang up.
Did they hang up?
Yeah. Oh no.
A few moments later.
Ma'am, we can still hear you on the line. Are you calling to make a comment?
I'm calling to make a comment to my friends in the Palantir lobby because last night Abdul made it look like I supported ICE and I said I don't support ICE, and I just wanted to make an apology saying that I did not mean to offend any of the ICE contractors I took money from. And I wanted to tell Robert that, but I'm in my cups and I got lost on the Gordie Howe Bridge again, son of a
I love that. Behind me is the Gordie Howe Bridge. It's closed right now. Right here is the Ambassador Bridge. That one's open. The Gordie Howe Bridge. Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. Trump's biggest donor, Maddie Maroon. Michigander.
Gordie Howe Bridge.
Well, thank you so much for calling the Office of Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
I am Haley Stevens.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. You've been stimming extra hard this month. I love Haley Stevens' voice so much.
We're not gonna burn anything down. Is that the message we want to send?
Yeah!
Well, okay then.
You need stim toys again so badly. As a Michigander, your imitation of her god-awful accent is hilarious. Sometimes she also throws in a little, like, noise where it doesn't fit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why she does that, but she does that sometimes. It's very weird. 90% of her S sounds are sh sounds. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why she does that, but I love that she does. Israel comes to my dreams.
This was
the biggest lie Erica ever told me. Sean Ryan clips. There's a Gideon situation. What the hell? What the hell? There's another thing I wanted to cover. I just read Haley Stevens' wiki. What do you mean Dana Nessel officiated the wedding? He got arrested? Gideon got arrested for what? This person thinks she's
Why does
faking
Haley
it?
Stevens talk like she's like a mob villain in a Jimmy Stewart movie? Now I see you got a vote blown no matter who for the Michiganders, you see?
She does not talk like that. That's my goat. Coming to King, you best not miss. Trespass and stalking? What is this?
And I got to say, it would be so nice to have a governor in this incredible state, one of the most beautiful states in the union, especially this time of year. I love Wisconsin, or as you guys say, Wisconsin. Love Wisconsin, but we have got to.
Ugh. Gross. God, don't ever attempt humor ever again, man. Don't ever do that. Did you know Gideon is a multimillionaire? Yes, I assumed. This was cool. Deadly bacteria found in major U.S. cities' water system traced back to Mark Zuckerberg's $800 million data center. That's cool. I don't know why that was open. We looked at MSG. We looked at Mitch McConnell having sex with Margaret Qualley. Yeah, there's the AI test thing. Hold on. Oh, I wanted to look at this. This was crazy. Big themes this year. The loyal left tribe surged from 16% to 21%, taking from other left-center tribes. Nationalist Party crashes from 30% in 2024 to 20% in 2026, tracking with a crash in support for tough immigration enforcement from plus 36 in 2024 to plus 6 in 2026. Last year, the big story was the long-term collapse of the free market economic conservatism. That stabilized this year, but is still at multi-year lows. What we've seen instead is a shift from the populist to liberal quadrant. Most of the shift has been social and not economic, and a lot of it has been immigration. Support for tough enforcement is at multi-year lows. Evidence of thermostatic public opinion for Trump solving the border. What does it mean for 2026? We can actually isolate 3 voter tribes that are moving double digits towards Democrats: moderate right, non-MAGA, normie Republicans. New Republican populists, a smaller group that's actually economically left and socially right. Young and disillusioned, the swing voter, version of a Bernie bro, very socially liberal, anti-establishment, but doesn't trust the government to fix economic problems. Yeah. Loyal right picks up 1 point. Staunch conservatives across the social and economic spectrum who also take consistently anti-establishment positions skews older and male. Moderate right picks up 2. Take right-leaning positions on most issues, but trust experts, support free trade, and are pro-gay marriage and believe there are obstacles for women. New Republican populists down 2 points to 6%, socially to the right and economically to the left. Medicare for all, abortions for none, rural heavy, very anti-establishment and pessimistic. Middle American optimists, middle of the road on most issues, pro-choice and optimistic about the ability to get ahead through hard work is at 11%, drop 3. Young and disillusioned, young female and racially diverse, skeptical of regulation, but for a robust welfare state. The most anti-establishment of the Harris vote in clusters. American institutionalists down 1 point at 11%, firmly pro-establishment. This cluster is unified by a belief that the system basically works from faith in hard work, police, and the U.S. economic system. Electability Democrats, left-leaning on most issues, but diverges from the unpopular left-wing positions like defunding the police and trans athletes in sports. And the loyal left at the largest chunk of voters in the country. The name says it all. Socially and economically liberal, largely pro-establishment. Obviously, This is stupid. This is a stupid way to describe it. This is us. Okay? Yes, I'm going to do Ice in Houston in a second. Hold on. After this. And no, we are not pro-establishment, and we're not liberal socially and economically. They just haven't been able to catch up to the actual way to define this group. Okay? I mean, this looks pretty fucking good. There's obviously a level of further radicalization, but it's also an area where you can pick up. Okay? The irony is some of the moderate right you could potentially pick up regardless of like their, right-leaning positions and support for free trade. You can pick them up for, being pro-LGBT or pro-LGB and pro-women, or at least like recognizing misogyny. There's definitely pickup here for the Medicare for All, abortions for none, rule heavy voting block as well, because Medicare for All covers these guys quite a bit. Because these people are, the new Republican populists are also usually the anti-Israel coalition as well. I would go so far as say the hardest people here, the hardest people to pick up here are these guys, the loyal right, which is at 18%, which is MAGA, right? The super MAGA. If you drop the T, how are you still a Dem? Blows my mind. I mean, these guys are right wing. I'm just saying. The D plus 14 from the new Republican populace is in line with the average we've seen in the last special elections in 2025. Yeah, the evangelical Christians, that's not going to happen, right? For the most part. But yeah, the rest is just straight up. The rest right here, all of these are quite literally easy pickings. The rest is literally either going to excitedly vote for an AOC style candidate or maybe have some concerns on the electability front. But once that's the candidate, it's over. You know what I mean? You get out of the primary, these are loyal Blue Dem voters. So this looks really fucking good for DSA and DSA adjacent candidates, left populist candidates. This proves that the electorate, at least by my estimation, the electorate has broadly shifted to making demands, left populist candidates, and making demands of change in the leftward direction. As long as the hyper focus on the conversation is not on edge cases that you don't need to compromise on at all, by the way. I'm not saying you should be like never talking about trans people or just like, compromise on trans people or trans existence or trans protections in general. But as long as you are doing the Zohran Mamdani method of sticking to kitchen table issues in a way that Democrats normally don't, in a way that Democrats normally do not, okay? Because they don't actually say Medicare for all. They don't actually say fuck Israel. They don't actually have universality attached to their programs. They always do this means-tested garbanzo beans bullshit, right? As long as you stick to universality, kitchen table issues, a direct and easily definable and easily understandable way that you are going to improve people's lives. You say Medicare for all, housing for all, federal jobs guarantee, things of that nature, and people hyper-focus on that, you can win a good deal of these people. Now, part of the reason why the Democrats stick to social issues and only talk about social issues in particular is because they don't have any investment or any interest in identifying these problems and offering real solutions. Okay? Like genuine sweeping reforms in any meaningful fashion. They don't want to do that because their bread is buttered by these very same corporations who would destroy their profit margins if you were to actually advance this left economic agenda. Right? And that's precisely the reason why they hyper-focus on the social issues. And oftentimes they focus on it from a from a defensive posture that almost feels like you're embarrassed to be defending trans people, which also makes you look insincere. And it makes you look like you have no confidence in the issues that you're advocating for. So you don't even like win any people over to your side. The one exception that I will have to this rule is Andy Bashar. Andy Bashar is a liberal, Kentucky governor, very popular, right? But Andy Bashar is very convincing on these issues. He is the king of communicating on trans issues, where he's like, those are God's neighbors, those are God's children. I respect them, right? And you should too. You should apologize to those, God's children instead of, mistreating them in the way that you have. So he does a really good job with that. He is very convincing. Most Democrats are not convincing. Most Democrats are just like, ugh, I really don't want to fucking talk about trans people, but yeah, I'm going to do bottom surgeries on Guatemalan migrants at a detention facility. I don't fucking know. What do you want from me? And then they get caught. And because they're wishy-washy on the issue to begin with, because their allegiance is conditional to begin with, they're very quick to drop those issues regardless, right? They're very quick to drop those issues. And then when you drop those issues, then you look like a fucking hypocrite. You lost everybody at that point, right? So a couple strategies, free ball, that I will always give to anyone that's listening. If you're a fucking consultant or whatever, here's free money for you. Is focus on AI data centers. AI data center moratorium is an absolute banger. Focus on redistributing the profits from those data centers and also giving people autonomy, giving people a say on where these data centers are put, and also what the negative impact of these data centers are going to look like in their neighborhoods. No jacking up the electricity prices, right? Like normalizing the grid to make sure that these things are built in a way where it doesn't have these negative consequences. That is the data center moratorium package. And I think that's a really good concept. That's another 90-10 issue similar to Israel, where like the overwhelming majority of the overwhelming majority of voters, not just in the Democratic primaries, because there's a lot of investment on the other side here as well. Anti-flock surveillance technology is another great one. Data centers is a great one. Israel-Palestine is a great one, obviously. These are all issues where moneyed interest has made it so that they're untouchable, that most politicians do not place the interests or the needs of the population over the interests of corporations on these issues. There's a lot of discretion behind how these local politicians end up signing off on these data centers. I watched a video of a constituent that asked their local representatives like whether or not they had signed an NDA for a whether or not they had signed an NDA. Let me see if I can find this video really quickly. There was a video I watched that was like really messed up. Oh, here it is. In a hearing where residents grilled officials on data centers, a resident of Tyrone Township in Michigan asked a simple question. Have you signed an NDA with any party regarding developments that could affect the town? The majority of the township's officials refused to answer.
Signed any NDA, any agreement, or had any private communication, such as meetings, phone calls, text messages, or emails with any developer, company, landowner, or representative regarding any current or potential project that could affect Tyrone Township? Chris Ropetta.
No.
Dean?
No.
Jennifer?
I'm not answering your question. This is not the time or place.
I can ask you whatever I want. Don't tell me what I can say.
But we don't have to answer you.
But you're communicating with me, Jennifer. I didn't.
Also, it's really funny for her to say that this is not the time and place. This is literally the time and place where your constituents are asking. It's question time. Okay, so no, this is actually the time and the place to do it. She didn't pick it. She didn't grill you at the fucking country club. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, it's pretty damning. And there's a reason why they have to do this like cloak and daggers bullshit, right? Because a lot of the people are very frustrated. They don't want this to happen, but a lot of the local politicians are signing off on it. And this has caused a lot of enmity. So again, it's another issue. It's another unbelievably salient issue where the population wants one thing, no data centers in their backyard, but the local politicians and the politicians at the federal level that are invested in these corporations, or at the very least are advancing the interests of these corporations over the interests of the public, are doing something entirely different. Okay? They're doing something entirely different. And it is important for us on the left, as democratic socialists, as left populists, to identify these problems for the people and address their concerns. It's very important for our movement to make sure that we keep hammering this point across. I'm not just talking about it as like an electioneering thing. I'm not talking about this because it's really good to win elections or anything like that. I'm talking as this is a very clear, identifiable goal that will go across party lines and bring a lot more support to your side. Okay? It's 90-10 amongst the public. It's 10-90 amongst the politician class, the political class. Okay? Remember that. So yeah, I think that there is a great opportunity for this movement as long as they prioritize these sorts of things. Brad Landers is also already getting into it. Across country, communities are rising up to fight back against AI data centers, poisoning their water, overloading their energy grids. The threats being posed by these facilities to our environment, our jobs, our democracy, and our humanity are too massive to go unchecked. The future belongs to all of us, not just Mark Zuckerberg and AI oligarchs. What is this? Opinion. If I were, I don't think you'll guess the author of this in 1,000 tries. What is this? If I were a non-Jew, I would today prioritize opposition to anti-Semitism as I prioritize black feminists and gay issues as a non-black, non-woman, and non-gay civil rights advocate back in the day. I have no idea who this is. Oh my God, it's Alan Dershowitz. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's Alan Dershowitz. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Huge get for an opinion piece. Dersh really changed the whole international child rape industry, which, as we all know, is the #1 Israel export. You're publishing to an ever evaporating audience. Oh my God, it's Alan Dershowitz. I cannot believe it. I can't believe that they're like, I need to hear from Alan Dershowitz on any issue. Yeah, the average Republican voter is literally maximalist against data centers. They literally want to nuke them. It's crazy. And no Republican will ever fucking push for that. No Republican will push for that. There are also a lot of Republicans that don't fuck with Israel. And there are those who you can absolutely convince by saying, your potholes are fucked. Your roads are fucked. Your infrastructure is crumbling. We just sent another $10 billion to Israel. They go, I get it. That's fucked up. We shouldn't let that happen. Okay, it's that simple. Okay, it's literally that simple. It's free money. It's free ball. The only problem is that obviously when you frustrate and offend these very powerful corporate forces, they come after you. You know, they'll make your life a living hell. They'll smear you. They'll slander you. They'll tell everyone not to vote for you. They'll tell everyone you're a bad person. Blah blah blah. All this shit, and it's really insincere. But the way you push past that is obviously with a reliable and solid ground game through disciplined organizing. Another issue that I'm going to dovetail into is ICE. The ICE problem has not gone away. I know that we haven't talked about ICE as much on this broadcast, okay, as of late. Anyway, but obviously, ICE is still a terrifying menace on many communities, many neighborhoods. And we are, of course, going to be talking about what ICE did in Texas. Okay? There were 4 men, in a van. I believe they were undocumented migrants. They were workers. in a van in Texas, in Houston, Texas, and they were driving around as a federal agent shot and killed the person driving the van, who was an undocumented Mexican man, in his van during a traffic stop in Houston. This happened last Tuesday. Okay, the government rushed to follow a familiar template, just as it had after other shootings. The Department of Homeland Security released a statement insisting that the man, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, I don't want to say his last name wrong, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, had weaponized his vehicle against the officer who then justifiably opened fire. That's what their claim was. DHS offered, of course, Araujo.
Breaking news.
Yeah. So here's what took place. Once again, another unjustifiable act of murder in broad daylight. Same script. DHS lies about the situation, says that he was weaponizing his vehicle. There were 3 other people in the van with the now deceased man, and they presumably could recount their version of what happened. The victim's brother and 2 employees of the dead man's construction business. They were detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement during the encounter, and we haven't heard from them publicly about what happened. So they have 3 witnesses to the crime that they're actually holding currently, on top of everything else. The son of Lorenzo Salgado, the Houston man who was shot and killed by an ICE agent, went on Aaron Burnett on CNN and talked about the situation. Let's take a look.
News. We have new surveillance video that we have just gotten in. And what this shows is the crucial moments before Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, the father of 3, who was fatally shot by an ICE officer in Houston on his way to work on Tuesday morning. So what was happening here is that he was driving a crew to a home building site when he was killed. You can see Araujo's van drive by. There you go. You see it. About 5 seconds later, black SUV driven by ICE begins to follow him. And this new video comes as a source with preliminary details about the incident, says that Araujo was not the target of their operation this morning. Now, that's extremely significant for many reasons, but one of them is this. An earlier statement from DHS to describe the incident as a, quote, targeted enforcement operation. So it was targeted, and then said that Araujo was attempting to evade the arrest. Now, the video that we'll show you here, posted on Facebook, is how his son says he learned of how Araujo died that day. According to one eyewitness.
Araujo. That's how I said it. Araujo.
These are terrible details, but important to know that he was screaming and he was in pain and he was screaming, "Help me, they shot me." Now, Araujo had lived in the United States for 30 years. He has no known criminal record. Out front now,
Yeah, the first crime here happened for the last 30 years. The first crime is not, and before people say, oh, because he didn't have his paperwork. Yeah, the first crime is the crime by the federal government for not issuing this man the proper paperwork to continue working legally on U.S. soil. Okay? The recent crime, the much more severe crime, is, of course, the Gestapo thugs of the state assassinating him in broad daylight and then also lying with impunity.
Ronaldo Salgado, he is Lorenzo Salgado Araujo's son, and he's joined tonight by Juan Prano, the CEO of the League of United Latin American Citizens, who has been supporting the family.
Yeah. Ariana Jasmine says, for 35 years, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo woke up at 5 a.m. and built homes across Houston, had no criminal record, but was still fatally shot by an ICE agent in an unmarked car on his way to pick up his construction crew Tuesday morning. This is America. And immediately people go, entering the country illegal is a criminal offense. Your entire argument gone 35 years ago when you crossed the border. Try again. The fucking punishment for border crossing, especially 35 years ago, but even now, is not murder. Okay? It's not. People that respond this way are fucking animals. Okay? You are an animal. You are lower than an animal. You are not an animal, actually. An animal has at least like some self-preservation skills. An animal has a higher degree of morality than these fucking dildos do.
And advocating for workers like Araujo. And
that kind of stuff, like that kind of sentiment, It used to happen all the time. It would happen on 4chan. It would happen on Poll. It would happen on, different Discord servers, things like that. It's just mass disseminated in broad daylight nowadays. It's so fucking annoying. You did perpetuate rape culture? What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Ronaldo, I'm so sorry to even have to share with people the pain your father was in those moments. I'm sorry for your shocking and staggering loss. But you are choosing to speak out because you want people to understand what happened to your father. Can you please just share as best as you understand what happened?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me. What happened was at around 7 o'clock, I was notified by my mom that my dad was in trouble. We didn't know what it was, but we suspected it to be an ICE-related incident. What I don't know is, like, I don't know of, that was my only thing going for me. That was my only piece of evidence. 5 minutes later, I got into the car and tried looking for him at his work site about an hour away in North Houston. Until I got the news on a Facebook page that there was ICE activity very nearby to where we live, and as far as I know, I didn't know that it was my dad. I had to go check it out for myself, and unfortunately, I saw my dad's van, but I did not see my dad at all. I stayed on site at the police had cordoned off the street, blocked off the street. I stayed on site for several hours, asking any and all officers and members of the public that were there for answers as to where my dad is, if anything. Yeah, it's been really tough.
Yeah, I truly, obviously, can only imagine the pain that you're in and your family is in. I understand, Ronaldo, you did share some footage of the last time that your family saw your father when he was alive, because he was going, as you said, to his work site, as he does every day. You mentioned it's in North Houston. So there he is, your dog, normal morning, right? Loading his work van. That video that you shared with us is 5:54 a.m. So then that surveillance video that I showed everybody where he's passing in his van is at 6:46 a.m. And then, as I said, just a few moments later, you see that unmarked black SUV following behind. That's just 5 seconds later. So by 6:48 a.m., Ring camera footage from the area shows what appear to be federal agents standing over people, detained on the ground next to the van. And ICE says the encounter with your dad happened moments later. I mean, the timeline here is incredibly compressed. It seems to have happened so quickly.
Yes, it did. There was a lot of stuff in flux happening at the time. As you saw in that footage, and I would like to correct it. It was two vehicles. I saw two vehicles right there, unmarked vehicles without any sirens, without any markings on any of the vehicles. It's just everything happened so fast. By the time I was already in North Houston, it was around like 8 o'clock, 8 something. I hadn't heard about anything else until again.
By the way, the probable cause that the DHS will push for this is targeted enforcement operations, right? That's what they say. It just means racial profiling. That's all it is. They look in a car, they see that it's a van, they see that there's a brown guy driving it, and that's enough to set them off. And if they're feeling like they want to murder that guy, they get away with it. That's it. That's literally all this is. Yes, a Kavanaugh stop, as it's called.
And I opened a Facebook page, the Southeast HTX news page, and that's where I learned that possible ICE activity, and I had to go check it out myself.
So I want to understand, Juan. Let me just ask you a question here. The preliminary details that a source shared with us says that Ronaldo's father was not the target of the operation. Okay, was not the target of the operation, and I emphasize that because the earliest statement from DHS said that it was a targeted operation. Okay, so what do you make of this contradiction that at first they said it was targeted and then they're saying that Mr. Araujo was not the target?
Well, what it tells me, Aaron, is that, DHS and ICE have been playing by a familiar playbook. The initial description of the events and what happened were very similar, eerily similar to what happened to Renee Nicole Good, right? There was a confrontation. The vehicle was used as a weapon. The police officer basically shot in self-defense. And now ICE is having to walk back the information that they provided, now saying that he was not a target. Now even we've heard that there was confusion in regards to a similar looking vehicle as well. And so the fact of the matter is we do not believe ICE, we do not believe DHS at all. We do not trust that the FBI will actually conduct a thorough and independent investigation. And we are seeking and asking for a few things. Number one, we want a truly independent investigation to actually happen. We're also demanding the body of Lorenzo to go back to his family. They're still not in possession of it. And in addition to that, we're requesting that all information that can be used as evidence to be retained as well. And so this is just the start of the process. It is a tragic, tragic series of events for a man, a family man, a provider to his children and his wife of over 40 years that should have never happened.
Ronaldo,
Yeah, they're lying about everything. Okay. They're lying about everything. They're lying about like the car was used to ram the ICE agents. Like it's all fucking bullshit. It's always bullshit. ICE officers not wearing body cameras during deadly Houston ICE shooting, says Department of Homeland Security 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, family says dad was scared and wanted to protect his tools, workers before deadly ICE shooting. Harris County District Attorney speaks with family after Lorenzo Salgado shot and killed by ICE. Houston law enforcement will not be involved in the investigation of the deadly shooting involving ICE. Of course. He did not deserve to die, says family and community leaders. Yeah. And on top of that, we now know that there were 3 other men who were in the van with the victim in the ICE shooting, and they're potential witnesses. But they're now under pressure to self-deport, a rep for the families tells me. They remain in detention, even as ICE's story falters. The families of the detained men who were in the van with the dead man are being represented by Juan Proano of LULAC. He tells me the families have been able to contact the men in detention. They're being pressured to sign self-deportation orders. So they literally are, they murder this guy. There's 3 other witnesses, and they're trying to get the witnesses out of the country immediately. And because they have tremendous power over their freedom currently, they can probably get them to sign off on this. It's like, again, this is not reformable. Yeah, one of the men is his brother. Yes, one of the 3 men is his brother. That kid that you're, or the young man on the left, if I recall correctly, said that his uncle was one of the 3 men in the car.
I just want to...
How is this any different than Israel? It's not. It's not.
Stop right there on one thing that Juan just said. This happened on Tuesday morning, and your family still does not have your father's body?
That's correct, ma'am.
And Aaron,
So when DHS
I'm
says...
going to be very blunt
yeah, go
here.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
All of the personal identifiable information was taken from Lorenzo before he was put in the ambulance. When he arrived at the Bentop Hospital, he was checked in as a John Doe. As a John Doe, Aaron. The families had to go through extra hurdles to do a biometric forensic verification that it is his father. They didn't actually get a notice that he is deceased until the following day, all the time knowing that his father was there in the hospital and had been shot earlier that day. Who does that? I mean, in what world do we live in where someone would remove all identifiable information and provide no context and information for Ronaldo, who was on the site in direct conversation with the FBI? They dragged him along, they strung him along, and didn't give him the information that he should have had immediately as his son.
Ronaldo,
This is why it's not just abolish ICE. This is why it's punish ICE. Okay? Hold ICE accountable. We have to bring back fucking law and order into this goddamn country. Okay? That's crazy. Like these people are lawless bandits. They're thugs. The way that they're operating is completely unacceptable. It is ripping apart the social fabric that is holding us together. Okay? We can't go on like this. We have to abolish ICE and we have to punish ICE straight up so that no other law enforcement agency ever tries to do something like this again, no matter who's in charge. Okay? You get another despot in charge that tries to even fucking entertain doing something like this, immediately the people, the law enforcement that is supposed to carry out those tasks go, nah, I'm out. I can't do it. I'm sorry. They have to be made an example of. Otherwise, we have no laws.
DHS also said, Juan mentioned this a moment ago because he mentioned the comparisons to what happened to Renee Good earlier this year in Minnesota. But the DHS had said your father used the vehicle as a weapon. I just want to give you a chance to respond to that allegation that they put out there initially.
Look, I know my father. He had his main concern was to keep the van safe and his tools safe. There's been instances in the past where his van got stolen and his tools got stolen. So ever since then, he's been very cautious about people following him, people looking at his van a little bit too much. So along with that, my dad was also in the process of obtaining a work permit. He decided that it was time for him to achieve his American dreams after putting 3 kids through college, one currently in college, I'm sorry. So he had been informed, and we have spoken as a family time and time again, what my dad should do in the case that he did get detained by ICE. He did not know that those vehicles following him were ICE agents. Again, these vehicles were unmarked. They had no emblems, no logos, no flashing lights. There was no way for him to know that they were ICE agents. I know my dad would have stopped had ICE agents formally and clearly identified themselves, at least through their vehicle markings. My dad would have stopped and complied because he knew that there was a process for him to be able to get for him to be able to be released from any sort of detention, or at least, you know, there would be ways for him to come back to us if that were to happen. My dad, again, he would have stopped had ICE very clearly identified themselves through their vehicles.
Ronaldo, I'm just so very...
So he did try to hit them with his van? No, dog. ICE did. ICE instigated it. You can see in the fucking footage. Random fucking black cars running up, no lights. They start fucking ramming into your van. Do you not understand?
Very sorry to you, your mother, and your siblings for such a, as I said, staggering and unimaginable and sudden loss. So sorry. I appreciate you choosing to speak out. And Juan, thank you very much also for making sure people understand the story and about your father, Ronaldo. Thank you both.
Like, I don't know how else to be clear about this. I don't know how to explain this to people who just don't understand it. Like, ICE goes up to a random van. They openly admit it's not even the right van, right, after the fact. They lie about how the person driving the van was actually, driving in an irresponsible manner, tried to ram the van into their cars or something like that to create a scenario by lying where lethal use was justifiable, right? There's 3 other witnesses in the car. Those 3 other witnesses are now in the custody of the group that killed this person. The body is still in their custody. They're controlling every aspect of this. Local law enforcement can't even investigate the situation. This is a direct crime that local law enforcement is refusing to prosecute. Another instance where a unaccountable federal agency has come into your town and assassinated one of your neighbors in broad daylight, in the middle of the fucking day, in the middle of the morning, and local law enforcement is not doing anything about it, and the other witnesses, the firsthand eyewitnesses of the crime, are slated to be deported from the country. It's insane. What are people supposed to do? Yeah. Also, video appears to show no damage to the vehicle of the man ICE killed in Houston, who had lived in America peacefully for 35 years, despite ICE's claim that he rammed an ICE vehicle and tried to run over an agent. These people are not credible.
Over. You can see Salgado here making a U-turn. There it is right there. The white van makes the U-turn, as you're going to see the unmarked car here in black trying to force the car going the opposite direction. Now, this is right before Salgado is ultimately shot. You're going to see the SUV pull over. Here's a closer look in front of the van after the truck passes by. Salgado makes the U-turn. He reverses for a moment. He heads west, him over. You can see Salgado here making a U-turn. There it is right there. The white van makes the U-turn, as you're going to see the unmarked car here in black trying to force the car going the opposite direction. Now, this is right before Salgado is ultimately shot. You're going to see the SUV pull over. Here's a closer look in front of the van after the truck passes by. Salgado makes the U-turn. He reverses for a moment. He heads west, him over. You can see Salgado here.
Here, video appears to show no damage to the vehicle of the man ICE killed in Houston, who had lived in America peacefully for 35 years, despite ICE claim that he rammed an ICE vehicle.
Operation. ICE claims Lorenzo Salgado Araujo rammed a law enforcement vehicle with his van and tried to run over an agent. And ICE says their agent fired in self-defense. They claim Lorenzo Salgado Araujo wasn't authorized to be in the United States, and he died at the hospital operation.
Why are the ICE cars unmarked? I mean, that's the whole thing. That's the whole problem, don't you think? Unmarked cars, unmarked agents. It just looks like a bunch of thugs, a bunch of criminals that are trying to steal potentially your supplies from your work van. They probably know something we don't. Man, what the fuck are you talking about? No, they don't. What is this? Why is it that your first assumption, especially after ICE has done this a million times over, your first assumption is to think, oh, well, I'm sure they had a good reason to fucking murder this person. They literally admitted it was the wrong car, it was the wrong person. The fuck's wrong with you? And they've lied every single time they've murdered someone. They lie every single time. Dude, federal agents just wouldn't go after this guy. Are you fucking brain dead, dude? Of course they have. They've done this every time. Are you living on the same timeline as us? This is genuinely shocking to me. You think this is the first time this happened? What are you, fucking stupid? Dog, the only reason why we know about this is because the news is covering it. Okay? They do it all the time. I like that this barf maxing, your assessment is the only thing holding society together at this point. Luckily, I guess, for American future, there are so many people who just genuinely abide by a hope and a dream that, like, there is a good reason for all of this. That institutions they must be working, right? Like, they're federal agents. Dog, they're federal agents that got no fucking training whatsoever and don't have any accountability whatsoever. Many of the former federal agents have openly admitted that there's just like this culture of ultra violence within the system, where people do heinous things. Like, people amongst the members of ICE, amongst their ranks, have done such heinous things that they had to fucking quit because they were like, this is ridiculous. And you're over here being like, nah, I'm sure there's a good reason for it. I think you're cherry picking, to be honest. The only cherry I'm picking is your fucking brain, dude. It's got to be the size of a walnut. What the fuck do you mean I must be cherry picking this? You have the amount of faith, the amount of confidence you have in this fucking Trump administration is the reason why you get ass fucked all the time and you go, I don't know why my butt hurts. You walk around thinking, I don't know, it's probably fine. I don't understand how you can live your life like this. I genuinely don't get it. I don't understand it. You're the type of dude who's like, yeah, Donald Trump made a $1.6 billion in cryptocurrency gains just off the transaction fees alone. That's probably fine. That's probably good. You okay? Things are just happening all around you all the time and you just have no concern whatsoever for your own safety. These motherfuckers don't even participate in the regular legal system. What are you talking about? I think you're cherry picking, he says. What do you mean cherry picking? First of all, this is an instance where the law is violated by law enforcement. So by definition, it's not cherry picking, it's a crime. Okay? You can't literally just like, you can't look at a situation where like a rape happened and go, dude, you're cherry picking. It's just one rape. You know what I mean? That's not cherry picking. That's a fucking crime. We're covering a crime that took place, you fucking idiot. Now, once there's a pattern established because of an unaccountable part of federal law enforcement that is greatly overstepping its bounds and is now constitutionally protected to do so, directed by a despotic tyrant like Donald Trump to do this, to soothe the unlimited appetite for violence, for ultra violence against the brown and black masses, the permanent underclass of this fucking country, you arrive at this crazy predicament that happens all the fucking time. It's not cherry picking, it's pattern recognition. That's crazy. And it's not like this is a secret. They are being directed to do this. Just like they were directed to go to Minneapolis to punish the people in an occupation. Wake up, dude. I don't understand how anyone could look at a situation like this and be like, this is a society I want to live in, where a random dickhead with like 25 days of fake training can just pick up a gun and shoot my father in the fucking face, and I will never have justice, and I will have no accountability whatsoever. And then half of society will look at it and go, yeah, he probably deserved it. Because if it can happen to this person, it can happen to you too. They've killed white people too. We saw how the government treated those white people that were assassinated. They called them fucking terrorists. What makes you think you and your life will be spared? Have some fucking self-preservation if you can't see the humanity of others. If you just simply assume, well, they're brown, so they might have deserved it. Just have some fucking self-preservation skills. This is why I'm saying, like, even an animal seeks shelter. Even an animal knows to hide when the weather conditions are bad. You are not even an animal. You're something different. You're like an amoeba. You look at a situation where masked agents of the fucking state are doing the worst criminal thing you can do, which is unlawful murder in the middle of the goddamn day. And you're like, it's probably fine. It's fine. It won't touch me. What the hell? I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand. I don't understand how you look at a situation like this as an American citizen and you see this devastating reality. Oh my God, it's actually just their job. Okay, no, this guy's rage baiting, right? Is this a Asmongold viewer? Why haven't we looked up his chatter in Asmongold? This has got to be like a European Asmongold viewer or something who's like big time fan of Rupert Lowe or whatever the fuck. He's not an Asmongold viewer. This is one of my own. Just a real genuine dumbass. It's actually their job. Okay. Their job shouldn't exist. Okay. Let's just start there. This is at most a paperwork violation. It's a civil offense. Okay. So under no circumstances does a civil offense deserve any level of violence. Okay. At most, you're supposed to go to their house and go, hey, your paperwork is not in order. Please fix it. Okay. So that's the job. So that's number one. Number two, dude, someone has to keep track of who's coming in. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Did I say no one has to keep track of who's coming in? No, I didn't. You just made that up. Okay? There is a mountain called Everest between someone has to keep track of who's coming in and we should let random high school dropouts murder brown uncles on the fucking street with no accountability. Holy fuck! Are you lobotomized? What the fuck's wrong with you? No one said everyone should come in free for all and no one should be punished for it. You fucking made that up. How do you arrive at this conclusion? You watch a guy get murdered in broad daylight, and you have such confidence in this administration of all administrations, this federal government, you have such confidence in that you literally turn around and you're like, I don't know. I mean, someone's got to keep track of people coming in. No one said that that's not appropriate. Okay? Are you fucking stupid? I mean, you are. I know you are. This is the dumbest argument that I've ever fucking heard in my entire life. ICE is probably barely a little bit older than you as a fucking agency. What? I didn't say you said it, Haas. Would you prefer Flock did it? Flock? What the fuck does this have to do with Flock, you goddamn cattle? Brother, you're getting baited for clips? Clips of what? A guy behaving in the most medically stupid way possible? What the fuck kind of clips are you going to get out of this? First of all, they're already deploying Flock, you fucking idiot. You're already being mass surveilled regardless. How are you anti-Flock but you're pro-ICE? Those two things work hand in hand, you fucking moron. What the fuck's wrong with you? He's like, oh, I'm actually against mass surveillance from the federal government, but the level of mistrust I have for the federal government as a tool of mass surveillance, I have unloaded unlimited confidence in its dumbest individuals that have guns and can kill people with impunity, and I will defend them. So you have insecurity when you think about the fucking federal government operating a surveillance state by way of Flock cameras, but you have unlimited confidence in ICE? What the fuck? How does that even work? It's so strange. I hate mass surveillance, but I love murderous federal agents that kill with impunity. Incredible. Anyway, that's all I got for today. Holy shit. That was unbearable. Because only one of them affects him personally? Yes, but a federal government that gets to do that, the Lorenzo Salgado can do that to him too. He's just too stupid to realize it. That's the problem. That's why I said you have no self-preservation skills. When you justify a system of violence like this, an unaccountable force that gets a kill with impunity, you are signing off on your own fucking death sentence. Okay? That's it. An injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. If you can't see it, if you can't recognize the human life that was taken, okay, if you can't recognize the criminality, if you can't recognize the humanity of this person who was slain, then think about it from the perspective of self preservation. Think about it as survival skills. There is a selfish argument here as well. I've given up on trying to explain the humanity of others to some of these people because they fucking wear their sociopathy on their sleeve like it's a fucking cool thing. Like it's a virtue. But there is also a self-interested argument here as well that this is completely unacceptable. Anyway. All right, everybody. Hate to leave it on that note, but that's the note I'm going to end it on for today. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kai a place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.